making history. Absolutely phenomenal.
And Ace is the champion of the Intel Extreme Masters World Finals.
Storm's still not quite done. ENCE is going to take this fight, though. 3 seconds left.
Last 2 rounds of Ashes got to start it well for ENCE.
And this is a massive move for Zez, but he's not content with just a Nexus kill. He wants to jump out.
And it's all done. A flawless win.
Unbelievable Rogue with a 4-0 victory over Classic.
And they did it again in the grand finals. It's Nobu!
Give it up for your Intel Extreme Masters World Champion!
Hello everyone and welcome. We apologise for the delay to the start of this qualifier. We've had multiple technical issues to try and get over, but hopefully most of that is behind us and we can get underway with what is a very exciting qualifier. My name is Travis, alongside me is Matt, otherwise known as Hayes, and we've got a Swedish derby to begin, my friend.
Oh boy, what a way to kick off the action. I am really excited to get into today's games. And you know what? A bit of an extra delay builds some more anticipation. And what a game to open up as well. Alliance and Johnny Speeds locking horns. And it should be a fantastic game.
It really should, and there's a lot to talk about between these two as well, but we'll quickly get back onto that a little bit later because we've got some graphics to get through as we're a little bit behind schedule, obviously. This is the Veto, where we're going to be playing today, Dust 2 and Inferno to begin. And Matt, you mentioned to me while we were talking, waiting for the game to go live, that a bit of a surprise maybe that Johnny Speeds don't go to one of their favourite maps of Overpass, but that's because Alliance play it well too.
Absolutely. It also kind of signals that Johnny Speeds have blinked. These two teams have played against each other twice in the past few months. You got to go back to October for their 2 previous games last year. And both times, both teams picked the same maps. Inferno for Alliance, Overpass for Johnny Speeds. Johnny Speeds got destroyed the last time. They lost 13-5, 13-4 on Overpass and Inferno respectively. So they've blinked. And normally, that signals that they feel like they're the underdogs coming into this and they've got to change something up in the matchup compared to the last game out. And so they've picked Dust 2 instead, which isn't a massively confident map for Johnny Speeds. So I'm a little bit nervy for them in that regard. But I'm sure they've been putting in the work in the background. They've played it a lot more this year than Alliance, but they felt like they had to change something up.
Yeah, and the thing that I have kind of noticed whenever I've covered Johnny Speeds recently is that I've enjoyed following their progress. I think, with Lecro as the in-game leader, years of experience on him, obviously, as we get into Dust 2 right now. Every time I've casted a Johnny Speeds game, it feels like they've played incredibly solid by-the-book Counter-Strike, right? Problem is, that doesn't always get you the Ws in the volatile space. It is online CS, so I'll have to see how it goes. We are live into the game now. It is Alliance. It is Johnny Speeds. It is a Swedish derby on this Tuesday morning. The battle for IEM Atlanta. And let's see who gets off on the strong foot today. Bomb waiting in B tunnels to begin. Normal setup for the CT side.
Yeah, we're going to see a move being made by Draken up long, but oh my god, Male09 just cleanly taps him out. The 16-year-old star. Arvid there on short as well, continues to make a move. They want to just try and disrupt this round for Johnny Speeds. Arvid could get timed here, and he's going to see 2 players. There's a lot of info gleaned in the process, but a lot of heads being taken by Johnny Speeds. Male09 will get a couple more kills back here, and he's not done with a 3 either. He gets a 4th.
Well, sometimes they say that the longer you wait, maybe the better your prize will be. But, yeah, Male09, he's starting the series. The superstar that we haven't even really had a chance to talk about just yet, which, as we know, is one of the main hot topics of conversation from the youngster pool in Counter-Strike at the moment. When he started with a quad kill, he could even make it an ace to start off the broadcast. He wants it, you can tell. Yokab tries to force his way through middle, but with only 15 seconds, short is the only play. And it's vaguely winnable, but I think at the time at this point is going to be the main issue. Male09 is waiting for his approach. There's the pistol, there's the spam, there's the ace for Male to start off the day.
Brilliant work, and so well played at the end there as well, not to just straight up take the fight, knowing that the T player would have wanted, Yokab would have wanted that fight while he tries to cross to the bomb site. Just really smart from Male09 to wait a little bit there and then scale up the boxes. realizing there's just no time at that point there for Jakob, and he's got to commit to the plant. So great round out of the youngster. Now, obviously, he used to play for Johnny Speeds. He played for the team for 6 months before he ended up going across to Metasport, and that obviously hadn't worked out. Shockingly, Metasport benched him, citing the fact that they didn't really feel like they could fit him into the roster that they wanted to build. Now, I can't understand that personally. I think when you get a talent like Male09 on your books, he's one of those guys, but especially when you're Metasport, you just find a way. You just literally, you turn a circle into a square, you find a way to make him work within your team, because you're not going to get a chance to sign up a talent like that once he's really been put on the map. So that was a big surprise to me.
It's so funny, Matt, that you've kind of read that out, because I was making my notes last night as well. It's kind of exactly the sentiment I had too. Like, if you have a player as talented as him, you should try your hardest to fit him into the structure and make him as comfortable as possible. But yeah, apparently not. And yeah, I think it'll be a big boon for Alliance to have them in their books for the first part of the season, obviously on loan from Metasport. So yeah, I'm very happy to see him continue to play well. MP7 of Era gets a quick kill on Heat, but the Glocks are responding. A little bit dangerous now against what is a pretty much full eco here for Johnny Speeds. The MP5 does hold on for one more, and now should be a bit more difficult to get anything done, and there we go. So final kill will come through for Male. 6 kills in 2 rounds for him, and that is a 2-0 start that they will have wanted, but now the guns will come out.
Let's talk a little bit about the youngster on the other side of the server, Mr. Jakob, obviously a graduate of the Young Ninjas, the NIP Academy team, and he's also just been a player I've got my eyes on, a guy I'm really excited to see playing alongside players like Lekro, like Kraken as well. And I think that this matchup between Male09 and Jakob is going to be brilliant to see.
Oh yeah, I'm excited. I'm excited. As we kind of touched on, right, they have played each other a couple of times before already last year, but not with these exact teams, these exact lineups. So that's what makes this game very exciting, with Atlanta on the line, a Swedish derby to begin, and Ira's got the AWP out. He's making it sing early. Good trade from Lekro and Uppy though, but Ira's still delivering from the back of the site. 3 kills for him. And it allows Avid to come in and trade out Lekro to save the round. Johnny Speeds try and force the issue over on B, but the AWP was too strong.
Yeah, well held on for there, but well held on by Alliance, able to lock down that east side. Johnny Speeds trying to change up the pace coming into the first gun round, but they fall flat on their face. Going to have to be a half by now, and Alliance have gotten off to a brilliant start in their opponent's map pick. You know, most people would think, okay, you got a player like Foy on your books. He's the main reason that people think he's the main reason Alliance were finding as much success as they were. He ends up departing, should I say, and you think, okay, well now we're probably going to see Alliance get knocked down a peg. But since they've been able to land the signing of Male, at least on loan, like you say, it really just means that Alliance haven't taken that step backwards.
Yeah, exactly. We've got more pistols trying to work their way into a B, but once again, Male, Era, and Uppy all combine. Draken is left with a Glock, a smoke, and a bomb, and I think that smoke is going to probably be the only thing he's going to be able to use at the end of this round. But yeah, I mean, Alliance have had maybe you could say slightly quiet start to the year. They placed 3rd at a local LAN in Sweden, only losing to Big, who of course themselves were on a pretty hot LAN streak at the moment. They got run over by Simple's BC game in the Blast qualifier. Haven't really played a whole lot in terms of those sort of really important games. Qualifier like this, of course, some of the players they've got on the team. Twist, obviously, in-game leader, been around for year upon year, played with probably every single legendary Swedish player you can think of, and I believe kind of really last made one of his main major runs in Atlanta for E-League, so the E-League major. So it would be great for him to go back to Atlanta for another event in Big 2026. It would be a great achievement for him.
Yeah.
But long way to go, of course.
Absolutely. And even just to highlight the point you've made there, Johnny Speeds have played 35 maps this year, while this is just Alliance's 12th. So big discrepancy in those numbers. Speeds certainly been a lot more active. Big miss shot there from Era. Thankfully for him not to cost his life. Will be able to fall back to the A side. So this time Johnny Speeds have actually been able to get some control without losing anybody in the process, forcing these CTs backwards, creating a bit of room to work with for themselves.
You're already tagged down with that AWP early. I think definitely an underrated aspect of this Alliance team is Era. He's shown up pretty strongly in a lot of the officials that Alliance have played.
Yeah, been around for a while as well. That's why I was surprised when I checked his HL TV page. Bro's only 24. I thought he would have been like 27, 28 with how long he's been competing. Look at this though, brilliant work. Draken draws first blood. Lekr then able to advance up short into the A bomb site. Draken gets another. This is a whole lot better for Johnny Speeds.
It is, and they're finally going to get themselves going here, I think. Draken is also an interesting player to talk about on Johnny Speeds because he's the main focal point behind the project to begin with, right? And you know they've been through many a player on the Johnny Speeds team to try and find a formula that works for them. And as I said earlier, I do feel like this is a formula that is not looking too bad at all at the moment. Draken's got himself a 3rd kill in this round too, and RP will have to save over on B. But yeah, that was probably the main thing for me when I had a look at Draken. I was like, okay, some people might think, wait, Draken? Still playing? I had no idea. But when you look at how he plays on this team, I do think he's a really strong part of it still. And people might say, well, you expect more numbers from Yokab, maybe as the youngster coming from Young Ninjas, maybe Heap as well, who's got plenty of experience after playing with Dignitas back in the day, like back in the online era with likes of Get Right and Forest at one point, I believe. But I think Draken's doing really well for himself. And Lekr is the in-game leader too. Obviously a legendary name within the Swedish CS scene and has been for a long time. As I said earlier, I think they, from what I've watched of them recently, they do play very decent, like by the book CS that can kind of get you through and make you relevant and consistent at a certain level. But the thing is, when you have teams that can just overpower you at the top of tier 2, maybe that style doesn't necessarily work as well.
That's where you need guys like Heap to really step things up because he's got such good first bullet accuracy. His spray is really good. He's got some really good multi-kill ability in him as well. And like you say, you just need that firepower to push you over the edge sometimes. And I look at a guy like Heap to be that extra level that can kind of come out in those moments where you need some more firepower. Sure, you want it from Yokab as well, but you don't really want to put the responsibility on the youngster who's also just joined the team this year. You want him to kind of feel a little bit more free. So that he can kind of play some of his best CS. Sapik, more of a role player, you know what you're getting out of him. And I like that they've got like the 2 experienced guys in Draken and Lekr, and then 3 slightly less experienced guys, although Heap at this point has actually just been around for a while.
Yeah,
right?
exactly,
So got to look at him as a bit of an experienced figure as well. As for Alliance, I actually think that they've been one of the better GM'd teams in the past, like, year and a bit, maybe year. They had languished for so long with that, like, Pleasant, Robin, Bowden Master team. I feel like that team got a lot more leeway than they probably should have. And maybe, Trav, that's because they qualified for the Young Shipeng tournament that you and I had got to commentate. I think that bought them a lot more time than they probably should have had. And ever since that roster, I think there's been some really good GM bringing in guys like Upe, Harvard, Koi, Armail 09. I think they made really good decisions since then.
I actually agree with you entirely on that one, yeah. And just to quickly go back to Johnny Speeds as well, the one thing we haven't mentioned is kind of their main and newest addition. Is that there's another legendary name that's joined their fold, right? Freiburger's Coach.
Yeah.
So we've actually got like some of the present and the past of Swedish CS on the server here with Freiburg, Lekr, Draken, Twist, and the future, almost certainly with Mail 09, obviously.
Yeah, and
So let's see. I think it's pretty exciting. That's why it's a very good game to cover, and I was highly looking forward to it when I realised that we were doing this game last night. All right, let's have a look then. We've got Mail and Era keeping an eye on that mid push. They know that Johnny Speeds have been pretty active around that position. The normal take of bottom mid on Dust 2. The option of going through short quickly. And they haven't got any main presence on long. Era's now going to move up slowly to try and hold a more aggressive angle on it. If they do go late long.
Yeah. Okay, he's gotten the angle just in time. They're going to be able to try and force him off. No. And that's what I was talking about with Heap's first bullet. Accuracy steps into the scope of Era, who looked like he was a little bit caught snoozing at the wheel. Arvid going to be good for a frag, but that's round over with the smokes in play. Yeah, Upe's got to take the risk of going through that CT smoke to now try and cover long. No smokes left remaining. Oh, I lie. One had just been thrown. Okay, so that's going to aid them to get across now onto the safe bomb site. And you'd imagine with that, it should be Johnny Speeds' round.
Yeah, they'll just about be able to cross with Lekr safely. Now they're set up. I don't think we're going to be seeing much of a retake attempt. Look at Safex's position. It is close shot. There's another player coming into the trade too, and that's Yokab. He's really low off the back of that FAMAS spray though, and now Alliance will be giving this one a go. That shadow of a doubt. They've got to get past the two legendary names though of Draken and Lekro. Male, Twist, and Upi. What can they do? Draken on the angle, flicks up, misses, but Lekro holds on. Upi will get one more kill though. Now Draken has to deliver, and Draken will. No chance for Upe on that one. Male will get taken down as well, and Draken will make sure that Johnny Speeds keep themselves going.
I mean, it did feel like after that initial miss shot there from Draken that maybe Alliance were going to be able to overwhelm Lekro, and then Draken's just out in the open. He probably gets traded out at a minimum, but he's able to hit every shot required after that. And it's really good work from him to hold his nerve and get the round across the line for his team. It was always supposed to be a Johnny Speeds round there. He nearly dropped the ball. Nice shot there from Draken on the cross tagging. Mail up and oh, error. I don't know about that, mate. Yeah.
Yeah, that one.
Because was he trying to smoke Sui? You don't need to jump for that.
No, I don't know. It was a little bit bold. I think he was trying to push up, but jumping obviously makes it just a freebie for Draken if he's still in that position. And he thought Draken had left. Draken had not left.
Yeah.
Draken never leaves.
Draken was right.
There's not much of the 30-degree window anymore, if anyone remembers that meme from the good old days. Draken does hit most of his shots that he needs to, I think it's fair to say. Yeah, it is an eco round, really, for Alliance, other than that AWP that they've got now picked up by Male.
That is the thing, though, with, like, cultural memes, is they just stick no matter
what. They do.
Just because that was the case in 2018. Just how casters regurgitating that statement every time they cast a Draken game these days. It's like, okay, guys, but that might have been the case a long time ago.
Sorry, man.
No, not you, not you. I'm just saying, because you even came out and said that that's not really the case anymore, and that's changed, right? But it is a tag that's stuck with him for a very long time, and probably unfairly. Let's see, 09 has been able to recover the AWP that was dropped on Aero's corpse, and he's just going to find the one kill and then pull back. Can reassume the angle. It's such a tough shot to hit there. Just spots them narrowly on the cross, and so Johnny Speeds will get control and add a third round to their tally.
Yeah, now he'll fall away and try and keep hold of it, I'm sure. Of course, funny that historically, Twist also was a primary upper for some of his teams that he's been on in days gone by, right? I mean, as I said earlier, like he's currently the IGL for this team, and it's kind of cool that we've got two IGLs going up against each other here who were obviously in the same team together for quite a while, Twist and Lekro. I believe they were on Godsend and NIP together for some various stints of their career. As I touched on earlier, right, I mean, it is kind of incredible when you look back at Twist's career.
Sure.
As Avid looks to try and get a couple of kills on the exit. Not bad, bit of damage, but no more than that. How many, the list of players that he's got in his sort of history that he's played with from Sweden. Like, Twist has played with, and I made sure to double check this last night, Pronax, Lekro, Janada, Dennis, Olof, Forrest, Crims, Brolin, JW, Exist, Rez, Nork, Hampus, and more. And that, like, that's
hell of a body count.
Literally the golden, like, collection of Swedish players that you could possibly have from days gone by. So, pretty incredible. There's obviously many more that I haven't mentioned there.
And I mean, funny, out of all of those names, he's probably competing at the highest level. Maybe JW is one you could say with Eyeballers being slightly higher.
I said
ranked.
Rez, so we'll give Rez.
We'll give Rez, fair enough. There's one, but I'm just saying, out of the plethora of illustrious names you've read out, the fact that Twist is still plying his trade here at a good level and actually continuing to develop talent, maybe a bit more than most of those names ever did in Sweden, says a lot. Era has been caught napping at the wheel again. He's looking a little bit uncomfortable on the CT side as to how he wants to set himself up, but it's a really good kill back there from Twist to stop the rampaging Sapik. Gonna reset the round here. Twist will pick up the AWP. We've seen him being an AWPer in his past as well, so he certainly is formidable with the gun. He'll take heat down. He's going to bait Arvid in brilliantly, but Arvid actually spatial awareness not on the money, so he's left himself exposed. Lekro gets the kill Yakable round on Twist, and all of a sudden, blinking, it's a 2v2.
Yeah, now this retake is very, very difficult. Upe has the MP9 and that one defuse kit. Male's going to have to deliver, you think, with his M4 if they're going to get back into this one. Lekro and Yokab now set up. Headshot angle can be played on new box, but Lecro's got the line. Not known to be an AWPer, but he's hitting all the important shots. Mail will trade, now knows where. Oh, he knows where Yokab is, but he's got to go and pick up that kit. I think he's going to have plenty of time. Yes, he does. Okay, it's all good. It's a great recovery from Mail. Alliance had control of that round kind of throughout it. But Johnny Speeds again tried to wrestle it back, and in the end, it's going to turn out to be a very important one for Alliance because Johnny Speeds had built up 3 in a row.
And that was another round in which Johnny Speeds got the opening kill onto Era, who just felt like he was in no man's land. He wasn't at all ready for that fight to be thrust upon him either. So, bit of a wake-up call there for Era, and a bit of a salvaging of the situation there for Alliance as well. As they get that round across the line, they maintain their position in the lead here. Plenty money for Johnny Speeds to reinvest. We got a game on our hands here in the Swedish derby. The IEM Atlantic close qualifier. For anybody who isn't familiar, we've got a double elimination bracket lined up. So you have got one life from the competition. If your early game doesn't go your way, Male 09, well, things certainly going his way brilliantly here on Dust 2. He's 12-4. I love the change up from Alliance being proactive here in round number 9.
Yeah, absolutely. You can't just sit back on Dust 2. You've got to give it the full beans when you go for plays like that. And they didn't do it half-heartedly. They committed, that's for sure. Great job from Twist and Mail to hold on to the round, and they know they've kind of locked 2 players probably back in T-spawn as well. Era is going to try and shuffle that other AWP away. That's a lot of money that he's keeping hold of right now. Good idea, because obviously he knows how much of an issue it became in the previous round when Lecro found a picked up AWP. They've easily, once again, found a way back into the round. I'm very happy that, I know, like, he's playing against a team that he knows very well, but still, that Mail is playing well early game here, straight off the bat, and of course, lots of people coming in to watch this game in chat, I'm sure, will be very aware that he's the guy that has been named by some of the best riflers in the world at the ones to watch for the future. Got Nico, Xantarius, Sphinx, Frozen, Flames, and Rops, to name him. Now, that's a collection who you'd want on your side.
Mate. Yeah, but no pressure, you know, to deliver and live up to that expectation. Good awareness from Heap to be looking back in towards long, but Twist will still run that gunfight out anyway. That was very difficult for Johnny Speeds, and Arvid had just been biding his time, waiting for his opportunity to pounce behind the boxes on the A-bomb side. Catches Lecro with the bomb out. That frag is as free as they come, and Alliance will extend their lead even further. Sapik survives, means no round loss bonus for him. Might motivate them to buy here with Jakob and Heap having enough money, but this is where the half could really start to teeter for Johnny Speeds and get away from them, you know. Because if they lose this round, Trav 7-3, no money becomes 8-3. And when you've got these super competitive derbies, when one of the teams is really able to extend themselves and get into a really strong position, sometimes that momentum will just carry them all the way across the finish line.
Absolutely. And yeah, that little clawback from 4-0 to 4-3 gave them an opportunity to stay in touch, but that recovery from Mail on the A-bomb site, what was somewhat of a 1v2, has really made the difference to try and push them toward a very significant half here. Back in with the scout only in this round. Need to break that smoke, give a chance to Era to have a little look for a bit more, but no, it'll be avoided for now.
Well, there's Era finding an opening kill. Yeah, good work coming through from him. This is a massive opportunity for Alliance to really ramp up the pressure on Johnny Speeds, because remember, this is Johnny Speeds' map pick. They decide to stray away from their overpass. Era is living dangerously right now, and he will be able to get another kill before he inevitably goes down. Keeps that man advantage in play here. We breached that minute mark. Limited utility left here for the T side. In fact, not a single flashbang to try and aid their cause in getting into the safe bomb site. And that is a chunky grenade.
It really is. Avid now holding on. Knows where Draken's coming from, but will be traded by Yokab. I think that will allow a plant and possibly a setup, but again, it's one of these difficult situations, 2v3. Yokab with 2 kills in the round already. We need to see a little bit more from him. He's been one of the shining lights for Johnny Speeds once he's been picked up by the Young Ninjas project, and he does find one more. But now Sapek has to win the round on 42 HP. Twist Upe trying to push him down, playing from the corner, behind the box, in Gandalf, or Get Right, whatever you want to call it. Now that Molotov is going to be coming in to force him into the open. It was an obvious position he'd be playing from once they cleared out everything else. And they will do a good job at removing him. 7-3 confirmed. Plant probably gives Johnny Speeds a purchase. At least a half buy, because they've got enough money for Galils and utility. Maybe even Yokab can buy up an AK. We'll see what they choose. But at the moment, Alliance are in full control.
Yeah, they are. Just playing the trade train to the end of the round there, realizing they've got that man advantage, combining brilliantly as they look to retake that control of the A-bomb site, working really well as a unit right now. And that's the one hallmark, one of the main factors of the success for this Alliance team is how well they've worked as a unit. Got to give credit to Twist in terms of how he's galvanized the team, but also the coach Hawk, who's been working with Alliance for 2 years now. Like the system that's in place here, everybody's completely bought into, everybody's roles are incredibly defined as well. It means there's no gray areas in terms of what's expected from players.
Yeah. And Twist and Avid have kind of been on the team together since its inception almost, right? They've been one of the two main factors of it. Nearly 2.5 years they've been on Alliance now. If you remember, a couple of years ago, Matt, we covered the IEM Sydney qualifier, and Avid on that mixed team he played, playing against Apex, provided one of the highlights of the tournament. That incredible ace, I think it was on Overpass, if you remember. Long time ago now, but
yeah,
he's definitely got the talent as well.
Ones, to be honest.
Upe will hold on in mid. Sapek will go down. Half blind kill, but he did see his enemy before he forced his way out middle. And that's already a bit of a relaxing kill to grab. Twist has already pushed round top middle. He's got all the information in the world. Yokab will go down from that flank, and Avid on ramp. Should be able to hold on for a couple here. There is one. Bomb plant will be attempted by Lecro. Avid will then realise it's coming through. He's happy to give it up. They've got plenty of money anyway. They don't want to risk anything too much. They know they're going to get a buy next round. They can just give them the plant. It's the end of the half as it is. So they commit to having all 5 players alive. They will complete that goal. At the moment, they're on track for a 9-3.
Honestly, a pretty uninspiring T-side coming through from Johnny Speed so far. Feels like you just kind of have a standard mid-round without much pressure through middle. I mean, maybe a little bit peeking through the doors, but it's not like they're smoking off CT and trying to pressure up the ramp into the B side and then trying to go up short with a late long flank coming through. Feels like it's just been take some early fights, but nothing overly aggressive, and then just group up on short and try and hit into the A-bomb site once they haven't really been able to get anything else done in the round. Haven't seen any B splits. I think there's a lot more juice left to the squeeze here for Johnny Speeds, and they've been coming close in some of these rounds, so they probably feel like, okay, if we could just get this one across the line, then you know, it would be a great option. But it hasn't really worked out. Streak of 4 now for Alliance puts them in complete control.
Yeah, at the moment, Twist is reading his former teammate Lecro like a book. Will manage to pounce on Avid, trying to force the issue into lower this time, though. It's an opening, and then Twist tries to recover it. Heap is waiting on long. Now Ira's in a very awkward position with the AWP on close long door. Still trying to hold an angle between the two Molotovs. Now how he's managing to stick in that position, honestly, but he's done well with that. The swing comes through to try and get a couple of recovery kills, couple of clawbacks, but no. The flash was attempted, but Draken had a clean sightline. He takes his 9th kill of the half. And to be fair, it has been quite a lot of Draken and Lecro with the fragging in this first half. The two old heads of the team. Mail and Ira now have got a pretty impossible retake to make happen. Sepek will play the edge of the smoke in middle. That's a freebie for him. Now they know where Ira is. He knew he was on long earlier anyway. And 4 is okay. Johnny Speeds, it keeps him in the game, but it does rely on that second half pistol. Ira's going to try his absolute damnedest here to make this round a possibility, but he's going into a crossfire in middle. They're going to double swing him. Somehow they've still not yet traded him, and it's a real nice try. But that's all we all have. Sapek will get the headshot. 8-4 is confirmed. And Alliance will be pretty happy with that as we go into the halftime break.
Yeah, definitely. Ah, sorry, mate. Forgot about that one. Even though you said the halftime break, my brain still lagged for a second.
And we're back for the second half between Alliance and Johnny Speeds. Kind of as expected so far, the map pool did indicate that Alliance could be a bit stronger to begin this series, and especially Mail, the guy that's been on so many people's lips, even so early on in his career, performing well and getting his team off to a great start with that ace in the first pistol. What can you get done on this one?
Good question. If Alliance win this pistol, it feels like they basically put this map away. It's going to be very difficult for Johnny Speeds to battle back if they lose the second half pistol round. Their map pick. And they're pretty far apart right now. 2 players hard committed to long, 1 on the A bomb side, then 2 fully committed to B. So there's a lot of space in the middle of the map, and that's exactly where Alliance are headed.
There's the contact, pushing out middle now, and Lecro hasn't really seen much of that, but thankfully will be indicated what's going on by the other players on B, but I mean, the round's pretty much done already, isn't it? Nothing you can do about that. Mail doesn't even need to deliver in this particular pistol round, because they've got the 2 kills from Avid at Upe, and Draken, Lecro, and Yokab have nothing to say. They're going to be looking to save their Kevlar on 2 of their players already by the looks of things.
That was way too easy for Alliance. Smoke CT, charge up ramp, and at that point it's so difficult for the CTs on the B bomb side, just getting crunched in on pressure through tunnels, multiple players running up ramp as well. Alliance have already realized that they've committed to the saves. They're looking to try and hunt them down. Electro, yeah, saving a flash, and so he's going to be the easiest to fell without armor behind him. Back in that range, just looking for some consolation kills, just trying to fight to keep himself alive right now. Himself and Yokab, but a hell of a job to do, and could have some frags offered up for free. We said Melo 9 didn't have to do much, but he will get 2 kills with the Julies, and that sets Alliance onto a 9th.
Yeah, very clean so far for Alliance. And it's kind of funny, right? You mentioned how Johnny Speeds barely touched a mid to B through that entire first half. Pissed around, Alliance go mid to B. And it works perfectly. Kind of ironic in a way, but
yeah, was the perfect antidote, right, to the way Johnny Speeds was set up as well, without them obviously having known that. Johnny Speeds now going to eco a hero scout on Draken, looking to try and fight up middle here. And spotted though, be forced to fall back. This is not the showing Johnny Speeds would have hoped for after having picked +2, and I did mention in the pregame it was a gamble from them because they almost just always pick Overpass whenever it's available, regardless of their competition. But they got blown out the water by Alliance the other day on the map, and they also realized, okay, Alliance have only played Dust2 once this year, so maybe we could catch them a little bit rusty on the map, but Alliance have been brilliant so far here on the first map of the series.
Yeah, all the individuals have shown up well, which is a good sign. The Draken Scout looking for damage. Be a bit disappointed he hasn't been able to get more than just 1 tag, though, so far. He's got 5 players on his screen, pretty much. Now the damage is significant. Hang on. Sapek has managed to peak for 2 kills with the USP. Unfortunately, Lecro, this P2K is a little bit too far away to have a say anymore. Alliance have just about managed to brawl their way through. They'll get a plant to come through now. And if Lecro had any sort of force-bought pistol, notably a Deagle, I'm thinking, we all know the Goblin on the Deagle has been wonderful on that gun over the years. Maybe it was doable, but not on a default P2K, and Alliance are going to be fine.
Yeah, I was going to say, I don't know about the Hero Scout buy there, so Draken means he's going to have to buy a Scout here again, but it definitely was worth its weight in gold, getting multiple tags, inflicting a few frags, enabling his teammates as well. Taking 3 down in the eco round for Johnny Speeds, and then the consequence, quote-unquote, for Draken is that he has to play with Scouts again here, but he never would have had the AWP anyway, and that's why sniper rifle players do this, where they just get the Scout in the second round and the third round in the gun round. So, not much of a handicap, no AWP on the other side of the server, and Alliance now in a position where they can completely put the map away if they win this round here.
Yeah, it would stand them in good stead. As I was saying earlier, it would be a fun story if Alliance were able to maybe make one of these big lands they've been playing some qualifiers for. This is a great opportunity for them, I feel like, this Atlanta qualifier. 2 teams make it through. Sure, there are some higher ranked teams involved, notably the likes of BetBoom and Eyeballers, one of their local rivals. But, yeah, you never know. With 2 spots available, more often than not, you do see upsets in this qualifier. If you remember the Rio qualifier, there are a number of teams that made it through the opening game and were forced into the lower bracket that were a slight surprise.
Yeah. Honestly, I'd say there's only two teams I think have zero chance of reaching the main event, and it's Basement Boys and BetM, with all due respect. I think that you could kind of make a case for maybe any of the other teams in the competition. There's Dragon with that scout showing. It isn't a handicap whatsoever. That second shot was clean. Little flick there tears the head right off of Arvid and sets his team in a 5v3.
Even more as well as Draken playing from the cart. You know, they know he's still there, that's for sure. You're going to finally have to go aggressive to remove him, and they will. Thing is, you know, Draken has done incredible work there. There's still a chance for Ira and Upe, but it's going to have to be a big spray down, and in the end they pincer him. So no chance for Ira to do more than just the one kill. Jakob's going to hold it right now. Upe is way too disconnected to do anything about this. He's out middle. And we'll realise that DQ is coming in right now. We'll just keep hold of his Galil. No reason to throw your rifle away. That's a very important gun round for Johnny Speeds to get started here.
Yeah, much needed round. Really good work there from Draken with the scouts as well. Super clean headshots. Alliance trying to play on the front foot, just trying to take that space early and pressure into that bomb site up short, but it cut down. And because of the damage inflicted in the round before the gun round, Alliance just have to eco. This is Johnny Speeds' way to get back into the game. You win this, 10-6, gun round that follows, win that, 10-8 all of a sudden after another anti-eco. So very conceivable path to battle back into the game here for the team who picked the map that are currently behind.
I know we often say that opening maps for teams that picked it, as we can see here, obviously this is the pick of the CT side, Johnny Speeds. We often say they're non-negotiable when we look at the veto for the rest of the series. I wouldn't say this is exactly like that. Johnny Speeds have a pretty good Inferno as well as Alliance, but let's put at the moment that Johnny Speeds are the weaker of the two teams, and that's not just because of the scoreline, it's because of what we've had a look at beforehand as well. So
yeah,
we do feel like Alliance should be winning this game, and at the moment it could be in 2-0 fashion, but still a long way to go.
Yeah,
it's in full control here for now.
My one concern is that these two teams have played against each other on Inferno in both of their previous outings, and Alliance won at 13-4 on both of those previous outings.
Yes.
So
exactly.
Even though Johnny Speeds are Inferno enjoyers, completely right on that, it seems like Alliance have got their number on that map.
Good job from Draken again here, holding on with the rifle this time. Let's got him two lovely digs, but he's helped up by Heat for the final frag. That'll make sure to keep his teammate alive. And yeah, now the buy can come in at 10-6. Johnny Speeds have played, as you mentioned, quite a lot more than Alliance in 2026. They played 2 online tournaments, 2 LANs. They started their year with a second place to Tricked at the Play-Up Masters in Malmö. And it's not bad, but they probably would have expected to win that game against Tricked.
Sure.
And win that tournament. So, sure, it's giving them a boost to their VRS, but obviously you have to look at the caveats in those results. Might get you some good boost up those rankings, but also look at the teams they've beaten. Look at Big, for example, this year. I mean, they've gone from like 90th to 30th in the VRS or something along that line, and actually, really, the best team I could argue they've beaten is actually Alliance in one of those lands. So it's can be a bit deceiving sometimes, even though it's pretty obvious that Big's new roster with Blame F and Grix is going to do good things.
Yeah, I'm very excited about that big roster all of a sudden. Also going to get to see Fnatic later, OG with Cadian at the helm. It's going to be another blistering affair. Either way, Alliance with a bit of a later long take coming through. Lekra takes first contact. Andy takes the life of Upe. This is going to bait his teammate in brilliantly. They're not expecting the second man there whatsoever. AO9 will be able to get the frag on Ekro. Can he double down? It's not really going to matter anyway, because all of a sudden he's the last player left. He's going to drop a molly, and Jakob in the meantime will swing him, but can't finish off what he started. Like I said, pretty inconsequential though, with there still being 3 players left alive and barely any time for Mail to work with.
Now I feel like we might have a game. We might have a game. Time to stroke our beards and give us a thought about what could be happening. 24 seconds here. If Mail was full HP, he absolutely goes for this one properly. But yeah, I just don't think he's going to be given any opportunity. Actually, is going to try and push off the back of this one. With the AWP maybe feeling a bit more confident on it. And he's seen Draken miss that shot. So Molly in towards CT. Draken's pushed in front of it though. No scope. Draken decides to fly at him with the USP instead. And if that no scope hit, there actually was time for the plant, I think.
It would have been touch and go. It would have been extremely close there. Draken just fearless in his pursuit though, running at Male09, leaping at him with the USP. Remember, like I said earlier, Male09 did play with Johnny Speeds for like 6 months. I think he played at 100+ maps. So there's definitely going to be some familiarity for Johnny Speeds in terms of how Male09 plays, what his strengths are, maybe how to try and counter him a little bit as well. I mean, I know he's had a fantastic game so far, but it's worth keeping in mind.
Yeah, it is actually surprising, really, that I think Male has been on so many different Swedish teams in Tier 2, Tier 3 at such a young portion of his career. I mean, he's still only 16. There's a reason why he's the one to watch for so many of the top players. As I was saying about that list earlier, right, I think it was what? It was Antares, Nico, Spinks, Frozen, Flames, and Rops.
Yeah.
You know, slight caveat to that, I do think that quite a lot of those choices by some of those top pros are just cop-out choices because they've seen everyone else is picking Male09. Well, let's pick Male09 as well. He's the one that's been most publicized from Sweden and maybe even from EU in recent memory.
I wonder though that I think they probably have to give that bold prediction before they get announced on HLTV. So I'm not sure if they know each other's bold predictions. I'm just assuming. I think it's more that it's just because of how much popularity he's gained from his success on Face It, and then it's still a cop out because they just see the guy who's been the best on Face and they just go with that. But maybe for a slightly different reason than what you were saying. Yeah,
fair enough. I think you know, I was talking about it with some friends when I was seeing, you know, it's always one of the things as a tier 2, tier 3 CS enjoyer, you really want to see what the top pros think of a player from the future. For example, I think not last year but the year before, Xantares picked Ziello from Paravision. There's many examples of a top pro picking a player that's now gone on to play in tier 1 and do great things. But yeah, it was always a little joke between me and some friends that, okay, they've picked Male again. Of course they have. What a surprise.
An uncultured choice, yeah, exactly. Here we go, big hit coming through into this B-bomb site from Alliance. To change up the pace and direction. It's going to be a big test between Heap and Sapik, and they only get 1 kill between them. Alliance will find full side control and a man advantage.
Need to break the smoke. Draken trying to get one more frag through, and actually Yokav is the man to get that. Right-click smoke near the window for Male. It's in a decent position to hold off against any window pushes. All 3 CTs around mid doors now. And Johnny Speeds will be very aware that to get any sort of retake success on B, they've got to try and have some tunnels presence. And I think they're going for 2. It's a surprise because look where Twist is. That could catch them very rudely off guard. And there we go. Thankfully, Letcro trades it. But now they know what's up. They know where Letcro's coming from. Draken trying to provide some kind of distraction to get Letcro into the play. But Upe removes him comfortably. Now Draken can't force the issue anymore. Trying to no-scope his way out to safety by the looks of things. But he's not going to be allowed to. Male gets his 23rd kill of the game. And now finally up to 11 for Alliance.
So good to see Male09 stepping up in a game that's this important. Obviously, it's still early days in the qualifier. First game of the qualifier. But boy, has he delivered from the word go. That ace in the pistol round really set the tone, and he hasn't dropped off since then. 115 ADR. Brilliant work from him. Conversely, I highlighted the youngster for Johnny Speeds as well. Yokav having a lot more of a challenging affair here on Dusu so far. Now, Johnny Speeds are in a position, Trav, where if they lose this round, it's probably map over.
Yeah, it's been a decent battle from Johnny Speeds, but I do think now we're looking at a likely map 1 for Alliance. Male's been hitting some great shots on not just the rifle, but the AWP as well. Twist only a deagle in this gun round, but shouldn't matter too much. He's got the utility ready to get going with what he wants to use. Bottom mid control again. Avid and Male will just switch positions, discuss what's going on, who needs what utility from their particular default.
Yeah, a bit of a stalemate. Both teams just waiting for something to give. Lions got to be the ones to make a move here. Long, Necros wants a couple out. He's able to get frag on one, a bit of residual damage done to Male09 as well, but That'll earn Alliance some control here as they take some shape in the round.
Yeah, I've got long control now with 2 and 2 up short as well. So it looks like a split is the order of the day. It's the order for round 20, and there you go. Quick 1-for-1 for Sapek. Draken has to deliver, and more often than not, Draken has been hitting these shots. That was a much harder one, Mo, and now it's a very awkward position for him, as you can see. Just about manages to creep away behind the sight boxes. Male trying to put pressure on him, and then he catches the head. That's a big headshot, because now with 8 seconds on the clock, that is finally committed to a bomb plot. Male's going to probably be jump shot here, though, and there we go. Yarkab actually uses the box instead to get it done a bit more safely. Like a time there really becoming a bit more of a issue. 2 more kills for Male, but this time a CT round.
Team ace for Johnny Speeds. Everybody getting a kill there to contribute. Really well done, especially with those kills on short. That was the main success in the round for Johnny Speeds, that it kind of stifled the attack for Alliance, not having that extra avenue of entry to get in on the A bomb site. Meant that Draken could just reign supreme from A as well. Really smart with the way that he avoids the fight as long as he can, with Male forcing the youngster all the way forward. And then also, like you highlight, just lack of time for Male left remaining. Yarkab didn't want to take the risk of maybe jumping up, not getting the kill. Then the plants found their Male gets his gun out. Who knows what happens from there when he's in the form that he is.
Yeah.
Instead, it's going to be 9-11 with a brutal take out towards Long. This is the half-eye, but they've got an opening kill and they're not slowing down.
Yeah, I mean, Era has already gotten that kill with the Galil, and they're kind of concentrating on juggling grenades over towards short rather than being prepared for the long play. And thankfully, they've just been able to recover things now, I think. Yarkab's nade on the corner will force Upi away. And Upi will go down to Yarkab in the end. It's not clean. And Twist now coming in from short with that P250. He'd love to be able to collect that bomb and get it planted, but it's caught in no man's land on long. And no man's land is not a land you want to traverse, I don't think. One more kill would be lovely for a bit more damage to the economy, but...
Yeah, not going to happen, surely.
Well, he's found the M4.
Maybe. Smoke as well, that's going to help. And an HE.
That pickup of utility has given us a chance to go, maybe,
I was
but
gonna
no.
say, does Yarkab want to play catch? I mean, I don't think voluntarily, but it's not going to happen. Draken will finish off the job having a really good map right now, and his team needs him, is when he's delivering. And that's what you want from these experienced veterans. Draken's individual game has not dropped off one jot in recent times, still consistently putting up 1.1 plus ratings as the all-IGL within the team. I mean, obviously it's been a big talking point at the highest level of the game, how AWPers are struggling these days and, you know, kind of middling around 1.05 ratings. Often AWPers are foregoing the AWP in favor of the rifle as well, but Draken at this level has still been persistent and very good.
Yeah, and I obviously see a couple of people in chat right now saying about how, oh, Draken's still playing? That's really cool. And as I was kind of saying earlier, right? Like, when you get a game like this and what is an important qualifier for people who maybe only pay attention to Tier 1, they realize, oh, okay, Twist, Lecro, Freiburg, coaching, Johnny Speeds, like, Draken's still playing. There's lots of names here that we remember from days gone by. And names for the future as well, like Mail. And shout out to Heku in chat as well, by the way, who said, Shiro picked Donk as his bold prediction when no one else did it. So, very true.
Actually, I put a tweet out in like 2023.
Actually,
I put a tweet out in like 2023. You can go to my Twitter, type Donk, and you'll see a long time ago I mentioned that Spirit should promote him from the academy team because he is the source. So, Heku, there was one other.
Okay, Matt, trying to big yourself up here. Come on, Matt.
Best
opportunity to do so.
That is one of my good ones. That's one of my claims, Trav.
I mean, fair enough. To be fair, we were both lucky enough to cover Donk like in his infancy, pretty much in the scene. So, yeah, I always remember covering. I think it was one of the Thunderpick tournaments or one of the first like BetBoom Dacha qualifiers or something. I covered Donk when he was only just been promoted to Spirits, and it was just like blatantly obvious that him and Zontix were going to be promoted. Sadly, Art Frost was left behind in the end, but. Shiro is a player you wouldn't be upset to be replaced by, that's for sure. Anyway, back to business. Mid B smoke coming through for a Twist, and the corner smoke as well to get some access out middle. That will worry Johnny Speeds that those smokes are in play, and they does ward Twist away a little bit, but short is the issue. And that could be a surprise, because look where Twist has now managed to maneuver himself into. He's actually in CT right now. That's what those smokes have allowed him to do. Big nade on Avid and Upe that has taken 50 damage off of both of them, but Mail's got the entry on Lekro. Thankfully for Johnny Speed, Sapek and Yokab will both hold on. 4v3 again, time is getting low, and Mail's going to have to activate from long. Could get caught by the side player. Oh, it's a Lebron spray. Very awkward, but finally completes it. Draken still finds the kill on Twist, though, and that bomb is not yet planted with 8 seconds on the clock. It's only just gone down now, and Draken missing that shot might realize, I can't do anything about that anymore.
Yeah, and because of their financial situation, he probably feels inclined to save so he can drop a gun or two going to the next round for some of his teammates who don't have as much money. That round was on the knife's edge. The key detail there was that Alliance were able to pressure that A-bomb site from both long and short. That's why Yokab was so uncomfortable, because it looks a bit weird that he's actually trying to edge himself forward to fight with the short guy, but that's because they don't have long controls. There's no way that they can actually sit confidently or comfortably and try and deal with what's coming their way. They had to make an unorthodox decision there. An uncomfortable play needed to be made. It doesn't work out. Alliance will hold on to get themselves up to map point first.
Just about. And that other aspect of having Twist pushing through CT, right? Using those mid to B smokes and various other bits of utility. That got him 1 kill too, which in the end proved to be pretty important. Mail up to 27 in regulation. We've played 22 rounds. As we go to round 23. This one looks like it could be a pause. Or a round reset. Match medic, maybe. There we go. Hopefully not too long before our 12-10 round gets underway again.
Yeah, Johnny Speeds have done really well to back-to-back a couple times now on the map, right? They were down 8-3, and they managed to make it an 8-4 half. They lost the pistol. Lost the round after that, so they were down 10-4 at that point. Able to battle back again. All the way back to 10-8. And they battle back from 11-8. But Alliance have always won those key rounds to keep themselves in control, to keep themselves in pole position to win on their opponent's map pick. History suggests that Inferno has not been kind to Johnny Speeds in this particular matchup, so they really want to get the job done here on their map of Inferno, of Dust 2 rather, going into Inferno next.
Indeed. I was mentioning earlier about the teams that Twist has played on in his history, right, and all the legendary Swedish players he's played with. 2 majors that he kind of went deepest in, Kato 2014, and E-League Atlanta 2017. I believe LGB and Fnatic, the 2 teams that he played on back in those days. That's what I think makes this little storyline really cool. If Twist was able to qualify for IEM Atlanta nearly 10 years after he was playing that major and made the semi-finals at E-League Atlanta, it would be a pretty cool return to a Tier 1 event for him. Have to see, though, obviously. It's only map 1 in this tournament, and there's plenty of other strong teams involved that can easily provide some resistance. If you look at other teams playing in the qualifier right now, of course, run you through those other games later on, too. We've got BetBoom playing Basement Boys. We've got ENCE involved. We've got Fnatic versus OG to come later. We'll be covering that game on this stream. Looking very much forward to that one.
Oh, yeah. That's going to be a humdinger of a game. Era, draw first blood, looking to try and push Alliance across the line. This is going to be their best opportunity considering the weapons or lack thereof in play for Johnny Speeds. Draken already having been removed from the equation as well. And Alliance at this point going to look to just try and play the trade train to the end of the round. I like this decision as well, realizing after they get that kill in middle, they've forced the setup to adjust, and then probably realizing that there couldn't be more than just one player out long at most. Is there Flash to take the control? They've gotten through CT, they found Lekro in the corner, and this becomes almost impossible now for Johnny Speeds, down 3v5 with their 3 players iced out by smokes.
Yeah, Crow's Deagle, as I touched on earlier, is it's a famed weapon. He's done many incredible things with that over the years, but not on this occasion, and everyone collapses in the end. Very comfortable cleanup for Alliance at the end of that game, winning it 13-10. Props to Johnny Speeds for actually recovering that map a little bit and making it a bit more competitive. We did think going into this one with the veto decision, with the lack of overpass, Johnny Speeds thinking, okay, it's a strength for Alliance 2, let's not go into it again. Unfortunately, this other gamble, the Dust 2 gamble, hasn't paid off. And going into Inferno, Matt, sure, it's an okay map for Johnny Speeds. They play it to a pretty decent level from the times I've watched them on it. Alliance love it too. So there's a good chance of a 2-0 here for the higher ranked Swedish team.
Yeah, it really does feel that way. I mean, Johnny Speeds, like I said, did very well to constantly kind of keep themselves in the contest and win rounds that meant that they were still being competitive, but Alliance were in control throughout, and it sets them up really nicely to get another win over their countrymen here and take a good step in the right direction.
Absolutely, and I think, from what we've seen from Alliance as well, historically, they might not have played it and grinded out the games and the BO3s and officials in Tier 2, Tier 3 as much as Johnny Speeds have this year, but you can kind of tell they're looking really clean. And already, I mean, maybe we've mentioned it a lot, but it does deserve to be mentioned one more time. Mail dropping 27, 28 kills in regulation in his first game in the qualifier. There's a reason why Alliance are delighted to have this guy on loan from Medisport, and why we're kind of confused maybe that other teams that Mel has been on maybe haven't exactly tried to use him to the best of their ability yet.
Yeah.
Either way, I think it's going to be interesting to see how he performs in the rest of the
is,
series.
With him on loan, do Medisport just go, yeah, we made a bit of a mistake on that one. We're just going to pluck our player back and insert him into the roster. You hope there's some terms and conditions on the loan that mean you can't just kind of recall him whenever you want. But I don't know. Either way, that was a brilliant map from him from start to finish. And there was good supporting cast around him as well for Alliance, right? It wasn't just the one-man show, which kind of maybe felt like the case with Draken on Johnny Speeds a little bit. The rest of the team, pretty underwhelming. There was good support from Era in particular. Twist had some big rounds and looking very good for Alliance across the board.
Yeah, and funnily enough, that might be a storyline we have later with, Flamus on loan at OG from VP. VP are in such a mess right now. Maybe they say, okay, Flamus, we need you back. But joking aside, we'll get back into that later, and we'll get back into this game in about 13 minutes' time.
So come on, here's something you don't want to miss.
Welcome back to the Intel Extreme Masters Atlanta closed qualifiers. The global qualifier, of course, but now we've got Alliance and Johnny Speeds on your screens. We've already seen Alliance take map 1 of Dust 2 in pretty convincing fashion overall. There's a bit of life for Johnny Speeds in that map in the end, but going on to Inferno now, Matt, we have to look at the results recently and see the reps that Johnny Speeds have got this year compared to Alliance, but I still feel like Alliance should be the stronger of the two.
Yeah, they'll definitely be backing themselves and they'll be full of confidence, not just because of the results they've had in the past, having beaten Johnny Speeds 13-4 both of the previous times they played against them on Inferno, but also when you consider what had happened on Dust, where Alliance were in control throughout the entire map. They had an outstanding performance from Male09, good contributions from Era and Twist. Arvid and Upe did their job to a fantastic degree as well. So Alliance from top to bottom are looking really good, and I think Johnny Speeds need to get off to a good start on Inferno so they aren't chasing the game again.
Yeah, exactly. I mentioned reps in general. Sometimes you have to dig a little bit deeper, right, for results when it comes to beginning of the year matches. Alliance actually only played Inferno once this year against Semperfi. I think in a local LAN in Sweden. Most of their recent results have come in December and November, whereas Johnny Speeds have put it 4 times this year already, both on LAN and online for CCT, and I got a chance to cover their game against Medisport in CCT where they won 13-10, and it could have been a lot easier than that. They were much the better team on that day, and as you say, I think Alliance, their previous results are good on the map against Johnny Speeds directly, but we do have slightly different rosters than we had then, so you never know what can change. And Johnny Speeds have got off to a pretty good start. Yokab with 2 kills on the dualies, and Draken knows where that second player is.
Big kill.
Long, but Avid finding Lekro is a big kill. That should allow a bomb plant. Sapek now trying to defend against that, but not possible. He's going to have to wait for his rotations.
And they know that there was a guy who was throwing a fake into the B bomb site. That's why Draken's worried about middle, but Twist isn't actually going to look to take any fights. Instead, he sets himself up in Boiler Room. Johnny Speeds do not have a kit. I'm not sure if there's one on the site, but I don't think that there is. The time is of the essence.
Pushing in now, already the first head taken by Avid. Not much more to do really for Draken now. Avid's doing it all, and he's helped up by Era on the final frag. Nicely done. Alliance with a great recovery. Yokab started the round. They could not end it.
Yeah, it's brutal because he gets 2 kills and neither of them were instantly traded. That was a proper 3 versus 5 that Alliance have been able to win. They get that kill on Yokab, they find the frag on Lekro without losing anybody. That then unlocks the A bomb site. They get the plant and they make the post plant look easy. Oh, that is a little bit concerning for Johnny Speeds, how quickly that round had disintegrated considering the position they were in.
Because Yokab got those 2 kills, he's decided to force up a FAMAS.
Without head armor, by the way.
Yeah, very susceptible to both the Galils and especially those fast-moving Mach 10s. Alliance buying 3 of them in this round, and that kind of indicates to you that they're going to go for some kind of faster move later on in the round to set themselves up to begin with, and then fast wrap A, go through long, could even just group up toward B at any point. The world is their oyster at the moment.
Yeah, Alliance are just going to keep themselves in control of middle, slowly work in towards the safe bomb site. Johnny Speeds are going for a gamble stack over to the B bomb site. They bet on red. Unfortunately, the ball looks like it's going to land in that black slot, so Lekro is going to have to pull a rabbit out the hat here, basically left to his own devices. Oh boy, playing from behind the truck right now. His position made known, and there's that Mach 10 just leaping out of apartments, gets the kill while in midair, and that's a straight up round over. No point in even hanging around here if you're Draken. Really important that you just save your Deagle and armor, give you a bit more to work with in that next round, even though you're saving your money, basically be a full force behind them.
Yeah, that's the pain of Inferno, I'm afraid, for a CT side, and a pain for the viewer as well. I mean, there's many people watching who probably don't want Inferno to be in the pool for too much longer. Surprised that Train was already removed after 1 season in the map pool to get Anubis back in. I think some people hate Mirage, some people hate Inferno, some people hate the popular maps. It's always, of course, up for debate, but usually the common opinion is that Inferno or Mirage should be removed. I don't think Mirage should be removed. I think it should be Inferno. It's rounds like that, right, where you see the setup to the CT side and you just know that Lekro, like, there's no way in a million years he's getting more than 2 kills with that 5-7 and giving them a chance to win the round. So
I think people who want
Curious.
Mirage to be removed, it's like the Inglorious Bastards meme that they give themselves away that they don't know ball, you know?
Right.
You got to choose Inferno, guys. You're making it obvious. You're making it obvious. Don't give it away so easily. Listen, I'm very biased because Mirage is definitely one of my favorite maps. I think in terms of entertainment value, Mirage just clears Inferno, and that's basically for me the baseline that I go off of in terms of how I prioritize maps. It's just straight up entertainment as a viewer.
Yeah.
I think even as far as playing is concerned, I think Inferno is a pretty fun map to play. I think it's funner to play than it is to watch, I guess, so like kind of relatively speaking in that regard.
Yeah, it's a weird one, right? I mean, you can even add Dust to the conversation as well of a map that's kind of just a little bit boring, but I think in general you do get more good games these days on Dust 2, and especially Mirage. I mean, Mirage is the archetype perfect map, right? When it comes to retakeability and all the above, makes for exciting moments. So, yeah, I think Inferno is the obvious one for many that probably should go, but all up for debate, of course. All up for debate. I'm sure you guys will be having that debate in chat right now. Dragons found Mel09, and that's a good little push there from Letcro. Bay only gets that one kill on that trade. Sapek from the site could do something good here. The flash is excellent. And this saved force now has an AK and a Galil to use, and Yokab's FAMAS is still up. Twist Mac 10, Avid Galil, they're going to have to force their way through a smoke. They don't have to, but they're going to. And Sapek can't connect. If Sapek did, surely would have been a Johnny Speeds round. But as it is now, Avid will take point, knowing that Twist is low, takes the opportunity to peek CT before that smoke is up. And it catches one more off guard. Now, Yokab has found that AK short, but he is kitless, and I'm sure Alliance will know that there is no kit in place. So they can just try and waste the time down as much as they possibly can. Yokab is probably playing for some sort of exit kills here because he knows he's buying next time anyway, but he's going to give it a look. Thing is, it's into the Lion's Den, and that is not a den you want to be in. Twist gets the headshot, 3-0.
Oh, that got so incredibly close. Great effort there from Sapek. He does really well to get that initial kill. He just couldn't hold on for that frag on Twist, like you say. I feel like that would have given them a huge chance of actually closing out the round from there. Doesn't transpire, but that you'll take the damage. You'll take the damage at a minimum. Alliance have built up a decent amount of cash early on. Again, off to a good start here for Alliance. Looking to extend that here as we go into the first gun round. AWP in play for Draken, and Johnny Speeds going to open up their account here. Let's try and be active in towards the top of Banana. It's going to be a big point of contact throughout this map. Johnny Speeds have kind of conceded the control. Alliance get it early on.
Yeah, no, thankfully no FAMASs this time for Johnny Speeds. They've got proper full buy available. They've got the M4s. They've got the AWP out. Little right-click jump flash. They're really forcing the issue on B. And Mel has got another entry on Sapek. There's not even a CT smoke yet. They're happy to fight it. They're happy to battle it. Nades to break it. But again, you've lost the opening kill. Sure, damage might be done. If you can't find kill with those nades or any sort of smoke spam to get you back into the round, I just don't think you should be giving this one a look. And there we go. We know what the answer is. It's Inferno after all. They're off.
This is such a simple approach from Alliance. Okay, well, we got in Banana control without much of a contest. Let's just go for the straight-up execute. And it's very similar to their first gun round that they ran on Dust 2, if you remember, where they just went straight into the B site through tunnels. So, clearly part of the game plan for Alliance. They like to be simple and direct in their first gun round to try and make a bit of a statement. Going to give Johnny Speed something to consider. At least they will survive with 4 players, so we'll see another full gun round following up here in the next. But Johnny Speeds have got to have the confidence to try and fight for Banana control in the early stages of these rounds.
Yeah, exactly. 4-man save means obviously they can buy again totally fine. Make sure they drop an M4 as well, not any SMG or a FAMAS or the like. No MP7s yet, really, we've seen in this series. We know how strong that SMG is now in the current meta, but not been touched too much by either team. Yeah, they need to find a way to get going here. Do Johnny Speeds, what have they got in their locker? Got everything they could possibly want, but you always feel maybe a bit nervous early game on Inferno. You want to try and go aggressive, you want to try and be assertive, but it can really catch you early, especially when you're already down 4-0. You know you need to change it up sometimes, but what do you do confidently? Try and make that happen. And Alliance are playing with the pacing of the game right now and are feeling very confident with it. Mel's already up middle. That Molotov towards short will give him a free headshot on Letcro and almost another one on Yokab. That was a Slightly slow trade, but Jakab is confident enough to go for it. But he's pinned in apartments, thankfully, though. It's a great kill at Upe. I'll get away with a man advantage.
Good initiative being taken here by Johnny Speeds. Good confidence on display, battling forward, taking the fight to Alliance, disrupting the round. And there's more where that came from. Twisted the swing, 2 players on his screen, can't deal with either. Great setup there, working the trick between Draken and Jakab. Big round coming through from the youngster. Had a slow start on Dust 2, but he's looking a lot better here on Inferno. A bit of an awkward position for Era to try and connect the dots with his teammate because he's got an AWP, so it's not really an ideal weapon to have to sweep back through CT. And you can see Heap is already considering this as well.
Yeah, should be impossible for Era.
I don't know. If he gets his kill on Heap, there's a chance.
They are looking back and forth, and there we go. He was tagged up in that duel. Avid's still alive. We know how good he's been in this series so far as well. Low HP on Jakab. Zapek realizes now that he just cannot afford to go down. But of course, with that, it means that he gives up the plant. Good nade. Era now down to 6 HP. Only a tickle needed to take him down, but Jakab is disconnected. Okay, he was low HP anyway. That might not be the end of the world, but his presence alone would have been very important in this retake for Johnny Speeds. And now Draken's been tagged up by the Era AWP. Oh, it's falling apart now, and not all due to their own fault, really. Incendiary will come through. Era still holds on, and finally nade clears him. It's all down to Avid. Draken's picked up a kit, but there's not really any time to go for it. Not when you have an AWP, and he's having to save again. Oh, nightmare.
Yeah, that feels really unfortunate for Johnny Speeds, and it's just the nature of the beast. It's the realm of the game, playing online Counter-Strike. You got 10 players connected from different locations, all on independent computers. There's a lot that can go wrong, and it's the worst possible moment for something to have gone wrong for Jakab as well. It did look like he was having a bit of an issue in library earlier, if you noticed as well. He was like staring into nothing for a few seconds, and I was like, okay, not sure what's happening there, but it was at the end of the round, so I didn't think much of it. But that's really rough. 3v2, like you say, he was low, but I still feel like they probably win the round there with Jakab in the server. So that really sucks for Johnny Speeds. Again, like such a good start to the round. The early setup worked, the trick, they got a huge numbers advantage. Era just goes nuclear, right? Getting that kill on Heap and then also getting a kill in the post plants as well, low on health. Brilliant effort.
Yeah, it's just the fact of his presence alone and maybe a little bit extra utility really would have made a difference. He could have just jumped in for Draken and Draken could have made a quick trade, right?
Yeah.
So
don't be deceived by the HUD. We're not playing 4v5. Just hasn't reset that Jakab is actually in the server. So you can't see him on the minimap either, but I'm almost certain he's there, Trav. Surely, right?
You'd think. Yeah.
There he is in CT spawn.
We can see it in the end, so we'll get the hard reset for you so you can see Jakab appear. Sometimes it takes like a round or two for it to reset when a player disconnects and rejoins. There are not 2 heaps.
A heap of heaps. How many heaps would you need in a heap to call it a heap? That's my question. Probably like at least 4, right? I don't think 3 cuts it. 3 would just be a couple of heaps. It wouldn't be a full heap.
See, this is what Inferno brings to the discussion, guys. This is why this needs to be removed. We're talking about when is a heap a heap. So, chat, you know what the answer is. It's minus Inferno.
Yeah.
Era's going to force his way toward long. Letcrow on the angle. Little right-click flash for himself. Does deliver the kill on Upe. That's pretty handy. And Draken will be able to deal with Twist as well. Era needs this trade kill, but Letcrow ducks underneath his crosshair. Well, he is Mail in a lot of trouble. Multiple players around him and caught by Draken in the end. Good work from Draken again. 2 kills and started strongly on the map, even though he hasn't really got into the game at all early map on Inferno. Once he's been given a chance to deliver, he has delivered. So finally we get to see something from him, and finally we get a round for Johnny Speeds.
Gonna have to be a lot more where that came from. Can't afford for it to be one in isolation. The game got away from them early on Dust 2 as well. Good start, Jakab fighting down middle. We'll find an early frag onto Upe. And Halo 9's been taken down as well, so this is exactly what you would have wanted coming through from Johnny Speeds. Again, playing on the front foot is a good sign of confidence.
Yeah, and it is a 5v3 to my knowledge as well. There we go. Little refresh of the HUD. We do have technically 2 CT sides right now, so don't be fooled by the blue on both.
Oh
It
boy.
will be sorted when the round resets in the next round. Now we can see that Yokab is in, thankfully, which does help our vision of the situation.
Honestly, I'm just not going to
goofy.
trust the HUD at all.
No,
right
I'm not.
now.
I'm not looking at it at all. I'm ignoring it as well.
All it's going to do is confuse me, because apparently Freiburg's dead, so it cannot be trusted.
Freiburg's here, guys. The coach of Johnny Speeds is ready
and he is the king of Inferno, the king of Banana, so maybe you would want to sub him in either way.
They couldn't keep him away, Matt. They couldn't keep him away.
Yeah, we thought it was Yokab timing out, Trav. Either way, 2v2. Johnny Speeds have a good chance on the retake. You got one player in Big Pit with the AWP, and you got Twist nestled into the corner here. Time ticking away. Kits are plenty. Sapik has been tagged. Thankfully not fragged. It's going to be an HE, though, that will finish off the job, and that's going to make Draken tentative. And in fact, it's going to be enough to send him packing again. Another round for Johnny Speeds, where they get some fantastic opening kills, but they can't convert it. What's that? Now, I think 3 of the 6 rounds, they've had at least a 2-man advantage that's gone awry.
That's Inferno for you, isn't it? You can crack your way into a bomb site and get yourself set up in any sort of afterplant. Getting any retake done on CT is not easy. There we go. It does look like the HUD has refreshed itself properly now. So we're all good.
Okay, breathe a bit easier.
Refresh.
Yeah.
And breathe. Freiburg appeared for a split second to try and tell his mates off. Guys, this is not how you play Inferno. Don't you remember my entry frags from 2014?
Only 12 years ago now.
That's terrifying. In 2014, when Freiburg was winning his major, Mail was 6 years old, I think. 5 or 6 years old.
Yeah, insane. Would it not have been less? Would it not have been 4?
It might have been less, 4 or 5, I think, maybe, yeah.
Yeah.
I did quick maths
Either
on
way,
stream, my bad.
just started diapers as Arvid is going to be putting Heap to bed. Sweet little kiss on the forehead there for him. That is going to be a great opening kill for Alliance. And look at how they work the map with that opening frag. They're expecting that to force an adjustment on the setup for the CT side here. Although Johnny Speeds, they haven't bitten down. They have not budged. They still remain with the 3 players over towards Ace. There's still a good chance crossfire in towards top mid. Yokab dealt with though while he's throwing a nade, and Draken's only going to be able to get the one. Even though Alliance push up to the bomb site where there are numbers set up for the CT side, it does not matter. Maybe Lekro could hold it down, but there's going to be pressure all over.
Lekro, what have you got? Pinch from long and short, forced forward by the molly. Thankfully, Avid was low. He manages to get one more. Now playing with the headshot angle on the site. Surely will be found. Upe does grab it, but Sapek has made it a 1v1. Now, the mind games will begin. He knows it's Era. He knows it's the AWPer. And he's going to go and pick up that bomb as well. Sepet can play with this smoke and be a bit of a nuisance, you would think, but it's going to be a fake from Era. And he's already on such a wide angle that Sapek was not expecting. No doubts there for Era in his mind that he was winning that 1v1.
He seems to be in a bit of a flow state right now, does Era. He's hitting some really good shots. He's reading the situations brilliantly as well. Fakes the plant, draws Sapek out like poison from a wound, and then just puts him down. The antidote. And that is 7 out of 8 now for Alliance. Again, another round that could have gone Johnny Speeds' way. I mean, it was a really good effort from Lekro to get as much work done as he did and stay alive for as long as he did. But ultimately, his efforts in vain. This game getting away from Johnny Speeds at an incredibly speedy rate.
It really is. And it would get us back on schedule as well if Alliance and Johnny Speeds were able to finish this game this quick. Fnatic and OG will be our second opening round matchup to follow on this stream later. Then for the evening slots, we'll have Lucy and Brandon taking you through some of those other matches in the lower bracket and upper bracket, I believe.
Yeah, subscribe to our only bangers today with the games you got lined up.
Should be good. We need this buy round to work out for Johnny Speeds here, though. That MP7 Lekro is in play. Draken will eventually swing middle to get that pick. And again, they'll have an opening advantage for a little bit. But as you've mentioned, seemingly every single time there's a trade that comes through, that gets Alliance back into
They've got to
these
expect
situations.
yeah, Trav.
And Letcro has played this position more often than not in this half. 5-7, now MP7. What can he make happen with it? They're not clearing it. It's 1-3-B, trying to bait out Hero, and he's done a brilliant job. And that's what the MP7 can do.
All right, boys. I think we've just got to expect Lecro in that position at this point because he has used it so frequently throughout this half. It's unconventional, but it's really nice because when the T's are pushing up short into A, they're worried about Big Pit. They're worried about the bomb side in particular as well. So you almost always catch the first player with his back turn, and you can very quickly swing out maybe before the comms come through as to where that guy's been killed from and then catch somebody else off guard. So great effort from Lecro, despite the fact that Alliance won 7 out of 8 when they do lose a round, and they're reduced down to pistols and a single AK, a reflection of how much damage was inflicted by Johnny Speeds in the rounds that they were losing. They need 5 here, I think, Trav. It's going to be really tough to win the map if they only get 4 from this first half. Last time they started on the CT side, they were down 10-2 on the half. Time before that, they were down 10-2 on the half again. So it looks like for the first time, they'll finally be able to rack up more than just 2 rounds on their CT side against Alliance. And there you have it. And they're able to get the job done here and get up to 3.
There we go. It's kind of crazy that Alliance seemingly have their number on Inferno so significantly, right? Sure, this can be brought back to a 7-5, and usually it's an argument I always make, right? That if a team beats you convincingly on the map more than once, and you play them again, by that point, you've surely figured out what they've managed to exploit. And have maybe tried to patch those holes. But, yeah, Alliance really running all over them, full control of the game. But now, there's a glimmer of hope to recover things. Letcro has held on brilliantly. MP7 now 13-6 to his KD, captaining Johnny Speeds and fragging his way to trying to get this game even again.
On course here to make it 7-5. Probably feel like they've left multiple rounds on the table with how many good positions they've gotten into that they haven't been able to convert. But got to focus on what's ahead of them. Notably, Male09 having a far more tough time on Inferno than he did on Dust2. Just 3 kills here so far on the map. And 2 of them came in the pistol, if I'm not mistaken.
Correct. So one thing with Male, right? I mean, it's very, very difficult for young players to take to professional CS like a duck to water. Not every player will be Donk. There will be nobody like Donk probably ever again to manage to burst into the ceiling Katowice and drop a 1.7 for God's sake. I mean, that will never be seen again. I'm convinced of it. But yeah, like, you know, Male's only 16. He's being talked about by so many of the top pros in the world. Obviously comes with some sort of pressure. He's not going to be able to block that out every single map, and he's going to have bad games. Every single player has a bad game. Unfortunately, this could be a bad round for Johnny Speeds. Avid has double entried them in Banana, and he's only Yokab here. They have figured out there's a 3rd player there. Surely they'll realise there's only 1 left, and as soon as they get the kill, the site will be open. And logically, now smoke CT and win the round just like that. The half will be coming to an end in a pretty damp squib, I'm afraid, I think, Matt.
I just love the persistence there from Alliance with Arvid getting that double entry kill and then just charging into the B site. And even though he goes down, Alliance don't think, okay, well, let's slow down, let's pump the brakes. They're like, okay, there can't be more than just that 3rd. And if we give them time, then we don't really know because there could be rotations that start to become a factor. So they think, let's just continue to keep up the pressure on that B bomb site, eventually get that kill on Yokab, and now just have to hold on in the post bomb to get themselves 8.
Yeah, should be all good. 8-4. As the T side is pretty solid. We need Draken and Letcro to confirm it. It's the 2 old boys of the team, the legends of the team, but I'm afraid there's not much they can do on this occasion. It's an amazing half from Letcro, dropping 16 kills overall. Draken, I mean, for goodness sake, he's not even giving this one a go at the end of the half, I'm afraid. He'll go down with the ship. And at the moment, it looks like Johnny Speeds could be going down to that lower bracket. It's 8-4 for Alliance at half. See you in a minute.
God damn.
Alliance getting ever closer to continuing in the upper bracket for the IEM Atlanta closed qualifier. They're in full control of this series versus their Swedish rivals, Johnny Speeds. A map and 8-4 up, looking to close it here and now.
Yeah, again, as was the case in the previous map, 8-4, it's very good for Alliance in terms of how they've been in control throughout the entirety of this series. Can they keep that up right up until the finish line?
Hero will also be able to just tap away. Free reign against Heap and Draken. That is annoying already for Johnny Speeds to start the second half, and his repositioning is very good. He sees Yokab. Is he ready for him? Of course he is. Era has got full control of this pistol. He's dancing back and forth. Mail is there to help out as well, and Lekro should get overwhelmed. He will get overwhelmed. He'll take one with him, but it means nout. It's 9-4.
I just love the statement from Era, fighting down middle, so full of confidence. It's just completely bullying Johnny Speeds, because even after he gets the first 2 kills, page 3, chapter 2 of the textbook says, you've got the 2-man advantage, just fall back onto the bomb sites and finish off the job from there. But Era says, I'm throwing that textbook out the window. Era 404, textbook not found, because Era has been. And he just pushes even further forward into the balcony room. He gets another kill onto Yokab. And Johnny Speeds are actually going to force back here, Trav. This is a really bold decision. If this doesn't work out, it could just straight up be the end of the map, and with that, the series, you know.
Yeah, I know you don't like these sort of force buys. You want to see a team get at least 1 gun round in a map when they're this far behind. But at the same time, it's like they are 9-4 behind. They want to try and make something happen. If they completely reset them here, then they are still in with a shot. And they will still at least have 1 gun round. As you said, it could be like 11-4 down. So
yeah.
It's going to be rough. They're going to have to make something happen here. These Tech-9s are going to have to deliver, but the setup here for Alliance is pretty good. Flashes are great, though. Flashes are really good, and Era's going to have to deliver. Thankfully, he's got Upi to help, and oh my goodness, he's holding on brilliantly. And he has a few bullets left, and he's able to get all of them to finish it off, even though he was scrambling for ammunition.
Oh, what could have been? It's such a fine margin, because that first player for Johnny Speeds who's entering into a bomb site looked like he was going to clear that close left cubby, but because of the second player behind the default boxes takes contact, well, he gets destroyed, but he takes the attention away from Era, who regains his vision and just mows a Johnny Speeds down. That is a brutal round for the T side to lose. It was looking really good with how much momentum they had behind them. But they get brought to a halt by Era again. 10-4, just 3 rounds away for Alliance from finishing off the series 2-0. And sure, Johnny Speeds improved on their effort on the CT side compared to their previous 2 outings against Alliance, where they lost half 10-2 on both occasions. They still could very well lose this map 13-4, again for the 3rd time in a row against Alliance.
I know, wouldn't that be crazy to have such a dominant map over a team? Inferno is something that they're so happy to have in their wheelhouse. A little bit lazy on the MP7 there from Era. Yeah, lackadaisical is a kind way of putting it. Let's give Johnny Speeds a glimmer of hope in what is their eco. A reminder that there are other matches, of course, going on right now as well, as Mail looks to try and clear up this eco. BetBoom are now map and 5-4 in front, as I look at it, against Basement Boys. That's a very expected win for them there if they're able to complete it. They got very close to qualifying for IEM Rio in our recent global qualifier, but choked both series to miss out.
Yeah.
ENCE are a map up against Cybershock, 13-7. And Nuclear Tigers are a map up against Sinners, but 7-0 down in map 2. That's always a fun team to watch, Nuclear Tigers. We might be seeing them quite a lot over the course of this qualifier, coming in from the open qualifier, of course. But yeah, they're in a bit of a struggle in map 2. So let's see how that happens. We've got Fnatic versus OG to come on this stream after this series is complete. Oh, it is going to be holding on here pretty comfortably by the looks of things. There we go. 2 kills against the eco. And Mail will clean it up. So there is the 11-4 we thought would happen. Can Johnny Speeds stop another 13-4?
Man, I mean, maybe. But can they win the map from here? Surely not, right? Not just because it's 11-4, but with how good Alliance have looked as a team within this map, within the series in recent times as well. All signs point in the direction of Johnny Speeds being condemned to the lower bracket at their first outing here in the Atlanta closed qualifier. I mean, Lekro has been good. He had some big moments in the first half, but just again, we're getting these sporadic contributions from Johnny Speeds, as was the case in the previous map as well.
They've really started strong. And considering they've played overall less maps than Johnny Speeds have played this year, we know there's a bit of a discrepancy in the VRS ranking. ranked in the HLTV ranking. Not that many people really use that anymore, if I'll be real with you. Mostly it's all VRS. But, yeah, it's still a game we thought would maybe be a little bit closer than this, unfortunately. We do have an opening pick to work with on this occasion. Back in down to 16 HP, though. It was Heat who got his only 3rd kill of the game to grab that, and now Draken will pick up that AWP on low HP.
This is an interestingly poised round because Alliance haven't really budged. They haven't rotated anybody across after Aero was taken down early on. And it does look like Johnny Speeds are going to commit into this B-bomb side. Arvid's got no further utility, nothing to try and block them off and buy time. Alliance just all in here, hoping that Johnny Speeds looks to try and go back to that A-bomb side. And Arvid now should have an impossible task in his hands. I mean, he needs at least 2. One's not going to be good enough. That first frag comes pretty quickly, though. He's going to be able to reposition. Singed by the molly would be good audio cues, though, for Johnny Speeds. Still no rotations, though. Upe's gotten the kill on Jacob. They've got to realize, Alliance, that this is going to be the full B play, and there's a quick flank.
Oh no, Avid gets one more kill here. He should know where he is. He has got one more kill. Avid.
Oh boy.
And Twist has got the round in the palm of his hand. Mel spammed Draken down through the smoke anyway. Sapek's going to have no idea that Twist is going to be so damn close. Oh, they've enclosed on them like it was nothing. Avid with a brilliant hold, but you just have to say, Johnny Speeds, you've peaked him one by one.
Yeah, and also they've just taken too long to get a move on there. Too much respect being given up to Arvid, and you can understand they don't really know exactly what's going on. But it just felt like they'd stalled out in the round. They had a player in apartments who wasn't doing anything. They had 3 top banana. They weren't doing much either. And that quick flank there from Twist will work the trick. Arvid does a brilliant job on that B-bomb site by himself, though. I mean, he's had an incredible map so far, but again, a great effort out of him to find those 2 kills. Johnny Speeds with the force buy just to try and hold on. Alliance 8 opportunities to move on in the qualifier. Oh, and it might just happen here and now.
Oh yeah, Avid's completing it here and now by the looks of things. Yeah, a little bit timing with the timing. They are throwing utility on Banana, but no, Avid holds on. And showing what he can do on this team, and maybe all the stars aren't performing at once. I think it's fair to say that when you're 12-4 up, it doesn't really matter, though. It's very, very comfortable. Mentioned earlier that he was the star man in that Swedish mixed team that made a bit of a dream run through the open qualifiers and into the close qualifier for the IEM Sydney qualifier a couple of years ago that we covered. Avid had a number of very good maps and crazy singular rounds that were some of the highlights of the qualifier. It's Apex back in the day. Not a thing anymore, I'm afraid. But Alliance certainly are. And they're proving they're a thing that is to be wary of in this qualifier. Trying to put their best foot forward early. And they're looking excellent. Avid could be holding on for even more here. He's got 3 kills and Twist lines up the final 2. It could not be more comfortable for Alliance. I hope that I could maybe give this one a little bit more excitement. But in reality, it was pure comfort for the higher ranked Swedish team.
Yeah, Alliance dominate Johnny Speeds. Again, 13-4 3 times in a row. Couple times they played against each other in October, same result. Forced forward a few months, exactly the same result for Alliance, even with a slightly different team with Poi no longer in the mix. I mean, it's just a huge statement from Alliance. I will say that first half should have been a lot more competitive than it was. There were a lot of rounds that got away from Johnny Speeds where they had like 4v2s, 5v3s. I can recall at least 3 rounds where they had a 2-man advantage in the first half that they ended up losing. And when you consider the half ended 8-4, those rounds could have made a world of difference for Johnny Speeds, who were basically just chasing the series the entire time. Had some tech issues they had to try and deal with as well, but that was a series that Johnny Speeds won't be particularly proud of, I'm afraid.
Exactly, and as we can see, here is the bracket graphic to show you exactly what's going on at the moment. Alliance are through, confirmed actually. The first team to make it through. That's a rarity for us. Usually we get the longest games in these qualifiers, but they are the first team to get through into that second round of the upper bracket. As you can see, ENCE versus BetBoom is a game that could be happening if they continue on the path they're currently on. That could be a pretty entertaining one, even though ENCE are currently not on amazing form. Nuclear Tigers versus Sinners is currently going on as well. The winner of that plays Alliance, and I believe Sinners are currently winning pretty comfortably in map 2 still against Nuclear Tigers. So
what are we thinking here, Trav, in terms of teams that are going to qualify? Let's spit 2 names out, shall we?
I'm genuinely hopeful that even though they haven't got many reps this year, that OD can do something with the team they have, and they could be one of the 2. I'm going to take a massive gamble and say OG. I think that BetBoom will finally get it done. They've choked too many of these qualifiers in
so
qualifiers
many
gone by. This is one they have to make, and I think they will.
I think that they will as well. Just feels like they're allergic to winning finals at the moment. Even finals that are like for CCT, not even only
True.
qualifier finals. It's been rough for them, but I'm going to back BetBoom as well. And I'm going to throw Nuclear Tigers as just a completely left of field choice as well for a team that I think could make a really deep run and go all the way.
Yeah, Nuclear Tigers are a team that I've been keeping a close eye on for the last, like, 6 months or so. And if anyone has watched my streams or as anyone has watched my broadcasts, you'll know that I'm big fans of how that project is coming together, especially with how young they are. I think average age of like 19.8 or something on the team. So, yeah, definitely ones for the future. Anyway, we are going to a bit of a break before our next game. It's the second round of the upper bracket opening rounds. And Fnatic versus OG is where we're going next. Now, that one is tasty. Make sure you're back in half an hour.
Just give me something, please show me something alright. As I'm scared of getting old, and I'm more tired than I'm used to. Just give me something, please show me something alright. I forget that I'm down with you guys around, 'cause everyone knows life's better with love than being alone. Consider yourself the motive for finding a way to right my wrongs. Catch a locomotive or hit the highway, just move on, 'cause it's so fun and no one's upset. We sit on my trunk and watch the sunset. Consider yourself the motive, living my life the way I want. We're creating memories, and we drive our parents crazy. We're chasing sunsets, living each day like the last day of our life. And I know this is what we want, 'cause this is just what we do. Free to tell our lies while discovering our truth. I forget that I'm down with you guys around, 'cause everyone knows life's better with love than being alone. Consider yourself the motive for finding a way to right my wrongs. Catch a locomotive or hit the highway, just move on, 'cause it's so fun and no one's upset. We sit on my trunk and watch the sunset. Consider yourself the motive, living my life the way I want. Pulsing through my veins, I feel alive. A surge of energy as you come into sight. Caught in the moment, I'm hypnotized. Every breath, I feel the fire inside. Your love is like a wildfire. Your love is like a wildfire. A force I can't contain, it takes me high. I'm lost in the heat, consumed by desire. Your love is like a wildfire. My heart's on fire as I hold you close. Your touch, it's electric, a beautiful overdose. I'm addicted to the way we move and sway. Lost in the rhythm, bodies insane. We're in days. Your love is like a wildfire. A force I can't contain. It takes me high. 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 Your love is like a wildfire. Your love is like a wildfire. A force I can't contain. It takes me high. I'm lost in the heat, consumed by desire. Your love is like a wildfire. Like a wildfire. Wildfire. Like a wildfire. Like a wildfire. Lost in the moment, but caught in the flame. Love, it's like a wildfire, it's never the same.
history. Absolutely phenomenal.
And Ace is the champion of the Intel Extreme Masters World Finals.
Storm still not quite done. INCE is going to take this fight, though. 3 seconds left.
Last 2 rounds of matches got to start it well for ESC.
And this is a massive move for Zez, but he's not content with just a Nexus kill. He wants to step out.
And it's all done. A flawless win. Unbelievable Rogue with a 4-0 victory over Classic.
And they did it again in the grand finals. It's all good.
Give it up for your Intel Extreme Masters World Champion.
Welcome back, everyone, to the Intel Extreme Masters Atlanta Global Qualifier. And I think we have the match of the opening rounds here between Fnatic and OG. I'm really looking forward to this one because we've got 2 teams here, Matt, which really need a big event to qualify to.
Yeah, true. And 2 teams that have made changes in the off-season, some more than the others, or just before the off-season in OG's case. So both teams looking to build themselves into the year and try and get things going in the right direction. And there's a lot of question marks around both these squads, right? So hopefully we start to get some answers.
I know. I mean, there are some answers that we just have no clue about where to even begin with, right? I mean, what can you even say about the current state of Fnatic? It kind of feels like there hasn't really been anything to shout about for a while, and the direction of the roster feels like it just continues to confuse me. Losing BlameF has obviously hurt them significantly, and while Madden, who's recently joined them, is a great player, those are very difficult shoes to fill, obviously. And since that change, they've played only 3 officials. They lost to Astralis in 3 maps at Blast Bounty, and they bombed out of the Rio qualifier, losing to both Kalesi, which is the former Venom team, and NBK's Gen 1. That was not a good look at all.
Yeah, far from it, right? I mean, they've signaled that they wanted to go in a different direction with the team by bringing a more aggressive player in like Madden. But I don't know, man. I'm just so skeptical of the decision to bench BlameF. I mean, maybe it was somewhat mutual. I really hope that it is, because if you're Fnatic and you decided you wanted to cut BlameF from your team to improve the team and it wasn't mutual, then I think they've made a massive mistake. If BlameF also wanted to leave, then it does make more sense. Obviously, all we can do is speculate, but I think they've lost a huge piece with the departure of BlameF because he just brought an incredible floor to this team. I don't think that Fnatic even have a floor at the moment with the squad that they've got. I feel like you can just see them completely drop off, and as we've seen, lose games like Kalesi and Gen 1.
Exactly. I mean, you talk about bringing an aggressive player. Like, some of the statements, call me biased here, feel free. I'm British, I love British players. But call me biased. I have seen multiple statements. I've seen multiple statements from Fnatic on Twitter saying, oh, look, we're changing the philosophy, we're going for a more aggressive player. You had an aggressive player. You had Cypher on your team whose main role was to be that guy, to go in first, to create space, and he didn't do a bad job at it at all. He was totally acceptable in that role at the time, and yeah, absolutely crazy that they've moved on. Anyway, a quick discussion on the other games that we've got coming up at this time slot, of course. Today, it'll be covered by community streamers and the like. We've got Nemesis versus K27, definitely a team to watch, K27. Inner Circle versus Tricked, and BetM33, the team that was formerly known as 33, playing up against Sinners as well. So, yeah, definitely some exciting ones there. I am really looking forward to seeing where the path is going to go for some of these teams, because, by the way, just brief mention, BetM are playing Eyeballers, not Sinners.
Yeah, I was going to say.
Error on the graphic. They're playing Eyeballers at the very bottom of the bracket. Sinners are currently playing Nuclear Tigers, and we still have live matches going on in the portion of the bracket that we've just finished. So Alliance beat Johnny Speeds 2-0. It now got Cybershock and ENCE in a third map decider after Cybershock won map 2 13-4, and BetBoom already through at the top of the bracket. So Nuclear Tigers and Sinners doing battle also in a third map at the bottom of the upper portion of the bracket. So we're starting to get a picture about who will be continuing on in that upper bracket over the next couple of hours.
Sure. Let's have a quick conversation about OG, shall we, before we get into the thick of things here. Now, obviously, they made a couple changes towards the end of last year with the departure of Crizzen, the departure of Nikudoj as well. The Nikudoj one, I guess both changes to a degree were a bit surprising. You know, Buzz, also a name that left the team towards the end of the year. Cadian and Flammus coming into the mix. And it signals that OG are looking to try and pivot. Maybe they felt like they were stagnating a little bit I think that Nikadoj got the short end of the stick because Cadian was joining and he wanted to return back to AWPing along with IGLing. Obviously, we saw him forego the AWP when he was a part of Astralis. And I think that Cadian's got a group of players here who will bend to his every whim, which is exactly what Cadian needs for a team that he's calling in. When he says jump, there's no time to ask how high. You just need to trust his read, trust his call, because there's such small windows of opportunity that Cadian looks to capitalize on that seconds can make the difference, that end up allowing for that window to close shut and for the opportunity to be missed. And because these guys are so young and will have so much respect for Cadian, he's not playing with guys that have all got their complete own styles ironed out and their visions for the game that they want to play. He's got these young moldable players that I think will follow his lead, and I could actually see this team working out, and I'm rooting for them. Guys like Adam B, Spook, Flamus, you've got three incredibly talented riflers in that duo. You've got the counterweight of Arisdocha, that more supportive reserved role. I think they've got a really good dynamic set up within this team.
I actually agree with you. I mean, like, one of Krizen's strengths with OG that he was able to get a new team of 5 to a relatively acceptable level very quickly. They were one of the best in Tier 2 at a point in the second half of 2025, and they qualified for a Thunderpick main event with a completely different team than they qualified for the Thunderpick main event the year before. I think the question can be, can Cadian elevate this group further? They're in desperate need of a good land to propel them back near to the top 30 again. They're currently, I think, around 70th or something around that. And yeah, results they've played this year, not amazing. Their debut event was with Cadian. Oh, sorry, their debut event with Cadian was at the DreamHack Knockout event last year. They had a chance of qualifying for Pro League through that event, but they lost in the semis to eventual winners Monty. They've played one CCT after being invited to playoffs. They lost to a now defunct 500. They had a 0-2 loss to Foot at Blast Bounty.
Very close game, though.
It was a close game, and I'll give them that. But still, obviously, opportunities for progress has been few and far between. Thankfully, they managed to 13-0 Menesport in the open qualifier for this very event and beat Phantom 2-0 to qualify for this close qualifier. So, with the field that we've got in this CQ, I do think it could be their best chance yet to make a big event.
And I think we can now start to have a level of expectation for OG as well, because obviously those games at the end of last year are pretty irrelevant in terms of how recently the team had been formed. Didn't really expect a whole lot. And you can see it's starting to gain some traction. The wheels are starting to turn over for OG now coming into Feb. As we get a look at the Veto, Inferno, the map you just highlighted that they beat Metasports on 13-0 is going to be the pick here. Makes sense. It's a map that Fnatic do enjoy and have enjoyed for a while as well. They're going to pick Dust too, though, do Fnatic, which is a sign that they're looking to maybe change up the direction of the team a little bit. It's a map that they haven't picked once in the past 3 months, and it's a map they've been pretty rough around the edges on. I mean, generally pretty narrow losses in the games that they have lost. But, yeah, I think that with Overpass to decide the series, I'm going to lean into OG here. Remember, in the Heroic Days 2023, Inferno and Overpass were absolutely the bread and butter of Cadian-led teams.
Absolutely, and we're ready to get underway. We appreciate your patience with the delay to the start of this game, but we're here, ready, and raring to go. Fnatic versus OG in the Intel Extreme Masters Atlanta close qualifier, opening round. Such an important close qualifier for both these two teams. They need something to smile about in their 2026 to begin their year, and it could begin here. Cadian with all the utility in the world, with Aristos and with Adam B. I mean, look at that. We've got a Molly, we've got 2 smokes, 2 flashes, and 2 HEs. I'm expecting a stack with those HEs, maybe towards CT or toward Coffin.
Looks like you're going to be bang on the money with 2 players boosted up on top of the half wall, but Fnatic are pretty well poised to deal with what's coming their way. In fact, the 4th player now starting to rotate across and look, bang, Crims is pushed down middle. I don't think anyone's going to be considering this, and they might not get caught off guard as they start to charge their way forward. First frag found onto Jacasmo, and they're just going to continue to try and charge their way through. Fear will drop 2, though. Madden's gotten in on the act, and OG have run into the brick wall, but with the sledgehammer, they've been able to break it down.
Flamus, guy we haven't even touched on yet, which we will, of course, over the course of the series. He's one of the most talented players that hasn't really seen the light of day for a while in some of these events due to how he got treated by Virtus Pro. But good kill for him, good burst through, but Jambo and Krim certainly do have that health advantage. They're trying to creep CT here. If they get this kill on Jambo, they could just go to A. Very tight line being held, but Jambo, has he missed that timing? That's insane if he has. And now he might hear them run away. So that's insanely unfortunate for Jambo not to be able to get 1 bullet off there, which would have confirmed 1 kill, almost certainly. There is a plant now available on A, and look at the angle being held by Flamus in the corner of long.
Oh, it's not going to work, surely.
It's
not
very
with only
dangerous
4
on
health.
4 HP. I completely agree with you. Crimson and Jambo about to swing together, and there we go. It's a headshot to boot anyway. It wouldn't have survived on 100 HP. It's all down to Adam in pit with 13 health of his own. The plant at least is good for OG, but they'd love to get this one over the line somehow. Adam will try and play time. There is no kit on Crims or Jambo, but there is a smoke available. That will force the hand of Adam B, and Jambo can hold the line to protect his diffuser. Crims, 1 bullet needed. Again, it's a headshot anyway, and Fnatic will find a way.
I mean, they probably should have always won the round with the stack in on that B bomb site and Fear getting 2 kills as well. OG did really well to kind of bring it back into an even numbers game, but they're taking a lot of damage in the process. So the fact that they do get a bomb plant from that's not an awful return. I do think Famus could have slightly better positioned himself there to try and play with Adam B and not leave himself in such an isolated position tucked into the cubby. Especially when you're low on health, there's no way to try and retreat to cover. But it is going to be a light investment now for OG.
Yeah, very light. Even Plant not going for too much here, and they're going to be munched up by the M4s and Famas's, I think. There we go. And one of the things I think we really need to see from Fnatic in this game is a good game from Jambo. I'm still convinced that he's one of the best AWPers in Tier 2 and is destined for great things. There are even people saying that, you know, he's as good as wonderful and some crazy things like that and some wild opinions. But look, his numbers have taken a tanking in Fnatic's recent officials because the whole team has been bad. So he needs to really put his best foot forward today. Not just today, but also in this entire qualifier.
I'm also looking at Fear in this team and thinking, okay, there's no more excuses. There's nowhere else you can hide. You've gotten everything you've wanted. You've got your boy Jambo in the team. You've gotten your boy Jacasmo. Benched Cypher to bring Jacasmo in. You've decided that you don't want to play with Blame F anymore. So that means you probably have free reign and full reigns over the team because there's no obvious second voice. I mean, Crims will definitely contribute, but you would imagine that Blame F would have been the guy that was also helping a lot in the mid-round. Now it's all on Fear. Fear's got nothing left where you could look at and say, oh, well, maybe if we just had this or we had that. He has to deliver in this first half of the year and on this first season of the ZIGL.
Oh, absolutely. And that puts even more pressure on Fear as well. I mean, like, you can obviously say for an IGL, numbers are not the main thing you look at, but the main thing that has always been a weakness for Fear has been his individual level. You need your IGL to, you know, ideally be above like a 0.95 at the very minimum. He's been rocking like a 0.89, 0.87 for a while. It's not been a good look for him. And with more pressure on him as a leader now, with maybe less secondary voice help, other than Crims, who I've heard does provide a lot of help in certain maps in particular, you know, it's going to be difficult, and Fnatic really need to find a W from somewhere. He has to be the main guy behind those ideas.
Yeah, well, the main guy behind the ideas here for OG's already been dropped. KD looking to try and fight in towards the top side of Banana's already been cut down. In that game against Metasport, I did watch the demo that OG had played against Metasport where they won 13-0. I was curious to see how they found so much success on their T side, and there were a lot of rounds where they lost opening picks and were still able to win the round. And more often than not, when they lost that early pick, they'd actually group up and go A. So this is a bit of a variation here from OG, and this is the way that you normally play Inferno. Now, why have Fnatic decided to gamble? I have no idea. You're 5v4 up here, boys. You don't need to go for a gamble stack over at that A side. Maybe they watched the same demo I did and realized that OG tend to go A after losing the early pick, but it's just not necessary to gamble when you're a man up.
Yeah, it would be funny if they've kind of read into the exact same situation that you have. Fear on his own with a FAMAS only. That FAMAS is not going to be able to hold on for more than one kill, you would think. Finally, there's a rotation coming through from Jacasmo, but that's also that second FAMAS coming through. No smoke thrown in for CT. They're taking a heads-up duel first, and Fear does at least get one. And you know what? Fair bloody play, Fear. You've got yourself 3 kills. That's going to basically secure a round. That looked impossible for him, but he's done a brilliant job. And that individual level I mentioned, well, he started strong here.
Yeah, very good work coming through from Fnatic. Off to a strong start indeed, as you say. Making light work of the gun round. Good initiative being taken. A good sign in terms of how they battle for Banana and able to lock down the round there without much of a fuss. So they're off to a good start. It's a big opportunity for Madden as well, right, Trav?
Yeah.
Obviously went from playing for some really big names and big teams, Falcons most recently, and then Zero Tenacity, which was a big kind of drop off in terms of the level he was competing at and the teams he would have been playing against and the teammates he would have been playing with. And unfortunate it just never really materialized. I mean, there would have been some hopes that maybe he could have been the piece that pushed that Zero Tenacity roster to the next level. We'd seen so much potential from them in 2024, but just never really materialized. That whole project's blown up. But he's been given a bit of a lifeline now by being offered this opportunity by Fnatic, and I feel like he's got to make good of it, because if this Fnatic roster doesn't work for him, I'm not sure many other teams will be coming knocking his door or his way.
No, I wouldn't be surprised either. It's a weird portion of his career, really, isn't it, for Madden? He's a good player, but yeah, got to make good of this opportunity. Flamus was able to run him down with the Tech 9 and get a free AK picked up, but he's now all alone. 1 versus 4, Flamus. You all know how good his individual level has been in days gone by and how good his pre-aim is. He's trying to make that happen here, and there's another headshot on Jacasmo. It'd be an unneeded swing, but he doesn't know about Fear being in Library 2, so it's a free AK upgrade for Fear. And Flamus will have to make do with his 3 kills. Flamus's progression on OG is definitely something I really want to keep a close eye on over the next, like, 3 or 4 months on the team. I'm so happy to see him playing again after playing so many uncomfortable roles on VP and proceeding to be benched, which, as many know, is another chapter to add to VP's recent pathetic history, really, with how they kind of dealt with him. I can say that after watching him on the 9boom Pro mix team that played a lot in Tier 2, he's kind of lost none of his sharpness. So I want to see him play well. I think it does deserve to be said though, Matt, that you mentioned earlier, that Adam B and Spook, that duo, is also very, very strong and can be as good as Flamus on their day, if not regularly. So
yeah,
that's why this rifling core of OG have got something to be scared of, I think.
Absolutely, they're cooking with gas with this rifling trio. They're incredible. And you could take them right up to like the top 10, I'd say. Maybe once they get into the top 10, that's where you'll see them start to struggle. But anybody outside that realm, this trio is very, very dangerous against. Although OG, not looking too dangerous yet here on Inferno. Got a job to do to try and get themselves on the board. Let's see if they can make it happen. Flamus looking to lead the charge right now. Going to be pressuring in towards Long, and Sandier will keep him at bay for now. Casmo could try and work around the flames if he wants. He's got Madden in support, and there's going to be a big job required between the two of them. Really good flashes from the T side, and Flamus gets them both.
There you go. There's the Flamus entry, but Crimson's still here, unfortunately caught and clotheslined completely by Flamus, and he's going to make it happen with another. There we go. As I bigged him up, as I said,
Right,
he's lost none of his sharpness. Thank you, Flamus. You've made me look like a very smart person. Quad kill.
Yeah. That's a brilliant quad kill coming through from him as well. Just those first 2 kills, I would have expected him to get 1 and maybe a teammate to have traded him out, but his tirade doesn't end there. Just charging into that A-bomb site, destroying Crimson and giving Yambo the same treatment. OG on the board. I think the one struggle for the trio between Flamus, Adam B, and Spook, and maybe Flamus most notably, will be trying to slot into the Cadian system, where you don't have complete free passage to just do whatever you want, whenever you want. There will be an element of freedom to a degree, but it's still confined within the restraints of Cadian's system. And he'll build, Cadian will be able to build off of the opportunities that guys like Flamus create, but there's still always an overarching idea from Cadian that Flamus kind of has to be confined to.
Yeah, it does. It's always felt like that way with Cadian systems, right? I mean, there's been... They say he's had a storied history in the game, Cadian would be an understatement. I mean, he's had many of a story in various different teams he's been on. He's been at the top of the game, he's been at the very bottom of the game, he's stood in for random teams, he's been everywhere, played in every region pretty much. Tried his damnedest to make something of his career, and yeah, this is a new, fresh start for him with a completely different set of players. If any one of you have watched Fi's video on him the other day, part 1 of it is very good. Kind of a summary of where he's been so far. Flamus will once again entry Jacasmo on toward Longo, and it seems like they maybe identified a weakness there, but Madden will hold on. Between Madden and Crims, you do have a very solid duo of players who can anchor bomb sites, but this time he'll go down to Adam B. And Jambo's kind of got to get this kill on the cross. The bomb's not gone anywhere yet, though. It's important to mention. It's waiting bottom banana still on the back of Cadian.
Yeah, and
They've
Fnatic
got a whole
can
minute in the
start
round.
to figure that out here, because Yambo, surprisingly, is just clearing this out with the USB. I guess he knows that Adam B is low. And Fear has remained committed to this B bomb site, and he's going to start to realize it was the correct decision throwing the smoke for CT. Adam B peeks before it though. And Cadian, last man left alive, yet to frag you on the map. Going to trade his AWP for an AK. Rotations come through here from Yambo as well. I mean, Cadian might be able to eke the bomb plant out. He's going to commit to the plant. Yeah, it's going to be Fear flying through the smoke. The ragdoll almost lands up in the coffin. Fear will finish off proceedings in Fnatic straight back to winning ways. Pressure on OG.
Yeah, this is so far the two things that I kind of mentioned when it comes to the individuals for OG. One has been bang on, one has not. Fear's individual, 10-2 start, incredible. That is a bit of an outlier. And Flamus is also playing great, which I thought would happen. But yeah, at the moment only one round from that, and it did take Flamus dropping a quad kill to get it. Maybe a little bit too slow when they're in that 2v2 there. Cadian was holding Banana for so long, convinced he'd get one kill that would give them the answer of which site to pick in that round. Never got it. And then very assertive from Fnatic to not give Cadian a chance in any after plant at all.
Moment in the first half here. If OG loses this round down 6-1, no money, plays 7-1. Game certainly getting away from them really quickly, and it's their map pick as well. Looking to try and just brutally take control and towards the top of Banana, going through smoke grenades, and it's going to be some damage exchanged both ways. Fnatic really happy to just concede control of Banana, top middle brackets, and just look to try and play from the bomb sites themselves. Let OG have their fun.
A player that has been criticised in previous editions and most recent editions of OG is Arasdos, but he does play a lot of the difficult positions. It's really the other riflers like I mentioned, Flamus, Adam B and Spook that you need to keep an eye on for numbers. Arasdos can go even in a game, he's usually done his job. But so far, Fnatic have locked down this CT side relatively impressively. Adam playing from long. That's a change-up. Jacasmo was there a couple of rounds in a row. Now Madden will play from that position and will look to try and play in the corner as they jump out middle. Oh, this could be awkward. Cadian's no-scoped him, though. He checked it. That's a great check. But Jambo and Crims are still here, and that might be too much to get by. Crims is holding on brilliantly, and Jambo's continuing to peak from default. Too much for OG to handle at the moment. Cadian's going to have to save, and he might not even be able to do that.
Oh, wow. Brilliant crossfire there between Jambo and Crims, being able to hold on, just pinging contact off of one another there back and forth. Makes it so tough for the OG players trying to breach into the bomb site. Just getting cut down as they make their way forward. 6-1. It's really only just been Flamus for OG that's injected any life into their game, and unsurprisingly going to call for a pause here.
Yeah. And it's these sort of games where I know for a fact that Cadian and everyone in the OG setup, including Fnatic too, I mean both these two teams, they just badly need something to get their 2026 underway. I know it's only February, I know it's not red alert yet, but they really just do need to find their way to a big LAN, or at least find some success in these smaller ones dotted around the scene again.
I mean, both teams would come into this qualifier with the main goal of being to actually qualify. They don't want to just make a deep run like a team like Tricked would want, or a team like Johnny Speeds or Cybershock. The goal, the absolute goal is qualify for the main event, and I reckon anything less would probably be regarded as a failure by themselves and also their fans. I mean, remember, there's a huge fan base of both OG and Fnatic. The org certainly transcending just Counter-Strike, so there's a lot of people who want to back these teams and see them doing well, and a failure to qualify certainly wouldn't help get them on their side in the early season here.
Indeed. Fear, bottom Banana, full control of it between Fear and Jambo, 20-4 in round 8. And only Flamus really putting in numbers for OG at the moment, and that was of course 4 kills coming in one round. Spook, Cadian and Arasdos with only 3 kills between all 3 of them. Been snuffed out so far of OG by Fnatic.
OG trying to keep the focus in towards the top of Banana with the util being dropped by Spook, but they're going to be pouncing on the A bomb side at a moment's notice. Canadian-led teams always love these big, bursty, poppy players, but they're just all over the CT side at a moment's notice. Always a lot of moving parts to the T sides of Cadian-led teams as well, and that's why it can be quite difficult and take quite long to galvanize the team with how much is going on. It can feel quite chaotic, especially watching from the outside. But once he's really been able to get everyone to buy into the setup, and once they all know what's going on, it can be poetry in motion.
Well, they do have a rotation coming over toward B now. Fear is calling that over. They know it is required. Flamus could still be a bit of a cheeky lurk, though, with this Tech 9, but still be kept an eye on by Jambo. The burster will be coming in now. There'll be spams coming through those smokes from that CT position, and Fear again has done a good job to get two, considering the situation. Flamus is still trying to make a play. He's between everyone right now. Look at the mini-map. He's found one on Crims, but there's one more where that came from, and Madden will take him out. So Cadian and Spook have got to hold on here. Cadian with the AWP in the afterplant. It's a necessity that he gets this kill. Spook will take matters into his own hands. Jacasmo swung out of the round. Will yet to frag in this map of Inferno. And now Cadian and Spook, they've still got it all to do. It's by no means done yet. That's only one kill back. Madden is still pretty healthy. Spook's on a very elevated angle, and there we go. Cleared. It's down to Cadian. What does the new captain have for OG? It's an opening miss. Uh-oh. Quick flick on the second, though. He's jiggling his way to victory, and Cadian's got it done. He's here and ready to play.
Massive round coming through from Cadian, and you know that he is an incredibly momentum-based player. Winning a round like that is going to get him going. It's going to get the boys perked up. That's a half-buy win for OG, and that's exactly why Cadian would have bought up that hero AWP coming into the round. Well, he had saved it, actually, so scrap that point, but still, brilliant return from Cadian with that sniper rifle that had carried across into the round. And I just loved the game plan. I thought Flamus had brilliant timing on his commitment to long as well, because he goes just 2 or 3 seconds after the execute's been committed to by his teammate in the B bomb site. So he then knows anybody, library or archers, are going to be pulled across towards that B side. And as Yambo moves off the angle, that's when Flamus slid through. Yeah,
perfectly described, and well done from Cadian as well. When you miss that opening shot, you think it's just done, it's cooked. But he's done a very... It should have been, yeah, you're right, but he's done a very good job to keep his composure and hit the 2 following shots with only, what, a millimeter of space to work with. A weird start to this round. Flamus is already in CT again. Spook has found Jambo. And Flamus, he's been heard. Fear is holding the angle, but I'm not sure the second player has heard him with him. It's a double swing to come through. And in the end, Adam B goes down for the team. Flamus gets both kills. That's the B site open for business. And they probably are not going to get close to this one, Madden and Crims.
Yeah, especially not with their finances being in disarray. Really important round here for OG. They won a round earlier on, lost the round straight afterwards. Now they're going to be able to string consecutive rounds together and start to build themselves into this game. Always momentum-based teams, Arcadian-led teams, and now they're starting to gain some traction. 6-3, probably a force buy to follow, I would imagine, for Fnatic. I mean, they could also have a conversation about just saving and buying in the round afterwards. Depends how much pressure they want to try and keep up, yep. And maybe with the AWP being scooped up, it might push them over the edge of spending their money.
Yeah, I mean, you're absolutely right about what you sort of gather and have gleaned from watching Cadian over all these years. We know what kind of mentality he brings to teams, what kind of passion he brings to teams as well. And without a shadow of a doubt, that AWP 1v2 would have got him going. I'm sure we can't see that, but just so everyone at home knows, we do have, integrity cameras in place, so all the admins can see what's going on. Even though we don't have cameras on the broadcast, the cameras are being watched, and I'm sure he was giving it a good yell after that win.
Yeah.
6-3, now it's doable this half.
You can see it, you can hear it in the back of your head, the Cadian scream after a round being won like that, or a big clutch going his way, the little vein on the side of his head maybe popping out as well. I mean, I'm thinking that this should be around for OG, considering the lack of an investment here from Fnatic, but I might be completely wrong. The 2 guns that have been saved have both already been able to get in on the action. Oh my god, it's the AWP that drew first blood. Crims decided to just hang around. He mows down 2, and Fnatic are going to get a big let off here.
Yeah, and they've already rotated to a pretty good setup too to defend against both bomb sites now. Crims with a second kill was brilliant, and in the end that was a little bit of a lazy round from OG. Flamus just swung top banana pretty dry. No utility really there at all. Surely, maybe thinking, maybe their economy is not too great. Let's try and catch them off guard again. We played a fast round in the previous, that worked. Let's go for something similar. But it doesn't always work exactly like that. Flamus just taking it for granted, it felt like, in that swing, and got punished for it. Jambo waiting for him. And while we see this likely 2-man save here for Aristos and Cadian, I think that Crims does deserve a mention. I mean, it's one of the big question marks that Fnatic have had for years at this point, is how long does Crims have left? I do think he does deserve the credit of improving significantly in the roles that he played at that particular point in 2025, because he was really heavily criticized by fans and most people, I think in the scene felt like he was done. But more often than not, in the roles that he plays now, the roles that don't take up too much space, the ones that do the dirty work for the team, his eye test and his numbers really weren't that bad.
Yeah, he's been able to really level out at a pretty decent level. He hasn't just like completely dropped off the cliff, and the only reason he's still in the team is because he's Mr. Fnatic. I mean, it certainly does help, and as Dotcher will die just before the end of the round, Cadian should be able to hold on, and he will. But you're right, Trav. It's been really impressive to see that evolution of Crim's career and how he's been able to keep himself relevant and continue to contribute at a decent level within Fnatic here as well. See, he's been far from dead weight, and often has been the reason that they've still had some decent stability about them.
It's crazy to think that's still the case.
I just look at the team and I'm like, okay, well, where's your star? Because Blamer for me was a star. And I know he's not the traditional star in terms of the guy who's always going in first. But in terms of the numbers he was putting up, in terms of the value of the kills that he was getting, high impact frags. We were talking about how you can get these tags, these cult tags that follow you as players, like with the 30-degree window for Draken. And there's obviously been a ton of them that have followed Blamer that are just completely irrelevant and just straight up wrong these days. So I'm like, where's your star numbers going to come from? Maybe Jacasmo, maybe Jambo, if he can re-deliver that sort of level we saw from him in Passion UA. But that's questions that need answers, and he's answering those questions right now. Yeah,
I mentioned Jambo needs a good start to this game, and he's done a very good job to start at 12-4 so far. That's the player that Fnatic need to deliver. But Fear has been cleared through that smoke. Madden will try and hold on, does get himself 2. Arazdos does get his only 3rd kill of the game on Crims, but now Adam and Spook are 2v3. And Adam B, well, he's walking very, very wounded, unfortunately. 50 seconds on the clock. They can wrap long, and they actually have found the one gap that's available to them because of Madden pushing a bit deeper into middle to cover the cross up toward top middle. They can actually get a plant here.
Needle. Oh, yeah, and maybe even a bit more than that as well. Plant's basically guaranteed here. Madden might start to kind of realize, you can see there's some questions now for Jacasmo, who's worried about CT, so they've got their wits about them, but it is going to require a retake. Madden be very low on health. And that's going to give up the game as the util starts to get deployed. Bomb going to get activated, and Fnatic start to set themselves up for the retake. Now, Madden's in apartments, but he's going to have to wait for his teammates.
Oh, he took one tag to the molly. No, Madden. That reveals so much information. Spooks
it was on purpose.
Searching for him.
Good.
Oh, it was on purpose. Never mind. Full control. Definitely not a mistake there, chat. Don't worry.
Not even a little.
Now, Adam B with an AWP on the bomb site, for goodness sake, on 3 HP. If he gets 2 here, it'll be a miracle. There is 1. He's isolating the doors. He's doing a good job. Ooh. Almost clicked Madden 2, but not to be. It will be a recovery from Fnatic. 8-3 the lead. Some pretty entertaining rounds between these two, but at the moment, Fnatic feel like they're in full control.
Madden has been exemplary in towards middle on the CT side so far. It's the second time he's gotten a massive multi-kill to give his team a really big advantage in the round. And often he's there by himself. He's just not the type of player who's going to take a step backwards and then just try and play conservatively. So you can see he is kind of living up to the bill of goods that's been expected from him, joining this Fnatic team, of being a guy who's getting active, making some plays, kind of being aggressive, being keen to play on the front lines, and finding that impact. So yeah, great work out of Madden in middle throughout the half.
Final round of this first half now, and Fnatic once again are trying to put the pressure down to bottom middle. Look at the mini-map. They've completely encircled them, and Jambo's already found an opening on Flammus. Adam's trying to answer back, and he's done a good job at that. Again, damage done, but they recovered it into a 3v3.
Feel like OG need this round. I think 9-3 is going to be really difficult for them to recover, especially against a Fnatic that have got 3 players online here and hitting incredibly hard. 3 of them fragging more than the top fragger on OG, which is Flammus at 12. But outside of Flammus, it's been a pretty meek T side from OG as far as the firepower is concerned.
Oh,
Jacasmo goes searching. He's had a rough half of it. It's going to end 1-8 for him as Adam B puts him down. And now Fnatic are going to try and get ahead of the round and try and read what's going to happen. And they've got a good idea with Fear rotating in towards A to join Crims.
That was a good play from Jacasmo, just didn't connect the shot, unfortunately. It's the right thing to do. As you say, rough half, but Crims is still here. He's holding on. One quick trade kill, but a great kill from Arasdos. Hang on, though. There's one more that came from Fear is still on site, but in the end, Adam B finds him too. Big quad kill from Adam B. 4 on T side is acceptable, but will it be enough? Well, the two big names on OG have both had a moment. We had a big quad kill from Flammus, and we've had a Cadian AWP 1v2. Unfortunately, those were 2 of their 4 rounds in the first half.
Yeah, I mean, I feel like it was a really rough half for OG, so the fact that they're still actually able to get 4 rounds out of the half is probably not the worst return, considering it did look pretty brutal. They're still in the game. That's what matters. And Trav, we've had 3 8-4 halves on the stream today.
Yeah, seems to be the scoreline of choice for the 10th of February 2026. Maybe it's a curse. Who knows? We'll have to see how it goes in the games coming up later tonight. Will be covered by Lucy and Brandon. But yeah, just a quick update, of course, on the other streams that are going on right now. Lots of community casters are covering the other games in the bracket. BetBoom have already completed their 2-0 against Basement Boys and are waiting for their next opponent, which has been going on for quite a while now. ENCE and Cybershoker in a third map. ENCE currently 5-4 up in that third map, looking to try and play BetBoom in that upper quarter final. We saw Alliance very easily beat Johnny Speeds earlier. They're waiting for either Nuclear Tigers or Sinners, and that is a game that's also locked in a third map. They're currently 9-all in that third. And that's a very entertaining matchup between 2 pretty exciting young teams. This side of the bracket now, of course, we've had Fnatic OG on this stream. We've had Nemesis and K227, I should say, and the game underneath it in that same little mini section of the bracket. Inner Circle versus Tricked, and Bet M33 versus Eyeballers as well. definitely a game that I think is one to keep an eye on, because I think Eyeballers could make a pretty sneaky run attempt to qualify for Atlanta through this qualifier. I'm looking forward to see if they can do that. They are on the opposite side of the bracket to BetBoom, so it does make you think that they're one of the favourites, and the VRS would agree with me.
It's crazy how Eyeballers have finally hit their stride. I mean, it was an org that was around for so long. They were just languishing at like tier 3, like borderline bottom of tier 3 for the longest time. And then they've finally been able to bring things together. They've clicked as a team, as an org, and they've done very well for themselves in the past like 6 months kind of thing. So yeah, they certainly want to keep up with that trajectory and do some damage here in the qualifier. Team you can't sleep on.
For sure. I think we've got a little bit of a tech pause before we get underway in the second half, so apologies for that. It's not my fault, but I'll apologise anyway because I'm polite. But yeah, I think another team I want to keep an eye on in this qualifier. People might be surprised when I say K27. There'll be a lot of people that probably aren't knowers of K27. But they have some real high-quality players on that team, and also a very young team, similarly to Nuclear Tigers. And Cashly, their AWPer, is definitely an AWPer to keep an eye on for the future. They're coached by Balbina, if you remember, the player who used to play on Quantum Bellator Fire back at the E-League Boston Major all that time ago. And likewise, to sort of go along the same wavelength with Nuclear Tigers, they're coached by Tony Black, who used to play on Na'Vi back in the good old days. So, yeah, he's another known figure that is trying to coach these youngsters to success. But for now, I can stop waffling about that and start waffling about the game in front of our very eyes instead. Lots of utility for Fnatic on their pistol, HE on Crims, Smoke on Jambo, one more on Fear, as well as a Molly and a Flash.
Big opportunity here for Fnatic to basically put the map away, and there's going to be a big tussle in towards the top of Banana going through between both these teams. Spook looking to wrestle it back for his team, and he will find 2 kills and get out of dodge, so 3v3 ensues.
How he's managed to do that, I'm not quite sure. That's a great job from Spook to get away there. A little bit of help from Coffin allowed him to fall back on the close angle near first orange to strafe back into safety. Casmo only his second kill of the game would love to really kickstart his map here. I know it sounds weird when you're 8-4 up, but he's not had much to do at all. Been caught on some unlucky timings and just plainly been hard entryed by Flamus on a couple of the rounds in the early stage of that first half. Fnatic have done the classic thing here where they pause, but they don't really change up their idea. They put Jambo in the apartments to provide a little bit of a fake maybe, but the bomb is still going B.
Yeah, and it's only Cadian who's there with the very detached position, no utility. Fnatic just going to keep edging their way forward, looking for contact. They're not finding anything. They're probably themselves a little bit concerned that there might be a stack. So that's why they're looking for info before they give up the game, and they're buying time for Jambo on this flank, and Cadian with the really quick fire kill there will get a man advantage. He's got the read on Jambo as well, but Jambo will decapitate him, bring it back into an even numbers game, and find the bomb plant.
That's a kit dropped in Ruins as well. That's going to be an important thing for Adam B and Spook to try and pick up, which means they might be facing Jambo straight up. But Jambo is way too strong at the moment, and he's going to hold on for the final 2. 16-5. I said we needed to see a strong Jambo. We've got it.
Yeah, what a map he's having, right? Just brilliant in the first half, and some really key kills coming through in the second, wrapping the entire way around the map, backstabbing, getting the kill on Cadian, and then just standing his ground, man-moding those last few gunfights to win the pistol for Fnatic, which feels like it kind of sets him on the final stretch. OG are going to force fire here, and if this doesn't work out, they'll be down 4-11 before they get their gun round, so big decision to go for the force here, and one that feels like it needs to work out. Yeah,
I mean, it does make sense on Inferno with all these close ranges. You can really get these pistols and MP9s into a tough to clear crossfire. And then B go for the CZ over the 5-7, which definitely is a surprise. And look at Madden taking initiative, but Flamus on the fall down will catch Madden with the final few bullets. Frustrating death for Madden to take, and Flamus could be going for a bit more here. Here's the very obvious runaway, but obviously not sure if there's one more player holding for the possibility of a push. That's Flamus' first kill in a while, by the way. He was stuck on 12 for quite a lot at the end of the first half.
His teammates have been struggling. There's been some glimpses and moments, but not enough in terms of the firepower across the board. Still 3 players here for OG. They've got a very good read on the situation. Fnatic keep themselves grouped up outside of this B site. They've got a couple smokes between them now to try and execute their way forward. They've got Flammus to get past, and he's got Arisdocha in support on the site. The high-low setup between them.
To break the smoke, but the fresh one came in as and it exploded, so it means they're kind of still going through a smoke. And Flammus and Spook will hold on brilliantly. Flammus again doing a great job, finding Crims. And Fear is escaping, but I don't think he's going to be escaping for that much longer. Flammus goes aggressive, finds another one. Another quad kill for Flammus in the game. Make that 2. He's got 8 of his kills in 2 rounds.
And that's going to be a huge boost of confidence now for OG, winning that Force Buy to try and kickstart their campaign. Now playing against a Force Buy, win this 6-9, win that 7-9. All of a sudden, game's back online at that point. Competitive scoreline. So can OG keep things nice and tight here? Kind of keen to see how OG respond with Cadian now calling on the CT side. Remember how often they like to gamble, try and get ahead of the round. Try and be unpredictable in terms of how they set themselves up as well. Play off of offbeat timings. Can be really difficult to read as the T side playing against a CT side led by Cadian.
Yeah, let's see. Firstly, they've got to get another round on the board and avoid being re-force bought upon as the Force Buy war gets underway in the second half. Eagle on Jambo is scary. Oh, he's a dead man walking, I'm afraid. Yeah. The nade will be decent, and actually I don't even mind that from Cadian. HE does do some damage while he's on his deathbed, pretty much. Adam B will be able to spray down Jamba, but he's taking again a lot of damage from that. Might try to play through it and take a gamble, but thankfully Adam's doing a good job. Holding it to Casmo, he's got a headshot angle to play with, but Crimson Fear have destroyed 2 in a blink of an eye, and Crimson's found another headshot. Oh, dearie me. Just like that, quite literally, blink and you miss it. That's it. That's going to win this round.
The ghost of Olaf Meister's Tech 9 resurrected in Crimson this round with an incredible double. Like you say, such quick fire multi-kill out of that Tech 9. Pours cold water all over OG. Wakes them back up to reality. Oh, that's such a rough round for them to lose. Did feel like it was a bit of a peculiar setup with Cadian by himself holding middle, especially on the Cubby side, where they didn't just straight up spot you. They know that you're in the corner, and they're just going to run you down in this sort of a round. Normally, you want to be on the other side of the angle, so you can at least fall back to archers and try and get yourself to some sort of safety. So many headaches for OG here on Inferno. Fnatic with a very convincing display so far here on their opponent's map pick, and I'm not surprised that they call for a pause because they actually realize, boys, we have an opportunity to just straight up basically win the game here. We win this 11-5, no money for the CT side. That's 12-5 for free, and then we just have to win one of the next 7, and we win our opponent's map pick.
Indeed. You really were hopeful we could have a map and a bit more of a contest if OG were able to deal with that Force Buy. As it is now, Fnatic have stolen those 2 M4s back away again. And now OG have to win another one of their own. Arazos is going for a Glass Cannon Nova, apparently.
Not sure I've heard that one before, and maybe for good reason.
Well, watch him get a multi-kill out of the blue. Anyway, 10-5 Fnatic. They're going to be feeling a lot more confident and comfortable after winning that round. Alien trying to judge his HE timing. Expecting them to still be behind that Molotov. But no one close to it.
A couple pieces of utility dropped for him so he can chain those smoke grenades and incendiaries, try and puff up his chest and feign as though there's more than just one player on that B bomb site, while the rest of the team remains stacked up on A. Fnatic not having any of it though. It's going to be a similar sort of approach to their previous anti-force buy, but this time it's just more measured. They haven't just run straight up Bernardo and looked to force the fights. This time they're more calculated. There's another smoke grenade scooped up by Cadian, but surely Fnatic aren't going to respect this. I feel like this has just become too common of an approach for CT sides on their force fight. That T sides have just got to realize this is what's happening. That it's just one guy who's cycling through the util.
Smoke coming through. Cadian doesn't have much vision anymore. They're going to be able to cross all well and good. Yeah, unfortunately, the reality of this situation is it's probably going to be one of these unicorn rounds where all 10 players stay alive. OG need this force into the following round 2 to have any chance at all. 11-5 is confirmed, and at the moment, sadly, for the OG rifling core that we've spoken about, only really Flamus has shown up in this game. There's a couple of moments from Adam, and Spook has had maybe one round where he did a good job to win one by himself in a way, but yeah, OG have not started well individually compared to Fnatic. As you can see, only Jacasmo lagging behind, everyone but him contributing well.
I will urge people to give this OG team time, because it's going to be quite a jarring juxtaposition in styles that they have to get used to from playing under Crizzen and then coming and playing under Cadian. I think there's going to be a big transitionary period for them that will take time. I'm thinking like 3 to 4 months before we can really start to have a high level of expectation and kind of gauge where this team is at. So I know the results might be bleak now, but like I said, the teething will take quite long to kind of gauge where OG are at with this type of a team. At least they are able to keep most of the team alive, so it's going to be basically another force buy here for OG, even though they're saving their money, so still a chance for them to be a lot more active into the top of Banana here this time around.
Crypt's already entried Adam, though. For one more MP9, tough to control on only a head triangle like that, but Flamus has done well. That's a free AK upgrade, and Madden has somehow been able to get away with a kill in Banana and survive on 2 HP. Just saw the end of the fallback there. I think he took one more tag. Go down to 2.
And it got to make sure that they're not trying to do too much within the round here. Jambo fighting up middle. You've got a player who's poking up apartments. You've got a player who's posted top mid as well. He is looking for some favorable timing now, searching into the same bomb site, but he's all by himself. He's not going to see anybody. He's probably going to call for his team to rotate back in this direction, but it might be a false sense of security with Flamus tucked in the corner and then having Cadian and Pitts as well, and now the frag has been found on Arisdoche. There's enough time to cancel. There's enough time to pull the plug on this exec. They're still going to commit anyway, and it could cost them.
Flamus moving forward, but now is the only one here, and it's being checked properly by Madden.
Well
you could
done.
tell he was somewhat wary of that, and he made sure to remove any issue of there being a bomb plant being denied. But there we go. It was very clean in the end. I think we got a little bit of a pause before we return. But yeah, Matt, that was, in the end, I think for Fnatic, it looks pretty comfortable for me that they're going to be taking this one. And,
Oh, yeah.
I think going into map 2, I think OG needs something special.
Yeah, we haven't seen anything from them yet here on the map to kind of have the belief that going into map 2, they'll be able to battle back. It's Fnatic who have got all the momentum behind them, and they're going to ride that wave of momentum straight in towards the top of Banana. Jambo just fires some shots while being completely blind, and he takes Spook down, and that's not going to slow him down. He's still charging into CT. Flamus will cut him down. Arisdoche peeks off the back of it, so at least they're able to get a couple of kills between them. Flamus at range will hold it down with another, which will glean a man advantage.
I can see the HLTV comments now. Save Flamus. Another big multi-kill in this game. Jacasmo has had a bit of a rough one. Can he put something special on the board to get Fnatic's Inferno 1? I think maybe a little bit lazy in this round. They didn't choose to use much utility towards CT. But yeah, it's a laboured spray for Jacasmo, and he's not going to be able to deliver. So OG will stay alive. We'll be happy that Fnatic were a little bit more lackadaisical in that round, how they went about that B take.
Yeah, biting off more than they needed to there. Just with Jambo trying to fight deep into CT, could have just smoked it off and kept their focus in on the B-bomb site, but OG will hold on. They'll survive. It's all they've really been able to do throughout this map is just kind of survive. Nothing more than that. Straight up in survival mode. Even if they could just build up a bit of a tailwind here before they lose the map, that would kind of give them something to maybe carry across into the map that follows. If this ends 13-6, then Fnatic have got all the momentum behind them going into their pick of dust.
Full apartment setup for OG in this round. Leaving Cadian on long. Almost looking tempted to once again push up. He's been here more often than not. He's on with the MP9 in the round prior. Managing to trade Crims out. He has my playing in that smoke though. That's found a pretty good timing as Cadian starts to shift away. Try and hold an off angle from the arch instead. Big swing though, and that's usually not an angle that's very good for a CT. Cadian finds it out the hard way. Fear will entry him. Now Spook has to deliver. It's a good trade on Fear, but now he's unaware which angle he could be peeked from next, and Jacasmo gets an immediate trade on it. Oh, but Jambo needs this one on Arazos, and he does get it. With Crims lurking around in that boiler position again, to this time get some revenge on Flammus. This one should be done. 13-6. Jambo will get the bomb plant on B. And Adam is in the wrong position to do anything really special about this. They're quite heavy on the hunt. They've got players in mid and bottom banana. So I think Jambo does need to make sure he doesn't go down here. There we go. They'll immediately rotate back now they've got the information. He has got some utility and he's picked up a kit. So you would feel like there's maybe a 1% chance. But that 1% is very hard to hit. He's now been figured out. Incendio shouldn't really be clearing Jambo out too quickly. We've got Crims and Madden to come in and help anyway. Nice headshot on one, but there's a trade from Crims. Convincing Inferno from Fnatic. OG not there yet with their new roster.
Yeah, extremely convincing from Fnatic from start to finish. They just brought about an assertiveness to their game, which just showed that they have confidence. They're looking for their first win this year, right? They played 3 best-of-3s only throughout the year, a couple in the IEM Rio closed qualifier, and they just haven't really been able to get things going. That victory there is going to be a great catalyst for Fnatic moving forward, you would imagine at least.
You would think, but of course it's not done, this series yet. It's only map 1, and I don't think OG will want to go quietly. As I said, like, so few games really that have been played for them this year, only really showing some W's when they went through the open qualifier to get here. So yeah, they need something special, and then we'll be back to see if they can provide it.
stronger. Loud gets louder, fast gets faster. You know what told me right aside. I don't know which of us is right, but let's just get on the same page tonight. The same page tonight. I don't know which of us is right, but let's just get on the same page tonight. The same page tonight. Don't know which of us is right, but don't know which of us is right, but let's just get on the same page tonight. The same page tonight. Don't know which of us is right, but let's just get on the same page tonight. The same page tonight. Gonna miss you. Gonna miss you. Forever like this, forever like this, forever like this. Can we stay? Forever like this, forever like this, forever like this. Forever like this, forever like this, forever like this. Can we stay? Forever like this, forever like this, forever
A fun game, but an easy game for Fnatic, and OG will not like that. They go on to Dust 2 to try and see if they can work their way into this series. At the moment, it's not been easy for them.
Yeah, far from it. There were just like moments in isolation for OG on that previous map, but really nothing to really build on and get excited about coming into Dust 2, which is a bit of a question mark for Fnatic, the fact that they've decided to actually pick Dust 2. It's a map that they haven't picked once in the past 3 months, so I guess it signals that they're looking to maybe go in a bit of a different direction. Makes sense with the addition of Madden, that they're trying to just reshape themselves and figure out where their strengths lie with this team going into the new year.
Yeah, for sure. And I think we mentioned how Inferno was maybe a bit of a dive into the unknown slightly. I think Dust 2 maybe is a little bit like that as well. Both these two teams just not really playing that much so far this year. Fnatic only have one example on Dust 2 against Gen 1 in the IEM Rio qualifiers, and Gen 1 beat them on that day. That's Masuta and MBK's Gen 1, 16-14. That was not a good qualifier for Fnatic. And OG, they've played it 4 times with this roster, but no, 3 of them have come very, very tight losses, both at the DreamHack Clan, which would have qualified them to Pro League had they won it, losing to Monty and Infinite, the Romanian team, and to 500, the now defunct 500 in CCT in December. They have not played it this year. What do they look like in 2026?
Well, we're going to find out, at least in the initial stages of the year, where they're at right now. OG get to choose which side of the map they start on. It's going to be the defensive half where they begin proceedings. Fnatic have got one player with Util being invested into here. And Flamus at range will tap down a player. Spook with the Julius out in the open, peppering the smoke with bullets. He's taken so much damage, but he's brave enough to hang around anyway. We'll send Fnatic packing and force them to reassess.
Ian's in a pretty interesting position as well, waiting top middle to check for lower tunnel and the jump up Xbox to short. I should be able to hear Crims rotating behind him at some point, and there he goes. He's going to take the tap, very calm and collected, well done. 2 old heads doing battle there against Crims. Got no idea that Jambo's underneath him though, that's unfortunate. It's information sure, because that's the bomb carrier as well, but an unfortunate death, and Spook, as we've said, is still on that 3 HP. The A bomb site is clear.
Yeah, it's decision-making time now for Fnatic. It looks like they're just going to commit to what's most readily available, which is to say bomb site. Jam will find the plant, but it's going to be a while before Fear can actually get in on the act as well. Got one player dead to right. It's the low-health Spook who's been taken down. And now OG have to try and set themselves up for the retake. Both players is going to be holding hands. Do they try and take the duel with Fear, or do they rather just isolate the bomb site? Those are the questions they're going to be asking right now. And they're going to prioritize the fight with Fear, who's still around the corner, and he'll just be able to mow down both. Oh my god, how Fnatic managed that one.
Oh my god. I have a question, Matt, which, you know,
Go for it.
It's going to be maybe a difficult one for you to answer. Do we think OG even knew it was A? Were they far enough away from the bomb plant sound to not hear it on A at all and think Fear had taken B and it was actually a B site plant?
I think they knew it was A, and that they were focused on trying to get the kill on Fear before retaking the A bomb site. That's my guess. But it is kind of up for debate.
It does, with the way they moved and the way they tried to clear Fear. Yeah, that was, well, Fnatic have played them like a fiddle either way. They've won the round. That's the most important thing. Crims on the MP7, Madden and Fear on the Mac 10s, AK and Galil in play as well for Jukasmo and Jambo. Force for OG, Cadian Scout, Deagle's in play. Not the start to Dust 2 that OG needed.
Yeah, have they won a pistol round yet? I don't think that they have, right? It's 3 for 3 for Fnatic, if I'm not mistaken. So OG constantly starting off on the back foot here in all of these halves. Gonna be force buying back here. Desert Eagles across the board and the scouts in play, like you said. And some damage goes both ways.
Yeah, priming his smoke. Once again, an important move made by him in the pistol round. Good individual performance from Fear so far today. Exactly what Fnatic needs from him, as well as the captaincy. Player close mid in Arazos behind the play here. He had a very rough map 1. He would have loved 2 kills there, but it's only that one. Spook is still here with his Deagle, but he's only able to get 2 bullets off as well. Oh, the Deagle does not 2-hit shot in the stomach anymore. It's been a long time since that was a thing. If it was a thing, still now, maybe it would have been a different outcome to this round. But it's made a big difference when that change came into effect a couple of years ago. You need those headshots, and now it will be Fnatic reaching 2.
Again, such a fine margin in terms of what could have been here for OG in the round. Both Aristotle and Spook in a position where it feels like they could have gotten a multi-kill. Both of them, well, I mean, Spook comes up empty-handed. Aristotle just gets the one, but both inflict a lot of damage on some extra players. You can see Fnatic limping their way to the finish line here in the round, but they will survive with 4. One of my main concerns for the matchup here on Dust 2 is the AWP battle. Jambo looked so damn good on Inferno, looked really sharp. One of the best maps we've seen from him in a long time in a Fnatic jersey. Compared to Cadian, who's that like supportive AWPing element. Obviously, he's calling. He likes to be able to call while he's AWPing because he can get a pretty good idea of what's going on in the round as an AWP and how he sets himself up and can then call around that. But it does mean that you're going to get not as much out of him in terms of the firepower department with the AWP, where you can't back him to hit a shot, fall back, hit another shot, fall back, find a big multi-kill in the round. And I think that could be a big discrepancy between the two teams coming into a map like Dust.
Yeah, it's one of the things I mentioned before the series got underway, right? Is that we need to see a good Jambo today for Fnatic to really deliver. It's about finding a star for their team. You mentioned like who is the star, and they've added Madden. BlameF was probably the star, even though he wasn't necessarily in star player roles as such all the time in every single map in the pool. Yeah, Jambo, and as the AWP, right? It's hard being that guy in the modern day of CS, right? How hard it is to AWP online in particular, and Fnatic having to play so many online tournaments. So yeah, it's tough, and I think he was only averaging a 1.05 for a while. And you need to up that if you're Jambo. He expects better of himself, that's for sure. He started pretty poorly this year, but he's put his best foot forward in this Intel Extreme Masters Atlanta qualifier thus far. There might be tougher challenges to come if you have to play like a BetBoom or something like that later on around down the line. 2 spots available though, not 1 like the Americas qualifier, important to mention. So a spot through the lower bracket and the upper bracket in this global qualifier. First kill has come through here, and there's lots of damage for OG. Once again on these Fnatic players, the scouts tagging them up, and Spook's recovered Mac 10, has gotten 1 more kill. Crim's MP7, still 28 HP, but
no.
Madden and Jambo are doing well, and that is a bullet that should have been connected. Flamas does connect 1, but it's only the Aristos USP now to clutch this one out. Crim's is 1-shot headshotable, sure. He's going to be caught in the side by Madden. And again, close but no cigar for OG, really.
Yeah, but they're looking competitive in these rounds, which is a bit of a contrast from what we saw in Inferno, where they're just getting blown out of the water in the first few rounds of the map. So at least some positive signs in that regard. We're going to see the AWP coming into play here for Cadian as well. Rifles outside of that, all the utility in the world. Really important that OG get the ball rolling early on here before Fnatic tear too far ahead. And Jambo has his AWP too, looking to go in towards long here. No, instead going to path into top mid.
Not the perfect spawn, and
yeah,
not surprising not to go for it in that situation. Of course, Dust 2, one of the few maps right now in the pool where you do have these random spawns. Mostly they are set on other maps at the moment. Easy to forget that.
OG not looking to make many moves in the early round here in the gun round. Instead, they're going to let the game come to them. Fnatic, which is a very standard style for Fear, just going to call these defaults where they set themselves up in middle. They keep their options available. You've got Crims who's working tunnels. You've got Casmo who's outside of long. And then 3 players set up in mid. So they really could go anywhere from here. It's going to be pressure up short preliminarily.
A sign that short will be the play, at least. But a minute to go. Plenty of time to make that decision. And Flamas almost getting caught there on the little jiggle swing. The resmoke will come through, and he'll take the opportunity to push a bit closer and play a bit more of an advantageous angle. But will that smoke fade before he's able to deliver? Crim's still waiting as well. Bottom middle. There's the opening tag, though. They're damaged, and they'll activate Cadian to peek aggressively. That is his counterpart down. You mentioned how important that door's going to be. But Crims is waiting bottom middle. Thankfully, he might not even need to be worried about if you're OG, because Flamas is here. He's holding them at bay on short. And now 25 seconds, 5v2. Fear might still have the bomb in his back, but there's nowhere to go.
Everything Fnatic have attempted in this round has just been shut down. The searching from Jambo in middle, he loses his life out. Then you've got the response from either Madden or Crims trying to go up short. They get shut down as well. And Fnatic just not able to get anything going, not able to work anything out yet to try and actually sink their teeth into the round. So well held on by OG. A flawless gun round, going to be a good boosted, a much needed boost to confidence here for them.
Yeah, starting your first gun round with all 5 alive is sometimes imperative to really feel like you can get yourself going in a series, and they have here. They needed it. Fnatic's save does give them money to work with, though. Not an exciting end to the round, but an important end to the round for OG.
Oof. There's Jambo spilling some blood already.
There you go.
Looking down mid, able to find an opening kill. Now it's decision-making time for OGs. They're chasing the round. How do they try and find some sort of a way back in? well, that's going to compound their problems. I love the pressure from Madden, realizing that they've gotten an opening kill in middle really early on. So he's just going to force the issue. Doesn't look like they're on the same wavelength as Madden, who's looking to try and pressure into that B bomb site. Now the pieces will start to shift in that direction.
Oh, information for Aristos in a very tough position on B. He needs a multi-kill, really, and he does get his one, but now he knows he's being pressured from tunnels. He's being rounded on from his left, and Crims will make doubly certain they've got the B bomb site under their control. Still a lurk available here for Fear as well. They are giving it a look. They know it's a possibility. Kadian's still watching for it. He's done his homework, maybe, and remembered where Fear was earlier. Likes to play in a default, and it does give them a bit of a glimmer of hope. But the thing is, Kitless. Oh, I say Kitless. Kadian has picked one up. So, full utility. He's going to go for the rifle. Another HE on the ground as well. Time is ticking down while they're collecting all this utility. Does make it awkward. There's one in toward Vambo and Crims. All right, then. He just says, screw you. I'm winning the round here and now.
Talk about peeking off of an offbeat timing there, realizing that they're busy throwing some utility, and he catches them completely off guard with the play, and he capitalizes on that great effort out of Madden, who found 2 brilliant kills. I mean, Crims gets the trade on Madden, and he finishes off the job in the 2v2. Fantastic work out of him. Great game sense and experience coming to fruition.
Yeah, I mean, the main reason why I think OG felt like they could go for that is the picked up kit, all the utility, and the fact they won their previous round with all 5 alive. So they had a tiny bit of a bank to work with. They knew they could buy this round as well. But not succeeding does hurt you for the future, of course.
Moments in the second map, because if Fnatic win this round here, it feels like it just follows the same suit with what we got in Inferno. Fnatic just dominating the game and OG winning sporadic rounds here and there. Really important that OG don't allow Fnatic to build up the same sort of momentum they had on that previous map.
Utility through short again. Crims is once again lurking around, trying to be a nuisance, waiting to make the play happen. And Kadian knows what's coming on short. 35 seconds. Fear still got the bomb on his back, and they can still choose to go back to B because they've got 2 players out middle. Crims will be caught. Jambo waits for the swing silver, and Spook will get found. Arizos now, of course, worried about 2 separate positions, is able to take Fear at long range, and now Madden's waiting in elevator with the bomb dropped in CT. Really weird round here, but Jacazmo's hit a big shot on Kadian and found Adam as well. Aristos now, can he try and find a way to hold on to that bomb? It's still in an awkward position, I believe. He's found Madden. Can he find 2 players as well? They might have to try and go for the kill here. Aristos could hold on for dear life and win this round stuck behind the box near B. 3 seconds, 2 and 1. Just about in time. What a weird way for OG to win their second.
Oh, brilliant work there from Aristos to kind of realize the best way for him to win the round is just to try and duck his head down and survive. I think that Jambo gets ever so slightly ahead of his teammate, though. He probably could have waited a bit more for Jacazmo to try and join up with him and then force a 2v1. Like you say, extremely weird. That's not something you're going to see again. And a much needed round for OG will go their way as they're able to hold on.
That's crazy.
How did the bomb end up in CT? Was it a player on short who was killed and then it got dropped down, or?
I mean, I'm pretty sure for the majority of the round, Fear was carrying the bomb. I think Arizos killed him in CT. It looked like Fear dropped CT and was running back toward B. From memory, from the kill that I saw Arizos get. I mean, it's a bit of a clown fiesta round for Fnatic. They'll know that. That is one they should have found a way to win. Thankfully for Arizos, they've got the right man in the right position there to hold on and make the right decision. He realized what the situation was.
Once you see that double kill coming through from Jacazmo, you think, well, that's just the closed-up shop round is over. Great moment from Jacazmo. We haven't seen many of them, but the cat gets thrown amongst the pigeons with the bomb dropped in CT.
Yeah, I mentioned it in the early part of the play-by-play, and I didn't think it was going to become that much of an issue or that big of an issue in the as the round would proceed, but it most certainly did. That was what lost it for them. Jacasmo, great tap on Flamus. That's confident for him. Good to see. Madden has 1D'd Spook as well. All of a sudden, Fnatic have put that previous round behind them and they're up short with the bomb in tow this time. Adam B is waiting for that fear lurk. He has only got a Glock fear. He's, as you can see, dropped a gun to his teammate with only $150 in the bank and no armor. He has set up his star. Adam B will finally go and look for him. Shadow seen. Easy kill. So 3v3. Retake is on.
No Ket though, unless there's one short, and then I don't even know if they want to attempt this. You can see that they're kind of deliberating right now. Cadian was in between, and they are going to try and make something of this. It's a big risk though, because if they end up dying and not keeping anyone alive, or end up losing, not keeping anyone alive, they've got nothing to work with in the next. And Jacasmo really seems to have found a footing here in the series. Another multi-kill from him. Like you say, Fnatic leaving that previous round in the past where it belongs.
One thing I will say about Jacasmo, it might not be as obvious more recently for Fnatic, because they've just been on a bad run of form in general. He's always been a very good individual player on both CT and T around the A-bomb site of Dust 2. I've really seen him do some great work there in days gone by for both Fnatic and his previous teams. So, I think he's just more comfortable. Just likes that portion of the map. Don't know why. Just more often than not, I've seen him do some good work there. And once again, he delivers when it matters. OG have not been able to just get full control of the economy at really any point, it feels like. That was their chance here. And they've not got it. And Fnatic now looks like already walking B very quickly, Matt. Sorry to cut you off. We're already going for the execute, and it's going to be comfortable. You can now make your point, my friend.
Yeah, thankfully they made it pretty quickly on the entries, but that's just been the theme throughout the series for OG, is they've never really been able to get any sort of favorable passage of play. Have they won more than 2 consecutive rounds at single points as Jacasmo continues to deal in multi-kills? I mean, I know there was a stage where they won 2 rounds in a row on Inferno, but I'm not even sure if there was actually any moment where they won 3 in a row. I'm going back now to have a look at the numbers, and I can confirm my suspicions are correct. There's actually only been a single point throughout this series where they haven't only won a round in isolation, and that's happened once where they've won 2. So there's just been no momentum for OG whatsoever.
I'm just watching back the replay of how Aristos won that round as it's going live on the stream now. I think because Madden dropped CT as well. I'm pretty sure they both dropped like near CT. Either way, so it's old news now. I just wanted to try and figure it out for myself because I was confused too, which as confused as Aristos was. Anyway, Jambo, big entry on Flamus on short. Bit of a weird duel against Adam B, and Adam B will be able to get it over the line. But again, smoke front site, plant for short. They've got full control. Adam and Spook both low HP.
Extremely low. Might even dissuade them from the retake. They don't have any kits. They've got a single smoke grenade. They're going to need a kill quickly here. They're making their way up. Bramfear looking to fight them on the front lines, relying on Jacasmo, who this time will be cut down off the back of only a single kill. Madden's been spotted in the corner as well, so Crimson's going to have to activate.
Madden will swing wide.
So
Great
smart.
headshot. Spook down. And Crims will get his one on Cadian as well. All of a sudden, down to Adam. Not much he can do. Very low HP. It's only an exit kill. And all these close rounds continue just to get away from OG bit by bit.
Yeah, that is a key thing you've just mentioned there, is that all of these rounds on Dust 2 feel like they've been hotly contested. There really hasn't been nearly as many dominant rounds from Fnatic compared to what we had on Inferno. And even then, maybe there were some closer rounds that got away from OG. And that could just be an issue of them not really having had enough time to really galvanize as a unit and get these tense and chaotic situations across the line. And I really like how quickly Fnatic are approaching these rounds, because they're not giving OG any time to kind of figure out what's going on, the temperament of the round, how to set up, how to adjust, what sort of a solution to employ. They're just all over OG like a rash.
Like a cheap suit.
My favorite.
Do you get that one? Oh, okay.
Does that just mean because it's like not going to be
too big?
correctly?
It's too big
exactly,
and it's all over
yeah.
you. Yeah,
Yeah,
exactly.
I thought so.
Oh.
Figured as much. Oh boy. OG with another half buy here. Jacasmo's having a blinder of game. Jambo up to 9 kills as well, 8 for Madden.
This is a really good sign for Fnatic. If if that last map, I'm sure, would have been a lot easier for them if Jacasmo was even like somewhat at the races, right? Now he is, and it's 7-2. And sure, they were maybe a bit bailed out early game from Fear. Oh my goodness, Adam, for Fear and Jambo being so good early map. But as I said earlier, I'll say it again, it might sound like a broken record, but it's important to say, Fnatic need Jambo. They need him, he is their star. They paid a lot of money for him, of course, at the time, if you remember. And, yeah, they technically, at Jambo's peak, I'm still convinced he's one of the best AWPers in Tier 2. Maybe even could play high Tier 1. Still, even now. Hang on a second, though. This 5-7's being a little bit of a nuisance for Fear in middle. Eventually cleared by Jacasmo. There's a boost on short. That Molotov could remove it. Flamus has got an M4 to use. Trying to have a sightline in toward lower. Needs one. But now the boost is known. And they might have to run away from it.
Yeah, again, Fnatic just looking to try and play on the front foot in all of these rounds. That's the tempo that they're playing the game right now, and it's working out. Hyper aggressive. Madden is definitely being the man that they expected him to be coming into this game as well. Well, into the team, should I say. Really keen to be active. They're setting him up, supporting him, and he's been given a lot of space, clearly, Trav. He may not even have a leash on him on this T side where he can just kind of feel these situations out, and if he kind of recognizes an opportunity, he'll immediately look to try and capitalize on it before maybe trying to go down the chain of command and say what he's seeing and what he's thinking and what he wants to do. He's just got the space to activate and make the plays, and Fnatic are really slotting in nicely around him and enabling him to the best of their ability.
Yeah, I mean, this would be... I mean, they're not out of the tournament. It does deserve to be mentioned again that there is a lower bracket in this one for a long path through to qualify for IEM Atlanta. But it would not be a good start for OG. They would have wanted to really compete in a game like this, especially against a Fnatic, which have not looked good this year. Fnatic completely bummed out of the IEM Rio qualifier, losing to Venom, Kalesi, and Gen 1 as well. OG, sure, haven't exactly had a great start to the year either. They made it through the open qualifier to reach the closed. They're pretty clean in that open qualifier. Beating Venusport 13-0. That's some doing to win a game 13-0 in the modern day. Anyway, we've gone aggressive in this round. We've managed to get control of tunnels and got a 4v3. So
yeah,
the bomb might be going long, but again, advantage at least.
Yeah, man advantage, health advantage. Got everything they need in a must-win round here to OG. They cannot afford to spill this opportunity. Now they're just going to bide their time, try and settle things down in the round, and maybe keep OG guessing, try and sow a seed of doubt as they wait for their chance to pounce. Another CT smoke has been thrown. Is that going to be the go signal? Yes, Jacasmo starts to creep in towards the say bomb site. I like the boost up here to actually try and glean a bit of an angle. Adam B's got to be careful, doesn't realize how limited room is really is to work with, and Fnatic not going to find anything from the back of the boost. And you'd imagine there should be no way for them to win the round from here.
Oh, Adam's moving forward. Could easily have gotten caught on the headshot angle by Jambo as he elevates his position on Khan. It's a great check on Flamus. Uh-oh. Could be falling apart again. Adam B, you've got to hold on. Reload behind the box. He's got KD in support. Needs to hit this shot. Does hit the shot. It's Fear, the captain, to win the round. 1v3. Adam down already. 12 seconds. Looking for the duel on short. Another tap, but that maybe will be ill-advised. There's one more player to find in CT, though. Almost finds Spook. And if he did find it, maybe he still would have had a chance for the plant, but not to be on this occasion. Good kill from Spook. Something for OG to work with again. Can they get another 8-4?
That would be insane, because that's all we've had today as far as first half scorelines have been concerned. 3 in a row. The series before this one, we had 8-4s on both of the maps in the first halves. First map of this one as well. Can OG match that? If it feels like they have to, Trav. I mean, it's going to be so difficult to battle back if they're down 9-3 on the second map. Need a glimmer of light here to work with. It's going to be a very good flash over the top. Oh my goodness. Yeah, slow to react. They hadn't really gotten the memos to where Adam B was positioned, so he'll take down both. Yeah,
that is that looked too easy. Let's put it that way. That's a kind way for me to say that how that one played out. Could say many different things. Maybe I'll leave that one to Twitch chat. 5v2 for OG.
It does feel like one of the first nothing rounds we've seen from Fnatic almost throughout the series, where just nothing has really worked out, hasn't really look too convincing.
Crims has decided to charge through the molly now and make some presence known on short. A Crims Jambo 2v5. Will there be a radar screenshot to post on Twitter after this round?
Nah,
Let's see.
Nah.
Sorry, man. I know you like Falcons.
Let's
You like
stop
Nico.
the slander, shall we? Love Nico. Love Monacy. It's a tough time. Being
I know,
a
man. I'm
Falcons fan. It's
sorry.
been for a while.
Well, there's
It's okay.
one back.
There is one of us, either way. Like you say, there is a kill back. Problem is the time. 20 seconds.
There we
Amma's
go.
going to be able to catch Yambo creeping through the smoke, and while Crims may as well roll the dice, but it doesn't matter which side the dice lands on, there's no chance of winning the round from there. Cadian will put him down. OG eke 4 out of the first half. It was a decent battle back at the end, but there's a hell of a lot more work required.
Fnatic feeling good with an 8-4 lead and looking to get into that upper quarter-final in the battle for Intel Extreme Masters Atlanta. OG have not really been at the races today. 2 times 8-4. Can they recover this one?
They have to. Otherwise, it's going to have to be a run through a lower bracket that's going to be stacked up with really strong teams for OG to try and get to the main event. Good start. There'll be some good follow-up damage. Taps being fired off, but it's Spook who's been able to double down on entry duty. A lot of these players walking wounded, though.
Yeah, that's actually quite a lot of damage considering on a pistol round of all things, but it's a great jiggle from Arasdar Sphere. Didn't know what hit him. So, Crim's back at the site on B. They've got Crims and Madden together. Good jump spot there, though. They figured out Crims is in his position. Surely, though, you wouldn't expect Madden as well. They're going into the Lion's Den here. Two very experienced players. Can they hit their shots? Crims has let them out. That gives Madden a chance to deliver. Oh no, OG, not like this again. 2v2, all of a sudden. And the bomb is on the B bomb site. It's in their control. KD and Arasdos, they are coming in a pretty good timing together here to pinch. That damage done, though, with the help of Madden, once again finds a big kill. And KD's left wondering how on earth are both CTs here. He's going to get found, and it never rains, but it pours for OG.
Oh, they're going to be kicking themselves. That is a disastrous round for them to lose. And you know what? I mean, what are they thinking, Trav? What are they thinking? They've gotten some amazing frags. They've created so much space in the map, and then they've just made an assumption. They've just hoped that players have rotated off of the B bomb site. They haven't actually tried to play with the advantage they've created for themselves. They've just made the assumption that B would be the best option. Just feel things out a little bit. There's so much time. Let the round breathe. Send one guy on an excursion to see what's actually happening on the opposite side of the map before you commit there. They've rested on their laurels, and it's cost them everything.
And Matt, they almost did as well. Like the first, I can't remember who it was now, but the first OG player, like, jump, shoulder, peaked, back plat, a bit like that we're seeing there from the bomb carrier Cadian. And I'm sure they saw Crim's back plat. I'm sure they would have. Crimson chooses not to fight any longer, knowing that if he stays alive, Madden can deliver, because they wouldn't be expecting Madden. And yeah, Madden's up to 15 kills now. That's,
how good has he been this series?
Very, very solid. And he's not a blame F. You know, it's big shoes to fill. No one can be a blame F, but you know, at least in this game, it's solid. And it's very clear that Fnatic have been working hard behind the scenes in the time that they haven't been playing officials.
Big shoes to fill, and even bigger shirt to fill for blame F. But Madden, he is his own man, and he brings his own flavor and flair to the team. And he's been so good for Fnatic here today. Really big work out of him on the CT side of Inferno in particular, and towards the top of middle here on the T side as well. How often did he blow the door wide open in the round, and then huge recovery mission in the pistol. Now going to try and deal with this force by Jacasmo in the corner, not going to get checked. He's going to be able to find only the one. He feels like he's come up a bit short change there. He will get a frag back to restore the man advantage, however, and now looks to just try and stay alive and buy time.
Is trying, dancing back and forth. Eventually will be digged down by Adam. We smoke on the door. That does allow a weapon to be picked up, and the bomb too, but will they just disrespect it? I think they will. They're creeping through on the timing, and Jambo says bye-bye, and it could be bye-bye in the series very quickly.
Yeah, I mean, if there was ever going to be any hope, it would have needed to have been the force buy, but, you know, losing the pistol the way they did, just going to really break the team's mental. They'll buy up what they can afford in the round here, but Fnatic are on that final stretch, just coasting up to the finish line. May even be able to win the map without having to play against a proper full gun round here. So OG are going to persist with the investments.
Two AKs on the right people you'd want them on, Flamus and Adam. But it feels all a bit in vain right now for OG. And as we said, look, it's a lower bracket run that will need to happen. They're not out of the tournament, but that's the issue. Just think about the teams that are going to be in that lower bracket. If I'm reading this correctly, they'd play the loser of Nemesis and K27. They are not easy teams to face. Nemesis, of course, the ex-Gun 5 team. Yeah. K27, one of the youngest up-and-comers in the scene at the moment. The other games in this portion of the bracket are still ongoing. K27 have only just started their game against Nemesis. In the circle are 11-7 up on Tricked, and Eyeballers are 12-3 up on BetM33. Our upper bracket quarterfinals in the upper portion of the upper bracket are complete. It's BetBoom v ENCE and Alliance versus Sinners.
Well, we'll be adding one of Fnatic or OG, and, well, almost certainly Fnatic at this point to the mix as well. Madden on a tight angle will be able to drop Spook, falls back. Not all the way to the bomb site. He's going to actually continue to just hang around in the open. This is what you get from Madden when he's feeling himself just full of confidence. Got a lot of self-belief and a follow-up dink onto Flamus as well. Fia takes down the full health KD and then finishes off what Madden had started onto Flamus. and OG does disintegrate, it's been very simple and direct on the C side. You think about the pistol, numbers grouped up into B. The force buy, numbers grouped up into B. This time, numbers grouped out long. Really, not many layers to this approach here from OG. Fnatic deal with it decisively, and they're now just 2 rounds away.
I do think, like, look, I'm hopeful now for Fnatic because of the way they're dealing with OG in this manner. But at the same time, there's a good chance, I mean, I don't want to put them down in any way after what is a great game, but it could flatter to deceive them for the rest of this qualifier. It could really give, fans a real hope they could even qualify for the main event off the back of this performance. But there's going to be tougher tests in what is a very, fresh OG with really not that many officials under their belt. So, yeah, it's Madden, great game. Fear, good individually, which has been an issue for him. Jambo, great game. Those things and those 3 conditions are going to have to keep up for Fnatic to make it to Atlanta, I think.
I mean, this is going to be a great catalyst for them in the qualifier, though, just to perk everybody up, get the excitement going, get that belief going as well. Madden maybe feeling himself a little bit too much there, just standing out in the open, taking any duel that comes his way. But Fnatic should be getting up to 12 without breaking a sweat here. Only Adam B's Desert Eagle left. They know where he is. And that means they're going to have 8 opportunities to march on in the upper bracket.
Very comfortable. Fnatic having a whale of a time at the moment. All the pieces coming together. Like, OG look a bit silly.
It's going to be such a big test for Cadian in his career. I mean, the Liquid project, that failed. The Stylus project, that failed. This might be one of his last real runs of it, where he's been given strong pieces, a lot of up-and-coming players to make something of this team and show everybody, remind everybody what he's capable of in IGL and see where he can take this OG roster. Lots of pressure on him here, but he's got to welcome that pressure. He's got to welcome this opportunity. I think that someone like Cadian will, but just hasn't delivered today, unfortunately.
If anyone's watched the recent 5 video about Cadian, you'll be very aware that his team history has often had some short stints, but that was back in the day. He's had some great success since then. I really hope that OG persevere and give this project time. But as you say, not a good start, I'm afraid. Getting through the open qualifier as cleanly as they did, brilliant. The closed qualifier is a different kettle of fish.
Yeah, this is where the competition really ramps up, and OG have realized that at least there is that lower bracket for them to try and fall back on and make something of the qualifier. Like I said earlier, the goal, I reckon, for both Fnatic and OG is to reach the main event, and anything less would be regarded as a failure, especially with the illustrious name of these organizations and how they're looking to try and populate their calendar going into the rest of the season with some LAN events. Lots of damage done to both Cadian and Flammus, walking wounded, leaving a trail of blood as they try and push him towards the bomb site.
Oh, Fear's here, but it's a good catch from Arados this time. But again, even more damage done. 11 HP on him now, and 25 seconds. This could still be a round that goes awry. Thankfully, Arados is still hitting some really big shots, and it's a whiffed spray from Madden. Crims will get a freebie as Spook drops him towards CT, but the B bomb site is clear, and they're going to be crossing with the bomb in good time, I think. There we go. 12 seconds, making doubly sure it's all safe, getting utility over, getting the flashes over. And that'll be 12-5.
So they hold on, but again, the problem is just the game is way too far gone at this point. Just about maybe saving face, improving the optics of the results at the end of the day. But the rot is completely set in. It feels like a formality from here. To be careful as they look to try and exit the side chart. They don't lose too many players. I mean, obviously, if they lose a round, it's game over. So not really looking to build up their finances, but more just don't want to have anybody handicapped going into the next round with a Galil or SMG. That's going to be all good.
And that's, as I was touching on earlier, right, about OG, is one of Krisen's strengths, of course, our old in-game leader who's now on Heroic. As a very, very young in-game leader, he was able to get a new 5 to a relatively acceptable level very quickly. He made it look really good when they, at some various points in 2025, when they were playing in Tier 2, they were kind of, I would argue, at the top of Tier 2 on more than one occasion, with 2 separate full teams. Krisen had worked with 8 different pieces on OG and got them to a pretty acceptable level. How quickly Cadian can do that remains to be seen.
It will take longer, but if it works, it would go further, I think is the key detail.
Yeah, yeah. If OG are willing to give them time, that's the main point.
You have to if you're gonna.
So many projects, mate, like are called too early. I mean, there's a great example today. I'm sure there are some Noahs in chat. Ill Will, a mix that are kind of been playing together as a 5 recently won an online tournament, and they'd had a really, really good run of things at the beginning of 2026. They just dropped Foster, their, like, I would say maybe support rifler, who was doing a totally fine job, and picked up Diha instead, and they just won a tournament. Even with success, some teams are not giving, their players time, so it's crazy. Anyway, the game could be ending here. Jambo removing Flammer. Spook, good kill. That's not all that came from, though. Thankfully, on this occasion, he's ready. All 3 kills in the round for Spook. And Jacasmo and Crims are already scarpering. So it will be 12-6. The game goes on.
Something we've been lacking here from OG throughout these series is big individual moments where we're getting to see a player by himself find a quickfire multi-kill and basically just like win the round for their team. We've seen it in heaps from Madden. We've seen it from in heaps from Jambo as well. Jacasmo here on Dust. I think that's been one of the big differences between these two teams so far is how strong the individuals have been. I think just going back to the conversation as well, when you've got a team that you're bringing Cadian into to lead, you need to give them at least a season, at a minimum. So I'm glad that they made the changes at the end of last year so they could just use those U-series that they had to kind of just feel things out a little bit and become familiar with each other, then go into the off-season, maybe take a short break. But I'd imagine that they would have been one of the teams that were cracking before the season got underway. Once again, just trying to maximize that time before they started getting busy with official games. And then now from Feb into March, we really want to see that materialization coming to life for OG and kind of giving the fans something to believe in, right, and get excited by.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, there are many, many questions when it comes to both these two teams. And even for Fnatic, if they win this game as comfortably as it looks like they will, are they eventually going full Ukrainian? How long does Crims have left? Is Jambo going to improve his level again? Well, I think one of those questions has definitely been answered today. Jambo's had a great game.
Yeah.
He's going to have to continue where he left off in the earlier portion of 2025 rather than the latter portion of 2025 and into early 2026. This is a good start for him. He can start building it from here. Good frags from Flammus. Unfortunately, it's hard to be too excited about them because they all feel like consolation kills. Kill from Jacasmo and he will fall back.
I was a bit nervous for a second there. If Jacasmo got the kill on Cadian, that would have been bomb dropped, and who the hell knows what happens from there. But it's not going to be what transpires here. Madden, his position known into CT. No way to win the round here for his team. And OG will survive another. Finally, a streak of more than just 2 rounds coming through for OG in the series, guys. Not even just on the map. It's been so sporadic in terms of OG having 1 round in this game so far. Unfortunately, it really comes when it matters the least.
Wasn't unknown, this map, that's for sure. I mean, both these two teams have barely played it this year. I know we're only 2 months in, but Fnatic played it once in the IEM Rio qualifier in an exact format like this, losing to NBK and Masutas Gen 1. Definitely a loss that they wouldn't want to look back on. OG have not yet played it this year, but the 3 losses they've had were all really close in games that could have gone either way. 13-11 versus 500, 13-11 versus Monty in the semi-final of DreamHack Knockout. If they won that game, they would have been able to play a grand final to have a chance to win a Pro League spot. They've beaten Venom on it in that very event, but also lost to Inferno, which is a much lower ranked Romanian team. So sure, it's all been so near, but yet so far. Unfortunately, this one is still a long way back to make it a close game.
Yeah. I mean, if they can win this round here, 12-8, anti-eco, 12-9, I perk myself up at that point. I start to think, okay, maybe there is a bit of a dialogue to be had.
I hear you, I hear you.
Fnatic going to use one of their pauses here. They want to try and end things off here in round 20. Everything they had won coming into this next round. Canadian teams have always been notoriously difficult to put away. And that's because he is one of those guys who will just never throw in the towel, always maintain the belief, and then that energy is infectious for the rest of the team surrounding him. It's going to be a tag on Spook because he's leaping through the door, turns into a leg shot from the AWP, but it's going to be OG who clean long control.
Okay, Cadian. Surely a hop into pit is inevitable. There we go. I'll take long and keep it. 4 players. Pretty close, though, for Fnatic. Jambo already committed to playing the get right position. All the way back on the boxes. And Madden is spamming that smoke on the Spook cross. Taking it slowly there for Spook. Maybe wasn't ideal. 1 bullet from death. But Adam B and Aristos are answering back again. Another 4v3 to work with. Madam's still on the new box, ready to hop up at a moment's notice to try and get 1 kill back, make this retakeable. Crimson's got the all-important kit, but the bomb will go down. And again, I think Fnatic realise, look, it's annoying, but we've got to keep our 3 guns.
Yeah, okay. Well, OG, keeping things simple here, just making their way through long. Smokes for the cross. Very important kill of Aristotle onto Jambo. That was really the frag that had unlocked the round and was an instant headshot. He's looked sharp. 15 kills to his name. And it does seem like OG are starting to kind of warm up now. We're seeing what this team is about. It's just a pity that it's come right at the tail end of the game where Fnatic are on the brink of winning the series. But now we're getting a bit of a taste about what this OG roster is about. I like this flavor.
It is. I just hope that they'll get a chance to show more of it in a lower bracket gauntlet run, right? I mean, as I say, that it's not going to get easy. They will play Nemesis or K27, whoever loses their game. Both a difficult opponent. Good whip round for OG there, though. And as you say, I mean, Aristos had a good game. Unfortunately, you know, their CT side was again just a little bit too weak. And Aristos of their only 4 rounds on CT when he managed to stay alive outside B doors in a pretty crazy win. So that was not one you're going to get for free all too often. Could have easily been a 9-3. And the game would have been done by now. Who knows, though? 12-8. I'm getting interested a little bit. I'm getting a little bit more interested.
I do like the fact that Fnatic haven't spent all their money around the 3 guns they've carried into the round here, which I think some teams would have done the same sort of position, because it means they're guaranteed a full buy in the next, and they've got a few decent pieces to work with here as well. So it's going to be a tough battle for OG to keep this one going. Heavy emphasis on middle. It's going to be a molly that kind of stifles the approach there for Fnatic. Nobody home on this B bomb site, and that's where OG set their sights.
Imagine how different this half also could have been if OG didn't walk into Madden and Crims on the pistol round. Anyway, this round is still vaguely on. There's a quick rotation here from Fnatic. Hang on, this could be difficult. The M4 Crimsons get 1, and Jambo baited him the Deagle, unfortunately. Now very difficult for him to deliver. The nade is blown up Madden. Now Jambo needs a crazy play, and it's never going to happen. Flamus clears him. Another quad kill from Flamus in this series. Is it too little too late? 3 more for overtime.
Well, we've whittled down that number. What was 12-4 at one point? That means 8 map and series points. Now just 3 left remaining for Fnatic. Only 2 of them would be gun rounds. OG giving this a real good old college try. Great entries there from Flamus. I was a bit concerned with them pushing into that stacked up bomb site, but they made mincemeat of the CT players. I wonder if Fnatic are maybe starting to get a little bit nervy now, a little bit shaky. Gotta make sure that they don't go into a shell and start playing not to lose yet. Oh boy, this is such a brave call. And they may pull the plug on it. The entire team grouped up in tunnels. Spook now going to start to rotate back around and give the team some more options.
They are walking back into lower. Another full purchase for Fnatic to try and get this done and wrapped. Madden will peek with fear. There's a bit of a jump spot there. There's the information of a couple of players lower. First bit of intel that Fnatic have kind of got in this round, but if they go for a boost now or a double swing now, they need a flash, and they've got that flash. It's a big one on Flamus. Madden and Fear will combine, fall back away with the man advantage. That's a good little change up there from Fnatic, changing that timing of when they push short. And Fear is sticking around. He wants to get one more cheeky kill on the way out. He's going to play from the corner of the stairs. Good counter flash again. Very blind is Adam. Freebie for Fear, looking for one more. Spook had to trade. Did. 3v4, 35 seconds on the brink of falling to that lower bracket. And they're still shifting around the map. And Crims, he's waiting for the exact moment they could go mid to B into his arms. He hears them all
hearing
running
all of
through
us.
lower, and now the rotations will be coming through immediately. He knows it's for sure B, but he can't run yet because he's waiting for the possibility of a lurk, and he's found that lurk of Cadian. Big kill from Crims, and now the cavalry's arrived. They need to frag their way out of trouble. Arizos gets one. Both he and Spook are now half HP. The bomb might just be able to go down, and it will. Good nades, good incendiary. It's so awkward for Spook. He doesn't know which way to look first. Jacasmo is playing with the angle, and in comes the push from Madden. Surely there's no way they can battle their way out of this one. There's one from Spook, though. Suddenly it's a 1v1. Crims looking to close it, and Crims will close it. Fnatic will get the game done. OG, fair play for the fight, but it was always going to be Fnatic series.
Yeah, I mean, maybe at the end that narrative started to teeter a little bit, but Crims holds his nerve. Do you see how calm he was in the 1v2 there as well? After he gets the frag on Oris Doce, he doesn't just immediately swing to try and take that fight. That fight with Spook, he just kind of stutter steps. He waits for his chance, and then he swings with confidence to finish off the job. Great effort, I must say, in the 2v4 there from Oris Doce and Spook to almost keep OG in the hunt, and at least some positives for OG to take away from that second map compared to what had happened on Inferno. But just not a great showing, unfortunately, from OG. And conversely, a lot of belief for Fnatic as they get their first best-of-3 win this year.
Indeed, indeed. It's the hope that kills for OG, unfortunately. It's not like they got back to 11. That would have been even more heartbreaking. But, yeah, at least it was something. It was okay. But in the end, overall across the series, not to the standard that they will expect of themselves. Here is the upper bracket, how it looks at the moment. You can see that upper portion has now been complete. BetBoom versus ENCE, bit of a banger. Alliance versus Sinners, pretty good as well. Fnatic waiting for the winner of Nemesis and K27. Inner Circle, a map up on Tricked. Eyeballers, a map up on BetM33. Definitely a team to watch, Eyeballers, to probably fight maybe with BetBoom for those two spots that are available in the main event. That'd be one of my predictions for sure. I was hopeful for OG. Thought they might be able to do something against Fnatic today, who have not shown that much this year. But not to be. Johnny Speeds versus Nuclear Tigers in that lower bracket. OG now populate that lower bracket as well with Basement Boys and Cyber Shoke. Well, that is going to be it from us for now. We're only handing over to our colleagues, Lucy and Brandon, to take you through the following two games to come in the Intel Extreme Masters Atlanta Global Qualifier today. We hope you enjoyed the coverage. We'll be back tomorrow for some more. See you then.
Can you hear what I wanna say? I've been feeling quite away from you, but the time has done its thing, and I feel better.
been thinking about your love tonight. Two hearts gonna make our worlds collide, baby. I just wanna be the one to treat you right. Two-step in me, baby, slide, slide. I've been thinking about your love tonight. Two hearts gonna make our worlds collide, baby. I just wanna be the one to treat you right. Two-step in me, baby, slide, slide. I've been thinking about your love tonight. I just wanna be the one to treat you right. I've been thinking about love tonight. Two hearts gonna make our worlds collide, baby. I just wanna be the one to treat you right. Two-step in me, baby, slide, slide. Your love tonight. Two hearts gonna make our worlds collide, baby. I just wanna be the one to treat you right. Two-step in me, baby, slide, slide. I've been thinking about your love tonight. Two hearts gonna make our worlds collide, baby. I just wanna be the one to treat you right. Two-step in me, baby, slide, slide. I've been thinking about your love tonight. I just wanna be the one to treat you right. I've been thinking about your love tonight. Two hearts gonna make our worlds collide, baby. I just wanna be the one to treat you right. Two-step in me, baby, slide, slide.
I've been thinking about your love tonight, love tonight, love tonight. I just wanna be the one to treat you right, treat you right, treat you right. I've been thinking about your love tonight, love tonight, love tonight. I just wanna be the one to treat you right, treat you right, treat you right. to make a fool out of me. I was lost in the idea of it all. Too many years I've been suffering here, burning down right now. And I don't know where I run to, but it could be oblivion. I dream I was making love to a whole new life. Learned my lesson once, I'll skip the reminder of what's left for me. If I turn around, you let me I want you close to me. I want you close to me. Close to me. Close to me. I want you close to me. Close to me. I want you. I want you close to me.
So come on, here's something you don't want to miss.
Rafa really making history. Absolutely phenomenal.
And Ace is the champion of the Intel Extreme Masters World Finals.
Storm's still not quite done. ENCE is going to take this fight, though. 3 seconds left.
Last 2 rounds of action's got to start it well for ENCE.
And this is a massive move for Zez, but he's not content with just a Nexus kill. He wants to win out.
And it's all done. A flawless win. Unbelievable Rogue with a 4-0 victory over Classic.
And they did it again in the grand finals. It's Gold!
Give it up for your Intel Extreme Masters World Champion.
Hello everyone, welcome back to the IEM Atlanta Close Qualifier. We're into our second lot of games of the day, which means a change in the shift, and we move into the upper quarterfinals, Brandon. We have some very exciting matches coming up.
Yeah, it should be a really good one, right? There's a lot of fun teams in this qualifier. I've taken a look at some of the earlier games, and I'd argue actually not many upsets taking shape, which is the complete contrast to the Rio Close qualifiers, right? But here in the upper quarterfinals, BetBoom take on ENCE of our first game of the stream. Should be a really fun one because you've got a new look ENCE that have made some roster changes, and you compare and contrast that to a BetBoom team that always seem to do really well right up until the final moment. I don't know what it is about this BetBoom team, but it doesn't matter what event they're in, they make it easily all the way to the last step, and then they lose.
Yeah, it was a sad run for them in Rio, wasn't it? It's just about missing out, coming in that third, fourth, or third actually, right? So literally one best of 3 away from qualifying to Rio. Looking to try and right the ship here with a spot at Atlanta. You see already got lower bracket games as well that we're playing out at the same time, which is Basement Boys versus Cybershock and Alliance versus Sinners. So, actually, sorry, no, that is that's our upper game. So that one's playing, all these games playing at once.
Yeah, and for the likes of Nuclear Tigers, they're going to be feeling a little bit hard done by. I was watching that game versus Sinners earlier, and it was ridiculously close. The fact that Cybershock with new look Cybershock, where you still got Glowing, but you've added Mockagin into the lineup, go up against Basement Boys, they should be okay there in theory. Alliance making it through with again a fantastic performance out of Male09, who was featured so highly amongst the pro bold predictions of the year. Is it a bold prediction if you pick him about 8 times? Not sure.
No, I think we're all having a bit of a laugh at that, weren't we? But yeah, BetBoom versus ENCE. That's where we're finding ourselves now. BetBoom, pretty simple win over Basement Boys. That was a pretty clean 2-0. ENCE a little bit up and down. They did lose out Dust 2 versus Cybershock, and in pretty emphatic fashion, 13-4 loss there. But the new player to the team who joined this year, that's the Polish duo, they're looking pretty good. Played 1.2 rating from Krasner, 1.19 from Fiku, so feels like they're slotting into this team pretty well.
Let's have a look at the Veto to see where it's going, because I think in actual fact, it could have gone in every single different direction. I actually really like the fact that BetBoom here don't pick into Dust 2, because even though ENCE did struggle against Cybershock, you can leave it in the back pocket if you're BetBoom, because it is one of your best maps. Have it and float it as that decider. Pick into a Nuke, which I think is going to be really interesting. The only thing I worry about sometimes with BetBoom's Nuke is their T-side in particular. It was a little bit uninspired, and the players in general aren't amazing on T-side, but their CT side is unbelievable. So if they get a little bit of a momentum here, if they get the pistol, they just get a couple of rounds, like they'll be fine, I think. But ENCE picking into Ancient, again, an incredibly strong map here for BetBoom. It's really difficult to upset, I think, in this veto. If you're ENCE, you just have to play 3 strong BetBoom maps.
Yeah, if you get to that decider, I very much worry for ENCE. But let's focus in as we get things straight under... No, we don't, Brandon. They're jumping back. We're not quite live, but pretty ready to get into it. What can we insinuate from this? Well, maybe not a lot. There was some dual Berettas, flashbang, pretty normal. But yeah, Dust 2. That's if we get there. I mean, sure, ENCE have had okay games on it, but I think coming off that pretty fresh, rough loss, I think that yeah, they're going to be hoping they can do this in 2, but up against it with the particular maps that we have, at least you get that CT start.
A lot of util, like an awful lot of util for a pistol round if you BetBoom. Double smoke, single flash, but you got the molly and the nade as well. That indicates to me that they're just going to go fast out A, and they absolutely are. Door broken. Magno actually pauses for Fort. And Krasnal will take the first contact. This molly will then come through into top hut. Flashbang, brilliant. But Krasnal's dual Berettas, that little bit better. 2 kills instantaneously. They just can't handle him. Siren's found 2 in the meanwhile. And Boomich and Artfrost are trying to just congregate over towards Squeaky. This is a complete mess, though. And yet again, Krasnal's dualies just can't be bested.
Siren's going to be bested, though. It gets one with the dual bread as he picks up, but Krasnal just taking the fight forward. You can see what Boomich was going for there, like wanted to try and catch a timing to walk through that smoke while they're focused in on his teammates into a Squeaky. But he plays a little bit too late, or at least they didn't anticipate that Krasnal push forward. And so by the time he does point out, there's enough players looking, and I think it was kind of telegraphed when there was no further contact. So great round from Krasnal with the dual Berettas. He drops an M4 over and goes into the MP9, selfless player. But he is playing close up towards Hut, so it makes sense.
Krasnal's the highest rated player for ENCE so far, just on the CT side. There's a 1.36 rating playing over at door, especially on the defenses. So he's going to be solid. Nachu is a really dependable pair of hands over at ramp as well. And that seemed very easy. And of course, it's the eco. So you're hoping for a bomb plant if you BetBoom. You made it through ramp, but you didn't make it any further. It's nice to see a number of players getting active for ENCE quite early.
Yeah, M4's not lost either. That's scooped up. MP9 dropped. BetBoom not wasting our time. Frost gets 1 there. We'll get straight into the gun round. See what Boomich wants to call out the gate. Looking like they're just going to be putting a bit of pressure around the map. Fairly standard default, but a bit of focus outside.
BetBoom no strangers to losing. Oh, the T-side pistol of Nuke. Magno gets out the AK. He's the man to watch. On this map in particular for BetBoom, Magno, Siren. I think this is Siren's best map by far, just in general. Unbelievable talent on this map. And he's going to be mirroring Krasnal's rolls over towards door, so we get to see that little head-to-head. Speaking of head-to-heads, Magno's just found Krasnal downstairs. So suddenly you're put into a tricky situation. AK's come out for BetBoom, 5v3, and so got no map control.
Yeah, pretty straightforward too, right? Diags and just go hunting. Magno gets a, I guess, quote-unquote, lucky kill through the smoke, but all by design. Trying to work out where that player was spamming from. Now you just don't want to stumble over it after putting yourself in a great advantage. You've got Siren playing inner. If you can trade out Pody effectively, and, well, sure, fair enough. That's just a crazy kill from Dilladez. He must have hit the scroll just after he fired those first bullets. Lucky indeed. I'm actually going to commit down lower. There's no threat here. There would be a threat if Fiku was down there. Because they're low HP and time. They're going back up. Wait, maybe there is still a threat.
There is.
There's no way. There's no way he can just end the round here. Oh, that was the chance. Maybe there's still an option. Bomb. Nate? That's going to deny the bomb. Surely. 10 seconds. Boomich has to get his hands busy. Needs some cover. And it's coming through just about. But now Fiku's going to be able to push on out. And this round starts to fall to pieces. But with Boomich getting that kill, Fiku has the information on both these players. One spotted trying to ascend the vent. Boomich goes back in towards Hut. Fiku not sure if that player made it up. Not sure if Boomich just moved about. Doesn't have the kit. does seem like he's lost track of where Magno was. Up the bomb, but they don't believe it. Second tap. Clock's ticking, nice kill, but it's just aesthetic frags at this point. Nice try from ENCE considering the position they were in. BetBoom almost fumbled the bag.
Yeah, really good repositions actually, both from Fiku and Neju. The fact that Fiku spots the bomb crossing, he thinks, actually, we know we've done damage, so this nade could do the job. From Neju, brilliant stuff. That's a shame. That was a 2v5 that nearly crumbles and falls apart for BetBoom. I will say, when they're in the 2v2, they play it expertly. And even in the 1v2, where Magno doesn't fully commit up towards the vent, he's just trying to be annoying, gives Boomich time to reset. Even Boomich's little spam through the hut, if that tags Fiku, then they know exactly where he is. They never needed to peek. And as soon as Magno just puts his head up, Fiku takes the headshot, Boomich knows he can just wait, swing. It doesn't matter if he dies, because the round is going to be guaranteed BetBoom. It always should have been a guaranteed BetBoom round, but they made it way more difficult than they needed to.
Didn't have that info on those two players, but HE's nade almost spells their undoing. There's a HUD glitch. Siren is here. We wouldn't be going ahead. No? Yeah, it must be. Oh yeah, I can see him now. It's a 5-on-5 and an aggressive push through ramp. Siren might be dead shortly.
Oh, they threw one smoke to get down. I mean,
down
they
the
made
vent.
it down. I mean, this is good for BetBoom because, I mean, B's completely open. It will have to be either a retake or... Is there any world where you just don't go for this? Surely not. Nature's got all this ramp control. So you imagine you're going to start to see ENCE group over here. Everyone's going to come down together. There'll be a couple of secret lurks, but they've got to get things going. Bomb's already planted.
No
They haven't
kit.
seen anyone. And there's limited utility. And also, there's just no kit.
Yeah, they
Can
got
you
to
just
save.
save?
Halfway tick. They're still sticking around a little more actively than I'm comfortable with, but I think now they're fanning out to try and just hold on. BetBoom just made the perfect counterplay to what ENCE were doing in that round without even realizing it. And it's good they commit through. Bit of a unicorn round. No one even saw each other.
That was a weird one. I think there was a lot of miscommunication there for ENCE, where they've pushed lobby. No one's rotated down off the back of it. And you're in a position where it's like, do we go for it? Do we not go for it? And Nature's like, guys, we should go for it. I'm here, I'm already in ramp. Then you get the rotates down, and the A player's like, wait, we've got no kit, we've got limited utility, we should just call it off. So I think there was probably a disagreement there into what the correct play was, because they weren't dynamic enough. By that point, the decision was already made for them, because the bomb was just so far gone at that point. A hit. Being lined up for BetBoom, at least the utility. Artfrost and Dillardaire's about to coat A in fire.
A lot of players present here, though. 3 start on A. BetBoom just go for this right now. Maybe a little trouble, and SDY can quickly ascend the vent, too. ENCE just forego outside control. BetBoom were a little hesitant. They were thinking about it, but they called it off. Wonder what's triggered that.
Haven't really heard anything. Haven't had any utility either. Fiku searching and securing. I mean, Dillardaire's is dropping all this util, but it's all going to be in vain. Brilliant flashing towards lobby. BetBoom have got to go. 45 seconds left. Either go in towards main here and try and surprise ENCE, or you go down B. But I think they're going to try the latter rather than the former, because they didn't have any info whatsoever in B, and you know that they've pushed lobby. This is a really weird one. The T's and the CTs have swapped control, and Magno and Dillardaire's are just taking it completely away from ENCE. The last thing ENCE expected was for BetBoom to commit back in towards A after they lost lobby.
I don't even think BetBoom expected to commit back into there. They looked all over the place with what they actually wanted to do, but that last second decision comes in, and Sometimes you just fight your way through. Dilladez taking 2 after Magno wide swings into Squeak. A lot of strange things going on there. You're getting ready for that A hit, but got cold feet. And you think, oh, it's going to be a disaster when they lose a player immediately. But 4 on 5. And 3 quick kills come through for BetBoom. Save short. SDY's got 4k. Yeah, maybe you are able to buy into this, in fact. 3.9k on Natu. Yeah, I think you do. If you really want to. Arsenal's more than happy to take a closer ranged weapon.
I mean, BetBoom rely an awful lot on lobby as part of their default. They really like to sort of have that space. You'll see Siren in there quite often, just tucked in, waiting very patiently for a kill. Nearly was presented one by Feek. And I think ENCE have recognized this. You can already see in the number of rounds early on that they're more than happy, either in the mid round or the early round, to crunch it into this position. And it's because more often than not, there's going to be at least 1 or 2 players from BetBoom there. So if you get the jump on them early, you put that into like a favorable 5v3 or 4v4. Like it makes it a lot more easier to digest what's going on in the situation for BetBoom. But I think where BetBoom are recognizing, actually, because they're contesting lobby so much, outside feels a lot more safer. And it's really simple in essence, but the reason why they're doing it is completely countering ENCE. It's very clear that the strat from ENCE was to try and take lobby quite comfortably. This time they've got a player down secret to try and stop this, but good counter utility from BetBoom and now a boost up here for Artfrost.
Yeah, they heard Purdy fire off towards credit, so searching for that. Magno just strolled on out. Yeah, they had no idea he was that close, but Purdy will punish. Artfrost not quite able to get that trade, hoping for the repeat that's not quite come, and well, Flash was good. Was the CT or backwards? A safer line. And it's a little bit too late to get on it to see the retreat. Regroup back towards lobby. Preimage clearing this. Remember, about 4 players are alive. Siren is living.
Here's this push again. They're just expecting it. And also, the secret player didn't receive any contact off the back of being mollied. This is a really good timing. Dilladez, that completely unfavors him. Good trade out of Siren. 1 more hit for ENCE, and SDY dropping that utility. If anything, it's just going to force BetBoom to go in towards the A bomb site. Poddy isn't here, but you have got Fiku.
I don't know it, but if they can get past Fiku and get down the vent, that's probably the play to make. 20 seconds. Fiku has the line and just about dodges that flashbang. The spray is good. For us left alone, time ticking, realizes chances dwindling. Had to evacuate with it. Oh, no, wants to take one down before he goes. He's a brave boy. He will hold on to his sniper. And there's that aggressive push as you highlighted, that time working out well, and SDY just falling back. Makes it really uncomfortable with the time ticked down as much as it has.
I'm just really happy to see this out of ENCE, because you've got Krasnal and Fiku that inherently are quite active players, especially in the mid-round. SDY loves calling to be aggressive and to go searching and hunting for clues. ENCE have never really been a team, or in fact, just SDY's leadership in general has never facilitated being really passive in mid-rounds. Again, just highlighting the proclivity to go lobby based off the back that no one was seen outside because you've got Pody holding. No one is cross-secret because you already had a player starting there. Siren's now down the vent. So again, another little twist in the tail here for BetBoom, because it's the same start to a round, but now with a little micro adjustment. The molly's good. SDY's stuck. Magno just walked straight past him, and he knows that he's right here. And he knows that he can do this space as well, because Siren is down the vent, now holding for rotates.
Might just go and group up with him. Sees no further push. Bomb does still need to find its way to these players down lower.
You got to
They
take
can
contact
perhaps-
here. Sorry,
Yeah, they
the
can-
B players have to take contact here because Pody needs to move off this angle.
Yeah. At some point they will break that glass. We need to draw the eye, jump across. Maybe they just want to get the AWP onto the angle. And oh, Pody gets lagged. Now Magno can strike. That's exactly what they were waiting for. Still have to get past this player in hell. And the Molotov might just send him packing. The headshots don't. Siren's found two. And now you know where the final player is. We're down to half. And for us, you really want to give him the 1v1.
Of course he does. This is... Alphonse, that is troll. That is really bad. You don't need to be doing that whatsoever.
It's like,
Siren
oh, sorry,
will
it's not a
eventually catch
1v1.
him.
It's
Yeah.
because the HUD. Yeah, once again.
Trade. Trade by the HUD.
It's fine at the
Pretty
start
cool.
of the round, but, you know, when it gets deeper, it's just, you know, you lose track of who's where.
Never mind Art Frost. Actually, to be honest, you fighting for that? It's okay. Because Siren was alive and Siren's already
Yeah.
over its
Yeah.
secret.
We
Let's take it back. Yeah.
You're forgiven. And that's broken ends.
Again, worth mentioning here. Oh, nice shot.
It's fun.
Boom. Their strengths on Nuke aren't on the T side. So the fact that they can get 5 here, if in any ridiculousness happening, which there isn't.
I'm
5 is
surprised
very
their
good.
strengths aren't on the T side, given the individuals here and like their just ability to just go shoot people.
Yeah, it's true, but I think the way they set themselves up on T side, they only the thing is they only really do like 3 different things, and I guess you can boil that down to every new team. But for BetBoom, there's 3 particular strats that they love to do. It's outside cross to go secret, or it's lobby default in towards a main split, or it's lobby default in towards an A hit incredibly early. That is it. That is the 3 things that they do, which is why sometimes it can become a little bit readable, which is why I really enjoyed the fact that Siren goes down the vent. We've had Art Frost starting in multiple different directions to punish the ramp hit, for example. BetBoom are now covering all of their bases, and ENCE need to find a new response. Here we go. Here's this A play I was talking about. Cross doubles down effectively. Unfortunately, he just runs out of teammates. Boomich now deals with SDY outside. Nachu is down, and he should be able to get rid of Dilladez. That's an important kill, 2v2, and Nachu goes even one step further. Boomich last spotted outside, resets in towards lobby. In fact, it's going to go all the way around the world, so he's going to get a little bit weird with it.
Nietzsche playing Splinter Cell in that round, just sitting in the vent on the top of the ladder, waiting for the moment, not broken. Peering through those gaps. And I don't think there is a gap here. This is being held, it looked like, from main. So Boomage might not have the element of surprise that he hoped for. Or maybe he will. If he just looks the right way, the spray at long range gets the job done. He still has some time to work with. Aware that he's up against the AWP. And I play games, but I don't think that sound cue gets heard. But a little wait will cause Pody to have to worry about where Boomage has gotten off to. But Bomb is mid-sight. The AWP can just hang around main after checking that no one was progressing towards him outside. Surely, the clock ticking where it is, Boomage has to commit shortly. He start to drop down.
Oh my god.
That's his ankles.
No time.
He just run out of time? I don't know, he's kind of played himself here. Yeah, well, couldn't get around the corner. Needed an extra second. That was going great until it wasn't.
It's actually like such a good idea. Like, it's a really good idea for Boomich to wait after he gets the first kill. Obviously, drops off of hell. I don't think the audio cue was heard, but if he gives himself 15 seconds, in fact, he gets greedy and gives himself a lot more than that. But if he had just waited 15 seconds, obviously hindsight is 2020. Silent drops off of heaven rather than breaks his angles. That goes a lot better because I don't think Pody would be anticipating him to be there directly. You can see that Pody was a little bit paranoid that he was going all the way around the world in main. He goes back to look squeaky because enough time has passed where Boomich could have reset the situation. But instead, Boomich takes the, I suppose, brave approach, and he announces his arrival with limited time. And it was definitely the wrong option out of all the 3 that we've just suggested. NT, though, nevertheless, That 1v2 brought down to a close 1v1, but ENCE able to stabilize an important moment.
And a great round from Krasnell. Felt like he was not going to be able to pull off the double kill there, which was absolutely necessary. And Meitu delivering with the follow through of his own, both players. He's stepping up. Get that round. Now the crunch comes through. MP7 draws Siren. They have to accelerate outside. Nice adjustment. Difficult shot onto Magno. And the SDY is already down. You run straight into him, and he's happy to greet you. Boomage will get one, but they're already hot on his heels. This clutch might be a little bit more tricky. About to get side swung, and there it comes. So a bit more pacey. Get ENCE 5th, and that's not going to leave BetBoom in a good place.
That is the perfect example of the anti-strat for ENCE there. Brilliant. Pushing towards lobby, using the SMG to gain the space. You've already got SDY down the vent, you're anticipating the reaction. Pody outside in the open a little bit, but it's okay because he just hits a banger. But that round start to finish, that's been game planned. 100%. It just works out superbly. And it comes in at a good moment because it is after the tactical pause where you know BetBoom are going to go back to a more comfortable way of playing to try and get one of these rounds. And also when it comes to the economics of it all, it completely breaks them. So now ENCE can actually win this half out 7-5 as long as they don't get undone by these Tech 9s. Neichu, solid player on ramp, dodges the flashbang, but the kills, they're a little bit more hard to come by. SDY needs to at least find one, but BetBoom have actually skirted right by him.
Look at Magno. You might just have them locked in here. Boom is just being a nuisance. He'll get removed, but that's confirmation 2 players are down here. But Magno's maybe missed his opportunity. They push through to the ramp, and now they're aware of the possibility of a player being around here. SDY ready for Magno to wrap. Like that timing was brilliant, but SDY is still alone. Maybe this pause and not accelerating immediately could cost them. They've lost all that position that they once had. And Sferi take back and cover their bases.
And now BetBoom are going to go back again. 3v4. You don't go heaven here, you just go B. Should be the answer. Diladez will make his way forward. They recovered the M4 out of Neichu. Artfrost needs to be the hero, but he doesn't have armor. 25 seconds left. Only Krasnell over towards B right now at the single door. The good news is that it's not open, so he can just wait and buy his time. Double clear, says Diladez. So now you really have to be wary. Siren can plant safely. Krasnell won't try and deny. They're going to play the man advantage.
On plants. Already a bit of a win from where this was. Can they take anything more from it? And try and catch out Fiku, who is low. So, in fact, if they push through, the timing looked like... Oh, it's quite good. Fiku gets caught. Now the pressure's on. Time starts to tick. There's going to be this flank coming in. Can they really do it like this? Surely you feel that with the better weaponry, with the utility, they can just win this out. Diladez picks up the AK, gets another. Artfrost spams out Krasnell. And now time's ticking. Overwhelmed, Artfrost takes one with the side swipe with the Tech 9, and BetBoom win the most unlikely of rounds.
Play it really well. The fact that you've got the double door open, Diladez can walk through, control room, take all the space, Siren can then plant, and there you've already got a win. He takes the space in towards control. I love that the pistol leads first to clear the vent. That allows Diladez to go a little bit wider. Sure, Fiku's incredibly unfortunate. But the way that BetBoom play it, they take a kill, they fall back, they then tuck, they invite the pressure onto ENCE. They let them make the mistakes. It's the ultimate sacrifice. It's one that pays off incredibly well. BetBoom, at the bare minimum, will go into this even Steven with ENCE. Maybe they want a little bit more. Artfrost, now with this AWP, gets rid of his rival. Pody's dropped, and they're just going to start to push, but Siren's holding.
Yeah, aware of how much ENCE love to go for these little pushes. And she's just going to hold close. Siren moves Krasnell instead. SDY does go on his little push, so Siren getting one from the crunch actually feels okay. Got down for free. It could have been a real concern, and there's a lot of space down low as now. Never really got the confirmation the ramp play was coming.
I really don't think you go B. Get this reset out of ENCE. What's nice here is that BetBoom have got time, so they're going to wait in secret. I don't think they're going to really force the issue down B because Boomich is flanking. So they're never going to open these doors until Boomich takes the first contact. As soon as Boomich takes the contact, they should open the door and then make noise. It shouldn't be the other way around. You see that Nachu is looking at it every now and then. He's thinking 30 seconds. Why? What's happening? SDY now looks. Door swing wide open. He needs a collateral and can't do it. Boomich has done everything, and it's the patience out of BetBoom that should net them this 7th round because Fiku can't do anything against Artfrost. It was a little touch and go for BetBoom. ENCE found a little bit of stability, but immediately they are able to walk away on their map pick with a slight edge. We'll see how they get on straight after this break.
An expertly crafted T side from BetBoom. After losing the pistol too, they take the majority of the gun rounds and even steal away half by in the middle of it. They'll be feeling great going to the CT side.
For sure they should. Fast ramp. Out of ENCE, okay. It's a little bit more direct. Boomich needs to get on the angle and Pody's jumps puts him off, but Magno isn't deterred. 2 kills instantaneously. In fact, he's still waiting in the wings. Fiku got rid of Siren, not Magno, and that is a big mistake. Pody fighting for his life desperately in this 1v2 scenario at ramp because SDY is so far removed from the fight. 1 minute 20. BetBoom not only have the bomb, but they've got a great opportunity to further extend their lead.
Yes, SDY was meant to be kind of covering that vent rotate, coming down late, being the lurker. Instead, he has to be closer in from hell, and he'll be sent straight to it. Easy enough. Dilla dares to find that. Magno big round from him, and just the sheer response from BetBoom in that round. That was with ENCE finding the opening kill into Boomage too, who felt like he had a pretty good line there after the first player coming around the corner messes up the jump and gets stuck on the edge or something, but overwhelmed. And it's that response in from hell, just a ready stream of CT players, making it impossible for ENCE to scale.
Why'd you have a revolver, Pody? Why? If you get a kill, fair. Magno's probably thinking, what on earth? Why do you have this? What's the message? We want to lose?
It's also fun for an AWPer to have it because, like, the sidearm is quite important for the AWP, and you know there's limited slots there. Like, I'm a troll player. I don't have the revolver on just because you kind of need all the other ones. So I don't know what he's missing that he has that there. Like, no dualies, no PT50,
no Tech 9.
what does he not have, right? Like, I guess dualies on T side.
Funny either way. Fair play, mate. Okay, Artfrost, that's outrageous. I don't even know where you got that kill from, but it's through the wall, and SDY now needs to call from the grave.
Way through the smoke, they try and burst in. They will force that rotation down, but Artfrost is more than happy to not spot anything. So Neji's heard this fallback, but Magno meanwhile spams out Fiku. Artfrost is just running around like a crazy man, and Krasnal might just about have caught a timing. Magno seems cognizant of it, but still Krasnal wins that out. That was a low HP player. Oh, that's brave from Artfrost. Knew he was there. Assassin's Creed dropped behind him. Dilladez might just get punished here, though. They're looking for answers, and they find bullets this time. 2 on 3. Bomb is outside.
I don't think BetBoom know that the bomb's dropped. And it's actually work in their favor. ENCE. Nature, Poddy grouped. Time in, unfortunately not there. Siren was at his fight on the MP9. Boomich is right behind him. Really good spacing out of BetBoom. And ENCE, unfortunately, they get sideswiped by Artfrost. Magno drops the bomb. From there, it feels incredibly difficult. Especially when Artfrost is feeling as confident as he is to, as you say, Assassin's Creed players who are trying to go for like the big expert flank.
I think Magno spammed through his smoke to drop the bomb off Fiku, so that's why that wasn't known. Tech 9s come out for ENCE. They want to keep this fast and simple onto A. Siren, actually the only one on site right now, but we'll have some support. Perhaps no, Artfrost has descended, so Siren is completely alone. If he doesn't come out with a multi, they will take his AK and be in a really good position in the post plant. So a lot required from Siren, and he's delivering. There's that multi that was asked for. Might even be able to come through with some more. Support's on its way too. Wasn't there for half a second, but as soon as the hit comes through, BetBoom respond. They don't let them in.
So wild how good Siren is. It's so reliable over towards A. And I love the fact that Boomich actually moved. So Boomich was over at main. He saw the util come in at Squeaky, and he resets the situation. He doubles in towards Hut. And what that means is it gives Siren a little bit of an emergency exit plan, with the rest of ENCE trying to split through main at a moment's notice. It also allows Artfrost to safely come up heaven and only hold directly in towards Squeaky. He can't get killed from below. He can't get killed on the Hut drop, because Boomich was there. There's a nice little game plan in there for BetBoom, and just their path in enables so much more. It just feels a lot safer when you are defending that hit. They might have to defend another one. Dilladez. Oh, his timing, brilliant. Nature, again, was aware, but Artfrost is right behind him. The trade space now of BetBoom is immaculate. SDY is going to try and come through and respond on the scene, but there's all these players swarming for BetBoom once more, and Pody can't do anything up towards top site. They are getting massacred.
Nice kills from SDY, but yeah, not going to do too much. Oh, Image. What's he up to? Give him pretty chance here. Well, the Dildos you feel should come through and confirm. Yes. Oh, no.
Oh.
This now gets a little scary. 3 seconds. I'll walk through the hut smoke. Gets the bomb. I think Dillard's repositioning. Will be able to quickly respond. Artfrost as well. In main. Not going to be holding this cross, so there's a good chance for a bomb plant. There's something from this round. Maybe he can make a cook into something a little bit more. That nade on the money, huge damage. And Artfrost just being really annoying. That should allow Dillard's to walk on over at some point, although he's made the noise. And now, looking at the angle, probably has a chance here, but too many targets. Artfrost starts to progress with Dillard's, and between the two of them, they deny that 1v3.
This is a classic BetBoom in a weird way, because for 90% of the round, they're so well behaved. And then it's almost like they're too overconfident in moments where they feel like they've already won the round before the round's actually over. And it gets into situations like this where it gets scary. You think back to the one that ENCE had, the 2v5, that eventually gets converted by BetBoom. They play the 1v2 brilliantly. Here, they play the 1v2 brilliantly, but should it ever have been a 1 versus 2? No, absolutely not. Nice little micro here as well from BetBoom. Key detail. Artfrost holding the tight line in main, looking at Squeaky and the vent drop. And then you've got Dillard's that moves all the way back from radio to deep ramp, just jiggling. And what it does is that completely contains Podium where he can go. And you're almost inviting him into the space at hut, because you know that you can play this 2v1 with Dillard's with a quick rotate, Artfrost then coming in through main, just distracting with utility, and eventually between the two of them, they have Artfrost as the sacrificial lamb, quote-unquote, because Pody needs to take a fight onto one of these players, and Dillard's is always going to get that trade. So the 2v1 is played brilliantly, but it should never have been a 2v1, I suppose, is the overarching point.
A lot of pressure in towards Squeak. This time works out for ENCE. Opening pick. And a little bit few and far between. At least has you feeling like maybe you could scrape another round. 7 in a row. Now the BetBoom have found 12.
Do you know what's wild, actually, Lucy? Look at the kills for both teams. They're all incredibly similar. And yet BetBoom have 12 rounds. There's a 7-round difference. That is absurd, actually.
Yeah, I think that comes to BetBoom maybe giving over a few kills that they don't necessarily need to. He's on an adventure. He's not seeing much, but a player has passed him in the smoke. So a little bit crazy. SD White is in the back of Garage. But I think they realize this is going to be lower. So they're going to be here already. I don't think ENCE know that they know. Or do they know? They start to move back. That's the bomb that could have been dropped. Now they can leave.
SDY's in heaven. So even if you rotate up the vent, which again feels unsafe, you're going to get punished. I don't think they have any idea that ENCE have just left. They now get wind of it because they start to hear the utility. Bomb can be planted. Sure, there's 11,000 on Artfrost, but there's a real argument here to not go for this if you're BetBoom.
Yeah, it feels unnecessary. So I think they're already decided they're not. Light the vent and go for an inch defuse.
Surely not.
Why are they in the vent? I guess they're trying to stay safe from hunters.
They got to move because the bomb's going to explode.
They need to
the
get
bomb's like right above them.
Yeah, they will. All right, well. Opening pick is great, but really it's EQ winning his door. That ends up winning that round. If that bomb gets dropped there, all the BetBoom are down on B. And the recovery mission becomes very difficult.
Nice for ENCE. Hopefully they can get a few more. If they get a few more, the scoreline can start to look and feel a little bit more competitive. It had felt like they were always in the game, especially in the first half. But CT side has just been a different beast for BetBoom. Spoke about it previously. It's definitely where they find their forte. Deep swing out of Artfrost, hasn't netted a kill just yet, but it enables Dillides to get close. So it's a similar setup, but just on different spacing here for BetBoom.
Let's go all outside. Very passive hold in lobby from Nature. Doesn't want to get caught by a crunch. Which did feel like Dillides was considering. Maybe off the back of this second layering of util outside, that might inspire some movement from the CTs. Nade, that's done a fair bit of damage to a whole lot of the squad. Magno has a really nice line here if they try and skirt around main, but SUI just clears him straight off it. So, good line on... Oh, whoa! That was an unbelievable flick.
It's Artfrost.
Holy. At least there are a lot of buddies.
Yeah, I was going to say, Dillides needs to get down in towards B right away, and he does. But they're running. 35 seconds. Dillides on this angle. Oh, wasn't ready for them to just to swing open the door in that moment. Nature's now going to try and catch a timing, but yet again, BetBoom refused to move. Spots the gun barrel, easy kill, and he's even ready for Siren up at Mustang. Unbelievable round out of ENCE just by going slow, catching Magno unawares. And from there, it's just an easy little crunch on towards this B bomb site. BetBoom just felt very unprepared for what was going on. A big lack of info once Magno is falling outside. And as a consequence, Dillides gets caught, Boomich gets caught. I mean, Siren just can't do anything about the spray there.
Yeah, you can't really blame Magno for that, though, because he was on the line. It felt like a perfect off angle to at least catch one player, but SDY anticipating that is kind of crazy, but you can understand at that high level, right? The smokes are there. Kind of an awkward smoke. High chance that someone definitely could boost up onto either the credit box or Indestructible, and yeah, it just takes him clean out the server. Gnarly shot from out for us, though. Holy. All right, couple in a row. It's a long road. At least we're getting a bit of fight out of ENCE on this T side, and a fight in towards ramp. Oh, nice. And beautifully handled. 1 HP, walks away with the double. 2 heads on a platter, and starts slowing down just yet.
We'll at least find SDY. Siren says, okay, I need to be the one to rotate down here. This doesn't have to be the commitment from ENCE. Nature can just almost sell his soul down B to act as a distraction, but I think with all the space that he's now got and there hasn't been any resistance, they're just going to scale. 2 players down secret, as mentioned. Siren not affected by the molly. That's important because now they don't know he's so close. Pody will at least get on the angle, and Siren this time can't deny the bomb flash. Not good enough, but the bullets are. So this makes it a 3v3. Remember, Nature is 1 HP, and this is going to be something that BetBoom are definitely going to look to go into.
Krasnov gets caught too on the lurk, so yeah, Nature 1 HP. It's got to be Fiku who's the star now. All set up with the double entry. They're just clearing out these angles. Time's ticking. Are they
not going for it?
They're not going for it?
They're too low themselves.
I guess...
Boomich hasn't got any money, neither does Dillides. They just want to save to guarantee that it's a full gun round.
Should have known that player's low, but yeah. Side, not to risk it. Great entries at ramp.
Makes sense, especially with now 3rd round loss bonus here for BetBoom. So if they lose this, they'll, I think, still have money. Siren will be able to drop. Artfrost will be able to still have an AWP. The point is, by doing this, is that you consistently put pressure on ENCE, and where you've been killing them over and over again, rebuys are going to be tricky. Magno spotted outside, can't commit any further. I'm just holding a nade in case they come fast hut. That isn't the play yet for ENCE. Gonna be A.
Are in a slightly different position, but very susceptible to flashes. bottles of flames being set up. Progression in from ramp, it looks like. That smoke timing perfect. Boom just waits for the util to come and then drops that smoke of his own. The Molotov, well, actually, they've removed Dilladez, so he went to that aggressive push. Off the back of that util, Magno's going to slide in. You won't be anticipating this.
No, you won't. Absolutely. And Magno sprays immaculate. 3 kills, bomb dropped. And he's the snake in the grass against ENCE. Magno Yes gets the ace and shuts down ENCE completely. That is a hell of a way to end your map pick if you're BetBoom. They needed a hero. It felt like they were floundering and flopping about, and they find one through Magno Jez.
Yeah, they weren't anticipating that. What a brilliant display from Magno and BetBoom. Dominant map 1. ENCE's map pick of Ancient up next.
Welcome back, everyone. After a pretty dominant display on BetBoom's pick of Nuke, they look to try and settle this in 2 maps against ENCE. ENCE, I think, played pretty okay. I don't think there was any sort of, I think, bad plays made by them. I just think BetBoom on the day, individually, a lot stronger. And we got, obviously, that hero moment from Magno, but it was Siren put in his weight. Artfrost had a lot of influence. There was no lagging behind from any of BetBoom, and that's going to be really difficult for ENCE to handle heading into their map pick.
Yeah, their map pick and one they haven't won this year, played it twice and not picked up the dub just yet. So it could be a bit of a risky one. BetBoom have played it plenty. A good mix of wins. Siren looking for this crawl. Well, just about spot them out and he'll fall back. That'll be the information. Now the crunch can come from heaven, but SDY takes the head off Magna Jazz. Artfrost knows the player is still here. He's a little worried about another swing, but it doesn't come. Look at this. They're coming through spawn. Maybe thought about not doing that, but smoked themselves off. Had to commit, and now Siren in a really close position. Still manages to find both. Felt like he had no shot there. And that double kill might have just won them the round because that's the bomb dropped. Unless it gets a little bit freaky. Ladez, they'll spot out Oddie on his little adventure toward red. And we'll go down. There's also this weirdness in Donut as these players have loopy-looped themselves. And now it's a 2-on-2. They just want to try and isolate the fight, remove Nature, but he's already looking like he wants to find some more kills to add to the tally, but run down by Boomage. Bomb, meanwhile, was scooped up, so a chance here.
I don't think BetBoom realised that the bomb's gone. They're about to get that news right about now. Body plant's open. It's really nice because you can take this after plant anywhere. Understands that BetBoom are going to group together. So doesn't want to stand in the open to get traded. Instead, he falls back. There's no kit or any utility here for the CT. So they have to clear every angle. And because this plant is now so exposed, they have to spend a lot of time clearing out cave, clearing out long and short. But he can hear them creep closer on the site, tap out on the bomb. It doesn't invite Poddy onto the angle just yet. Another tap. Someone's got to stick this. And it's going to be Siren. Boomich now needs to hold about 4 different angles. And he can't do it. That'll be the undoing. Poddy plays it perfectly just by the choice of where he planted the C4.
Yeah, it's one of those rounds that BetBoom had on Nuke, where they have a great advantage. It feels like they're going to win the round. And on Nuke, they're able to pull it back when it comes down to the 2-on-2 or 1-on-2 or whatever situation it is. This time, absolutely let it slip. All of Siren's hard work goes for naught as ENCE managed to find the fights. Put it into the 2-on-2. Once that bomb is taken, the clock becomes the biggest enemy. Lovely round from Poddy in that to get 3. Win the 1v2. It's a full eco for BetBoom. Maybe a chance to punish Piku. He'll be overwhelmed. Anything more they can get with these USPs? Yeah. Okay. Couple of frags. But a flying SDY. Making sure that tally doesn't go any higher.
That's fine. That's completely fine if you ENCE. You lose, what, 2 Mac 10s? Really isn't the end of the world. SDY will keep his. It's quite fun, actually, because normally when you look at this ENCE roster, the names you mention and you speak about quite highly are SDY, New Kid on the Block, Krasnal as well. Didn't really say either of those names all that much on Nuke. Nothing notable from either of those players. On Ancient, definitely has to be a switch up. It's great Poddy started well. It's one of his best maps. Despite being an AWPer, and it can be somewhat a little bit tricky on this map to really insert yourself and find that dominance. Doing it just as good with the pistols. And now the rifles. Difficulty for ENCE here is they really like going A and having these mid-fights, but BetBoom will always dedicate Boomich more often than not in towards Donut, in towards A, B in that supporting cast. And it just means that Siren can float. They put a lot of trust in Artfrost just to hold middle. ENCE gather. This isn't going to be the full execute on towards A. It is going to be the split. They're going to try and move here momentarily. Artfrost catches wind of it, but Boomich has got to be careful. ENCE's smoke is going to fade in a moment, and he needs to be the one to do the damage.
It's actually Siren that finds the kill, so Boomage baited perfectly now. Sure, probably will get this kill, but there's no way you're anticipating Boomage here, and well, meanwhile, everyone else has fallen. So BetBoom Brilliantly played, kept smoking off main, making it so uncomfortable for the split to come through. Boomich getting up onto that off angle. Even if Siren had gone down, you still feel like he's got a good shot of finishing the round. Lucky kill from Artfrost obviously helps things through the smoke in middle. Everything goes right for BetBoom to get there first.
I really like the tethering. You're going to see this an awful lot between Boomich and Siren, where there's going to be bait and switches, or they're going to be close enough where there's always going to be this trade. SDY gets levered with utility, but that's not going to stop him. BQ will be put down momentarily by Artfrost. Smoke needs to come in from Big Boom over to Donut, and that will block ENCE's progression. They now need to reroute and try and go through main, but that means getting by the AWPer of Artfrost, who isn't missing a beat. There's that Boomich tether, and BetBoom handled the A-crunch with ease.
Good God, Artfrost, what did you eat for breakfast? A second shot. He had no right. And then he's bailed out by his teammate in a big box. That's that tethering, as mentioned. All right, explosive AWPing. That was the force in. There's a whole mess of weaponry from ENCE trying to see if they could get that space back on A. Not anticipating that sniper being so volatile. Blocks. Maybe a chance to pounce over on B after all these A plays. I think they're just going to be cleared up in lane. This is a juicy swing. All these players with blocks, no armor. A feast. Except for Artfrost, who gets blocked.
Yeah, I mean, that's his fault. He's pushing B ramp with an AWP, so that's just a wag of the finger from ENCE to say, don't do that to us. I'm really enjoying the game management here out of BetBoom. The fact that they know that the next buy is going to be weak from ENCE, they understand that ENCE have been prioritizing middle and A a lot. So if they take mid and they've got the quick rotate, yet again, we see an example of a quick bait and switch between Magno and Siren. Magno takes first contact, takes a wide swing out of cave, falls back in, and that then invites Siren onto the angle. All of the players will crunch it in unison after the back of the contacts down ramp. A really good start. Magno's spam open to get Krasnal forward, and he does, even supported by an Artfrost flashbang. It feels like this CT side currently can do no wrong.
Might try and punish him towards me, but I don't know if they're expecting an AWP on this particular line. Magno doesn't want to overstay his welcome. He's been brought down pretty low. Siren just got the leader on ramp, but they're not ready for Dilladaz there. But he thinks there's some space after he finds this kill on the close ramp player. Just going to group up for B. BetBoom have the wrong read of it. Might move pieces back in time.
Yeah, that's tough. I understand. You understand why Poddy does that. It looks a bit silly, but they've seen contact of Magno, obviously killing Krasnal. You then get the kill on Siren, so you think there's space there. That's the first time BetBoom have had 3 players over towards B independently as well. Magno, just with the slight jiggle, now catches wins that they might be trying to press the issue here, but not into Red Room, into Donut. No molly, so Boomich is just able to get 2 kills, and they're just not ready for him. SDY, knife in hand, can't trade. Nichu has to. And eventually, he's going to be called upon to try and be the hero. Magno Dilladez low. First angle taken, brilliant, but I don't think you're ready ever for Magno to be here in a corner. Spam is good enough. So bomb denied, round rescued for BetBoom after a potential Nachu spanner in the works. Suddenly, the CT side have doubled the round count of ENCE, and with that no bomb plan, that also means no money. They have to take 30 seconds to assess, do we want Mac 10s in this? Do we want to invest a little bit deeper into our pockets to keep the pressure on BetBoom? Or if we go Tech 9s and it doesn't work, suddenly BetBoom can buy for days.
Boom is a great player at finding those little places where he's not going to be anticipated. Any such cases of him catching them off guard.
Just a shuffle, isn't it? Like the fact that you've seen 3 players over at B, you then have Magno over at Red Room, and you think, oh, surely that means no A player. Or if there is an A player, they're going to be rotating from red or from B in towards CT. You never expect Donut there because of how quickly you spotted Magno initially in cave. It's the shuffle of CT pieces that have really undone ENCE there. It's just a shame for SDY that he didn't have his gun out. Otherwise, that's a quick trade. That's a 2v2. That's a whole different scenario.
Yeah, because you might even think the AWP's there, right? And if the AWP's there, they're going to be holding actively. So, yeah, it's a lovely reposition. This is going to be a Tech9 play up onto B. A fallback from the CTs. The flashbang is so good! Oh, they are pantsed! SDY just runs them down. And look at the damage done. Frost has to fall back. Are they out of there? No, Frost just setting up some util. Not even armor on some of these players. That flashbang good the other way. Boomage. Great shot. From losing the opening pick, this 3-on-5 into a 3-on-2. HP a problem. Not for the T's. Difficulty is going to be, they need to find the shots immediately. Nature in towards short. Frost with the AWP. Can he find this shot instantly? Time's ticking. Needs to defuse the bomb, a tap on it. And he's won the round. Has Natu, even if that kill came through. They do convert off that double kill out long. BetBoom just not ready for that pounce and flash.
Yeah, great round. That all comes from ENCE throwing the lurk smoke. And because you throw the lurk smoke, you get the space slot on the site. Firstly, you're not going to be ready if you're BetBoom for the amount of players that are going to be there. Typically, ENCE have changed the variation of how you use that lurk smoke. Normally, if you're using the lurk smoke, you're either planting in it, or you're just trying to scale in towards default to isolate the player that's going to be playing on towards the site by cave. But no, instead, they throw a flashbang from ramp, they all run through the smoke, and they completely overwhelm BetBoom. Fantastic shot out of Poddy. Siren's life traded for a lot of damage on Crosnell and a deep nade onto Poddy, but ENCE will take that all day long.
BetBoom move. Oh, nice. On towards ledge. There's is spamming so that they're not anticipating this little swing out, but it sees nothing. And that flashbang, pretty good, but Frost not affected by it. And Ichu does get the information of a player up there. He needed to live. He has the bomb. Dildez, you need your gun out in a second, my friend. They are about to progress up this ramp. And the flashbang, brilliant the other way, but Fiku recovers in time. Wide swing, great from Boomage. Body on the line, smoke. We'll block him off. Bomb starts to move up. Boomage, he's just in it. Trying to see if he can spam, but no, bomb does go down. That spam connects for a little. Magno catches Natu. Now it's on to Poddy. This 1v3, it's going to be really difficult for him. And there isn't utility to block him off. So if he can just find these individual fights, that's the way forward. They've cleared out cave. They've not seen his presence there. They know it's the AWP. And you feel like they just swing down ramp in tandem. I think Poddy's just going to back off, recognizing he wants to hold on to this AWP. And he'll just about be allowed it.
That's such a weird mid-round out of BetBoom. The fact that they have 4 Heaven and lane after they lose the initial fight in towards mid. But you got to really compliment these flashbangs. Because every single time ENCE feel like they've got space, bang, a flashbang in from Magno. Another one in from Boomage in the previous round. They're playing off their utility really well. Dillard's able to find a kill, and notice how he doesn't swing. Really like the fact he plays anti, gets ready for Magno to almost have the proxy contact with the flashbang rather than Dillard's take the fight and then the flashbang comes over. They're setting themselves up to have as many opportunities to win the round as possible. And it's feeling and looking really good right now for this CT squad. Boomage has 125 ADR. If I came into this, you told me that Boomage was going to be the star player right now for BetBoom against ENCE, I would have said, I doubt it. But he's been unbelievable.
Sometimes he just has those games though, right? It's one of those players that when he's in the zone, he's making all those little pushes, hiding in smokes, getting cheeky with it. And it feels like he's on top of the calling too with these mid rounds. Try and pop out towards middle. Image nade. Not quite on the money. I know the fight with Krasnal. He's been struggling thus far on Ancient. Just holding. Des.
That's nice.
Yeah, gonna bait that out.
Got the right reader here again. BetBoom. Start 2 over towards A. You've got Boomich holding in case they go red room. Artfrost can then take contacts, and that in turn is going to bait Siren or on the boost. They understand that B has just not been working for ENCE. Sure, they've had the bomb site, but the most amount of control they've had typically has been towards Donut. Flashbang, and look at this from Artfrost. He just moves away. It's an important trade, but here comes this Siren kill. Nature needs to clear, and he can't quite. Gives it a cursory glance, and Siren's able to get 2 kills. By, again, having 2 players in the right place at the right time, ENCE is just completely overwhelmed by BetBoom. And the surge of players, SDY can do nothing with his red room lurk. I think he knows that Magno's in this corner. With 25 seconds left, sure, it's just a consolation kill. How on earth do you win this 1v4? You just can't.
Well, we found the quick kill into Boomage, maybe. Molly slows him down significantly, and now time pressure is surely too much. Well, Dad's in the close angle. That's the first kill, but you can see the reposition in towards main. They don't want to give him these fights. Even if he wins that one, there's no time. Great round from Boomage and from the setup. I even like the way he climbed up onto the site boxes when the smoke gets broken towards Donut, just to make that angle impossible for Body to flick up to. Little micro movements. And the setup's exceptional on this CT side. There's a chance that that could have gone wrong. If Siren doesn't get that first kill, he was cleared. But he's successful. Now Boomage spamming does a lot of damage. That's the hero rifle in SDY's hands.
This is the most common setup that BetBoom use, and they're against a half buy. They'll have 3 over at B. They'll have 2 that occupy middle for a short period of time. They'll reset back in towards A. They just fortify these bomb sites. FIQ overwhelms. They just weren't ready. It's the pure contact out of ENCE. Magno overwhelmed. The spam doesn't quite deny the bomb. It does a lot onto SDY, but it also goes back the other way. So just by pure brute force, FIQ's double dig enough to keep ENCE in touching distance of this first half.
That little attempted flash play, just not really realizing FIQ was that close either. A bit too much space given, but 2 of ENCE's rounds have come through off these little, either a pop or just a contact play up. Lurk Smoke being a nuisance, and the shots coming through with the pistols. It's a FIQ double open up. It's just crazy that 2 of ENCE's rounds come that way. And BetBoom don't even give this one a cursory glance. I'll keep those funds for these final 2 rounds. And it's given a platform to potentially, I hate to say, a competitive half after what was looking a bit of a stomp out from BetBoom.
Had a couple of those where they've got some really important kills. Round swings that has just always kept them in the fight. Double layering of utility now in towards middle. Not only gives SDY room, it also gives Krasnal maneuverability to walk over. Artfrost doesn't take the shot. Krasnal's fallen again. This poor guy has just been bullied on Ancient by BetBoom. Walks away without getting a kill yet again.
The A players' time, Boomage back up on the box. Well, they were looking to extend, but this utility that's been dropped is a bit of a nuisance. Molly then smoked off. They look to reposition, in fact, leaving with the bomb. Group up at A main. Is that going to be the decision made here?
This timing is brutal. Look at this from the CTs. They're now crunching middle. They might have the wrong read on this situation, though, because as soon as you clear mid, if you don't look in towards Donut, you're going to go heaven to B. And that would be completely the wrong play. Boomich is now going to walk forward. SDY gets dealt with. And now I think Boomich has the understanding, and Magno can remain on the angle with the AWP. Suddenly, this 5v4 has turned into a 2v5 for ENCE. And as they try and fake out the plant, they need to get both of these kills in Donut. And they do, but it comes at a massive cost. All of Pody's health, pretty much. And BetBoom can just keep on going. This mid-crunch timing was perfection. But if SDY didn't peak, I don't know. They could have reset towards B and had the wrong read.
There's no info for either team there, right? I think that's why SDY does take that little glance. Aware that there could be that info play. BetBoom, so mobile on the CT side. Try and get an opening pick with the AWP boosted up. Well, that's burned significantly, and the spam comes through as well. BQ chasing Magno. They'll come away a little worse for wear. Vildez catches the opening pick. This is contact up from ramp. I think he spotted another close by. Has the support of the AWP. Body gets caught as well. The mid-crunch comes through at the same time. This contact is being played out. And they're feeling uncomfortable. But maybe this timing up on the Dilladez, he is going to get flushed out. Krasnal enters the server. Need to do a whole lot more. 2 versus 4. Bomb is in their hands, and well, even if they found the kills, it would have been difficult to scoop back up. BetBoom, another dominant half, 8-4 on their opponent's map pick.
Could have been closer, but the reality of the situation is that BetBoom walk away with 8 rounds on the CT side here on Ancient. ENCE need to recover fast. Krasnal needs to recover fast. Otherwise, this map and this series is going to escape them, and they'll be forced to fight in the lower bracket.
I need this pistol. Back us against the wall. Had a bit of a late resurgence on Nuke when they were down and out. That wasn't enough. Have been good at getting pistols. I'll give them that. And Potty with dualies in a great spot to get things started. Frost, surely he's going to be done for, but no, they begin to wrap on Potty, and well, you're in here with him. Aaron gets the one, but a lot of damage done. Bomb might be allowed to go down though. No way to deny that, it looks, unless they just swing out while it's being planted. And through Temple, and oh, look at Magno go. Little flash from up. Frost sets him up, and Magno go, go, go. Fiku left alone, wondering how that all fell apart. We'll catch out Dilladaz. Smoke triple forward, doesn't have the kit. And oh my goodness, Fiku. What is this piss around? Displays of brilliance from all. This is the 10-second stick, and surely Boomage shanks him in it. He will. What a chaotic pistol with some great moments, but it's Magno's triple that ultimately seals the deal.
Yeah, really, really cool mid-round here for BetBoom, and they know that they can do this because Magno actually lurks through middle and walks all through Donut. So one smoke goes in towards CT, they plant for Donut, and they think, okay, well, what can we do here? We know that ENCE are going to be rotating towards CT. The last thing they expect, us to just flash through the smoke. Just brilliantly done by BetBoom. They are catching ENCE in every single opportunity. 3 players push quickly in towards main. They think better of it. As BetBoom drop all the utility. It's Magno finding another kill, this time on Poddy, just through the red room smoke. Doesn't even need to see his opponents. Sure, Boomich might have 17 kills, but Magno's doing the majority of the damage.
I might walk into a stack here. Shouldn't be fatal with USPs, though there are these 2 deagles, so maybe I speak too soon. You think with this utility sound you heard of a player pushing close. Should be no way for BetBoom to let this one fumble. Send the MP7 searching. Yeah, cleaning up house.
There you go.
Lovely collection of frags for the SMG.
Very clean. Everyone's alive as well for BetBoom. They future-proof their purchase by only having Dilladez being on the MP7. Shown A, they've shown B. And now for ENCE, you're looking at this thinking, this is maybe one of the only gun rounds we're going to get. Cave smoke thrown forward alongside the red room one. It's not actually going to be this play in towards middle. Magno will drop some flashes to feign it, but the ultimate reality of the situation is that BetBoom wants to go A, and ENCE have read into this perfectly. There's not 1, not 2, but 3 defenders here. As Poddy moves over towards this box, BetBoom are actually going to completely disengage. I think that's because Boomich has had a little scout over at B, and there's been no util, no nothing out of ENCE. It's been very quiet. They might recommit into this later, BetBoom, but for now, they're just going to wait. They're going to see if there's a reaction here at CT side. Remember, where ENCE are under pressure and they love to be active in the mid-round, they're going to go searching for something, and BetBoom know this.
We'll come to a head in middle. Magno. Oh, quick flick down to Nachi. Had to adjust for that one. To the dome. That's an opening kill found once again. Krasnal in towards red room. He'll get smoked off. Steve White's feeling the pressure. He'll start to move forward, and Magno from above flicks down again, and yeah, it's all falling apart. Despite this great setup to begin with, BetBoom start to get a little stressed about where the CT setup could be. But he's still present. Can he provide the upset? Nope. Blindsided, and Fiku, yeah, you're not ready for Boomage here. He's just been lurking the whole time.
Yeah, brilliant call. Brilliant call. Put pressure on A. Wait. You got your mid utility. And because Boomich doesn't hear anything in heaven, in ramp, he knows that there's going to be a contact play somewhere. It will come either through middle or probably B ramp. So he puts 2 players off of A main to hold elbow. Magno can go search him because of how good he's been and how active he is in his role, especially in the mid round. You've got a player waiting outside B in Boomich, and you've got a player waiting outside A main. They covered all bases there, and ENCE just walked straight into them.
Half buying, so they'll be likely allowing BetBoom on to 12, although definitely a chance with the 5-7s. BetBoom steadily take the control. That flash doesn't quite hit the mark. Plenty of smokes here for ENCE, and they just want to deny the space. I think the clock hurt for BetBoom. Gonna be able to block one of these avenues pretty much until the final seconds.
There's another smoke here as well. Castle can just drop it. Right on cue. So BetBoom have got a decision to make. Do they want to just burst through this B smoke? Or do they want to reset and go towards A? They have to make a choice now. It feels like they are just going to commit in. So 3 players ready and waiting. This could get a little bit topsy-turvy. Molly, brilliant. Forces ENCE to go straight into this fight. Diladez and Siren will clean. One more in Poddy. Needs to find a multi-kill and walks away with nearly 2. SDY is now making a challenge through this smoke in towards long. Bomb planted. Can it be? Denied by SDY. He nearly had it. But Magno's providing cover. And Nature can only scramble for 1 kill each. Nice try out of ENCE. But yet again, BetBoom. They are providing all of the solutions to ENCE's problems.
Yeah, that bomb gets dropped in cave. Siren doesn't live there. That's maybe an entirely different round. Time was such a real constraint for them. Nice try from ENCE. Really dug the setup and the approach to it. Great Molly forces them into that cave fight, though. A bit scary going through cave against 5-7s. BetBoom looking very comfortable to take this series in 2. Progress straight to the upper semis to face the victor of Alliance Sinners.
The early rounds of tournaments are never an issue for BetBoom.
No.
I'm not worried about them until they get to the qualification match. But until then, they're fine. They've been playing, I think, some of the best Counter-Strike I've seen out of them in a while. I've covered BetBoom quite a lot this year. But this looks really comprehensive, and it looks like they've started to get rid of some of their silly mistakes. Is there a flashbang here that could be thrown? Doesn't matter.
He's just deleting them.
Yeah, I mean, he was just ahead of it. Body's flash a little bit too late. I mean, how can it be late when Magno just rushes at you? They've already got a player in towards Brokey. This should be done now. BetBoom looking to put a statement piece up here. Whilst Artfrost finds VQ, there comes that Temple contact. 13-4 for BetBoom after a 13-8 victory on their map pick of Nuke. They are straight through to the upper semis. And as you mentioned, have got a matchup between either the Alliance or Sinners, whoever wins that game. But ENCE, they're not out the running yet. Don't get me wrong, they'll drop down and they'll play... We don't know yet. It will be the winner of either the loser of Inner Circle Tricks or BetM Eyeballers. It's complicated, basically. But ENCE are still in the competition. They have to fight their way through the lower bracket. And bless them, they're a new roster. They've just been outclassed here today.
Yeah, BetBoom progressed through to that upper semi, a few steps away from qualification, like they were for Rio. But looking very clean on their pathway through so far. 2-0s all the way. We can see there's still a couple more games to play out here. We're going to be having a bit of a better picture of what this upper bracket looks like a little bit later, because there's a couple of games that are taking place, both that Alliance Sinners one. That one's coming up very shortly. Fnatic K27, I believe, we'll be covering that one here on the stream in about an hour and a bit, thereabouts. And then lower bracket games also to play out. We're already seeing one team of 2 to be eliminated. Johnny Speeds versus Nuclear Tigers. That one is currently underway. So a lot of games going on all of the time here during the qualifier. For now, we take a bit of an extended break before we come back for that Fnatic K27 game again. It's going to be in a little bit over an hour. So we'll be back and we will see you then.
Gotta get out of here. Love to see what's out there for me. Tired of doing what we're told and getting bored of what we used to. Just give me something, please show me something alright. 'Cause I'm scared of getting old and I'm more tired than I'm used to. Just give me something, please show me something alright. I forget that I'm down with you guys around. 'Cause everyone knows life's better with love than being alone. Consider yourself the motive for finding a way to right my wrongs. Catch a locomotive or hit the highway, just move on. 'Cause it's so fun when no one's upset. We sit on my trunk and watch the sunset. Consider yourself the motive for living my life the way I want. We're creating memories when we drive our parents crazy. We're chasing sunsets, living each day like the last day of our life. And I know this is what we want, 'cause this is just what we do. Free to tell our lies while discovering our truth. I forget that I'm down with you guys around. 'Cause everyone knows life's better with love than being alone. Consider yourself the motive for finding a way to right my wrongs. Catch a locomotive or hit the highway, just move on. 'Cause it's so fun when no one's upset. We sit on my trunk and watch the sunset. Consider yourself the motive A surge of energy as you come into sight. Caught in the moment, I'm hypnotized. With every breath I feel the fire inside. Your love is like a wildfire. Your love is like a wildfire. A force I can't contain, it takes me high. I'm lost in the heat, consumed by the sun. Your love is like a wildfire. My heart's on fire as I hold you close. Your touch, it's electric, a beautiful overdose. I'm addicted to the way we move and sway. Lost in the rhythm, body's insane. We're in days. Your love is like a wildfire. A force I can't contain, it takes me high, 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 it takes me high. Your love is like a wildfire. Your love is like a wildfire. A force I can't contain, it takes me high. I'm lost in the heat, consumed by the sun. Your love is like a wildfire. Like a wildfire. Wildfire. Like a wildfire, oh, like a wildfire. Lost in the moment, but caught in the flame.
What's it gonna be? Where's your head at? Where's my head at? Watch how the waves they're chasing each other, and they let it be. Where's the shore at? Where's the shore at? Loud gets louder, fast gets faster. You know, told me pride aside, I don't know which of us is right, but let's just get on the same page tonight. The same page tonight. I don't know which of us is right, but let's just get on the same page tonight. The same page tonight. Kinda miss you. Kinda miss you. Wanted to lay my head on your shoulder for a minute there. We grew stronger. We grew stronger. Loud gets louder, fast gets faster. You know, told me pride aside, I don't know which of us is right, but let's just get on the same page tonight. The same page tonight. I don't know which of us is right, but let's just get on the same page tonight. The same page tonight. Don't know which of us is right, but don't know which of us is right, but let's just get on the same page tonight. The same page tonight. Don't know which of us is right, but let's just get on the same page tonight. The same page tonight.
I've been thinking about your love tonight. Two hearts gonna make our worlds collide, baby. I just wanna be the one to treat you right. Two-step in me, baby, slide, slide. I've been thinking about your love tonight. Two hearts gonna make our worlds collide, baby. I just wanna be the one to treat you right. Two-step in me, baby, slide, slide. I've been thinking about your love tonight. I just wanna be the one to treat you right. I've been thinking about your love tonight. Two hearts gonna make our worlds collide, baby. I just wanna be the one to treat you right. Two-step in me, baby, slide, slide. Your love tonight. Two hearts gonna make our worlds collide, baby. I just wanna be the one to treat you right. Two-step in me, baby, slide, slide. I've been thinking about your love tonight. Two hearts gonna make our worlds collide, baby. I just wanna be the one to treat you right. Two-step in me, baby, slide, slide. I've been thinking about your love tonight. I just wanna be the one to treat you right. I've been thinking about love tonight. Two hearts gonna make our worlds collide, baby. I just wanna be the one to treat you right. Two-step in me, baby, slide, slide. I've been thinking about your love tonight, love tonight, and the love tonight. I just wanna be the one to treat you right, treat you right, treat you right. I've been thinking about your love tonight, and the love tonight, and the love tonight. I just wanna be the one to treat you right, treat you right, treat you right. I've been thinking about your
to make a fool out of me. I was lost in the idea of it all. Too many years I've been suffering here, burning down right now. And I don't know where I run to, but it could be oblivion. I dream I was making love to a whole new life. Learn my lesson once I skip the reminder of what's left for me. If I turn around, you let me down.
making history. Absolutely phenomenal.
And Ace is the champion of the Intel Extreme Masters World Finals.
Storm's still not quite done. INCE is going to take this fight, though. 3 seconds left.
Last 2 rounds of matches got to start it well for EC.
And this is a massive move for Zez, but he's not content with just a Nexus kill. He wants to win.
And it's all done. And Stroll's winning. Unbelievable Rogue with a 4-0 victory over Classic.
And they did it again in the grand finals. It's Storm!
Give it up for your Intel Extreme Masters World Champion!
Time recently made the addition of Madden after losing Blame F to Big. They made that controversial cut where they got rid of Cypher and they brought in Jacasmo. So it's the core of the very old Passion UA team alongside Crimza and Madden. Madden, the highest performing player on this team so far after having a little bit of an outfit here in Zero Tenacity over in Tier 2. And for K27, they began their journey with a 2-0 win over Nemesis. They've been playing pretty good recently. I've been really enjoying what you get out of K27. You've got XGav that has always been just in these young CIS lineups that potentially got a lot about them. Relaxy's really fun when you watch him. Cashlid as well. And I've had the chance to interview K27 before on different broadcasts. And Relaxy, I think, is one of the most hilarious people in Counter-Strike I've ever spoken to. That guy's energy is everything.
In these young teams, absolutely. You can see all the games we've got coming on. Once again, we have a whole slew of games happening at the same time. As mentioned, Fnatic K27, our game focus here, but 3 other games playing out. We still actually have some of those lower round games going on. Cybershock and Basement Boys kicked off recently. Johnny Speeds against Clear Tigers. That one might go to a third. We'll see. It's pretty close there on the second map. We can see the veto here for our series, though. Dust 2, Mirage, and Overpass. Any surprises here, Brandon?
I don't think so. To be honest, this is really difficult for Fnatic, whichever way you slice it, because you take a look at their map win rates, you're like, they want to play Inferno, and that's the perma of K27. It's like, okay, well, can we go Nuke? Not really, haven't really got the reps on it. Can you go on to Anubis? Not really, haven't got the reps on it. Can you go into Overpass? I suppose so, but it doesn't feel great. And then Ancient, you've won it once out of the 6 times you play it. So that means you have to go D2, you have to go Mirage. The good news is that with this core of Passion UA players, they used to be incredibly good at Mirage. And I really feel like that gets overlooked quite a lot. Because when they're on the come up in Tier 2, their Mirage was like one of their best maps by far. Fear can call a really good game on it. So hopefully that translates well here into Dust 2. But you've got Cashlids that is going to be unplayable, I think, on both of these maps. It's going to be really hard individually for Fnatic.
Well, let's see how it goes. Jambo to take first contact out towards long end. Well, you mentioned it. Cashlid, player to watch, removes Jambo immediately. At least Madden does answer with the kill on X5 in short. Smoke will come down. Flash being set up for Madden. This swing could be deadly if they don't play anti, and he does manage to get one and ball back. Now the rest of the squad can start to slide out, and despite a great opener, it's not looking like the close is going to be here unless Cedar has something to say, but no, just the one. So Madden, great round with the dualies.
Yeah, well, what I noticed for Fnatic when they were playing up against OG, and they played on Dust 2 as well, is how responsive this team is. And it's really nice to sort of see that out of Fnatic, because it felt like quite a lot when you watched them last year. It almost was like they were a new team forever. And what I mean by that is you had calls being made, but everything felt like it was on a time lag. This is immediately responsive, and what I think you're going to get out of Madden, it's very similar to Cypher, to be honest, but what you're going to get out of Madden is that he will say, I will do this, whatever you want. I will go and fight. If you want to flash me in for an angle, do that. I think maybe Fear in-game leading sort of needs another player to be a lot more vocal. I know Blame would have also been that player, but obviously Madden's a very different profile type. And I think he'll be a lot more willing to be aggressive in the mid-round, which is exactly the sort of calls that Fear thrives in. So I actually think this roster move's really good.
Okay. Only on paper wouldn't have considered. We have the push through middle, and Fear gets punished. Cashlet's ready for that. Jacasmo overwhelmed, and just this player backside Crims. Say just this player, of all the players you want. He's managed to lock this down exceptionally well, and he doesn't stop. Fourth kill comes in the USP drop from Cashlet and X5 on this lurk. He's seen Jambo. Might be able to catch him, but no. Madden gets the kill. When the first line of defense falls, Crims steps up and delivers.
He's so reliable. Incredible work out of Crims. Fear, I don't think you need to push that, mate, but at least you get the heads-up info for Crims to thrive. Unfortunate for Fnatic, I think it was Jacasmo, the second B player, just completely caught off guard. Very explosive, very energetic. That's how I described Relaxi, and that's also how I described the playstyle of K27. They get up in your grill really quickly, and Fnatic, if they're not well drilled, they're going to be punished quite a lot. But this is already a good start. It's just the Deagles here. The K27, they're just going to send it in towards short. Spam looked pretty dead on, but unfortunately, no bullets connecting and no damage being dealt for Fear. But that's how you start. And that's how you mean to go on for Jambo. Nice shot back out of Relaxi. Fear now waiting in the wings. Madden's still here as well, and it's a complete cleanup.
Yeah, one player falls, not a big deal. You lose an M4, but Jambo will see it as an opportunity to get an AWP. He's more than happy to oblige. Kashner will bear out his as well. So excited to watch this head-to-head play out. A27 get through that one quickly. There's this AWP off too, just holding in towards middle and opening pick found. Fear caught on the grass.
And then the follow through. Yeah, X5 just pushes. There's another player in towards tunnels that's been spotted, but not for long. It's an unbelievable start. I said about the aggression for K27. In the first 20 seconds, they found 3 kills. And this is the type of overwhelm you can come to expect from them. Haven't seen too much of them on official broadcasts. Get to know them, because they are a very exciting team. X5 continues his reign of terror in towards middle. Crims, last player standing, might be able to grab one, but Zito's already seen him. So the guns come out, and it's a flawless round from this T side.
Gorgeous round from X5. I think especially when you've caught that kill on Fear, I think that definitely empowers you to quickly scale up short. No cross smoke, that kind of baits in Fnatic's players to stay aggressive, but X5 wants those fights and he'll take them with glee. Jacasmo onto a Deagle, so damage done from the previous rounds, having some influence. On control taken from the CTs. No contest that. There's no mid-cross kill found, just a default to get things started.
Very slow, very monotonous. It's the repetitive T default out of Dust 2. They've done well to get the space. No one directly on short here for Fnatic. You got Jambo holding with the AWP at range at car. There's a boost up as well for Madden. This could catch players off.
Yeah, is Kashla going to drop a flash through? It does feel like maybe, or no, it's going to go over the top, and Madden's going to have the line on this, and yeah, just holds his spray. Laxi, shoulder revealed, and just going to see the scale out through short. Jambo is on the line, but he gets deleted immediately. Wow. And Fear, they know he threw that flame up. Gonna throw utility and bullets straight back at him. Flash removes Madden, and yeah, they are just aim dueling everyone. Just looking for fights everywhere. So explosive.
It's what they'll do. Is what they'll do. And I think the thing is, Madden's going to thrive in this environment. Jasmo's going to struggle. And it'll be up to Jambo a lot. Obviously, we talk about Dust 2 being an author's paradise, but Jambo will need to lock down certain areas of this map for Fnatic in order to facilitate more rotates to them. Otherwise, it is going to be a long day in the office. It's one thing going up against OG, but the way that Cadian calls, especially with the pieces that he's got on OG, it's very mid-round centric. It's very much about almost just skin crawling stuff where it's so delayed, it's pretty deliberate, you kind of know where the round's going to go, and yet you can't stop it anyway. The K27, it is like, bang, they're here immediately. And suddenly, within 10 seconds, they've already swarmed the site. So that looked really good for a moment for Fnatic. And then Quinky just comes up short, delivers 2 headshots. I love the way that they approached it. They were almost baiting in fear, just getting the information, putting their pixel of their head just over the line, just to guarantee where he was. And it's a double swing immediately. Brilliant work. K27, as you say, money was already looking a little bit rocky here for Fnatic, and it's completely in the bin now. Crims has saved AK, the only thing in round 6.
Yeah, a little flashbang purchased by Madden. K27, 1 loss in the last 11 Dust 2s they have played.
Sense.
And that was their first one of the year against 9. And outside of that, they have been dominant on this map. And already today, first Nemesis. Smolly's going to disrupt this short setup, you feel, or we'll just force them forward. The flashbang not quite doing what they hoped, and, well, Crims, he was going to be the maybe chance in that round, but Zito was just headshot everybody. And Jambo, I don't know if you've got a chance here. Quinky is tucked in on that left angle. He's going to wander off to see if he can catch someone, but this will be a very simple equalizer as K27 being very sharp with their shots.
I want to take it one step further for that Dust 2 conversation as well. Yes, they've lost it once, and they've actually only conceded double digits once all year, which is ridiculous in the maps that they've won. Tactical timeout now being called. Jambo can't get an AWP. Fear shouldn't drop him one, because then he'll be left with nothing and no armor. So that means that Cashley is going to be uncontested for the most part. And Long feels like it's locked down through Madden, but K27 can just explore and go elsewhere. I don't think they'll mind all that much. Like, Madden's over there? Okay, cool. We'll just go elsewhere. Target Chakasmo. That feels like a normal, safe thing to do. Especially because he sort of plays mid to B and floats over that side of the map. There's definitely potential there, and it's unexplored territory. K27 only went there once, and they got shot down by Crims.
Yeah, it was a heroic quad kill too. No AWP, just an MP9 for Jambo, so he might look to get close. Or not. Thought maybe you just post up there, but no, leave Casmo in charge. Go for a short setup. They already have Fear down here. Matt and Jambo join up. We might get a brawl in towards Connector in a moment. Now the T's start to accelerate. CT's forced back. I thought that was going to be a bit more of a head-to-head than it ended up being.
Yeah, I already thought so too. It felt like there was definitely going to be a fight there, and instead there just isn't. I like the short molly just thrown in by K27. I feel like they've recognized that, oh, at least 2 or 3 players were over towards short, so they could just ignore this and then go into a mid to B. I think they want to fight this space pretty proactively. X5, again, has definitely seen 2 on that jiggle. Relaxi goes round the corner with the bomb. That could be to their detriment. X5 realizes it, scoops up the C4, walks over, kill and a dink to his name. And now with 40 seconds left, do you imagine that Crims is going to be challenged at B?
It's not even in sight, so it's actually A bit of space here, but Madden, proactive push through the smoke. Punishes, and that's the bomb drop. That's going to slow things down significantly. Oh, that's being held for. Cosmo can't believe it. Maybe this entices him to go back towards A.
Look at Madden
towards short. Kind of has to be him. What can you get from this little corner? Anything at all? Yeah, steps up and finds one bomb. Dropped on the floor, and he might win it by himself. No, he'll go down. Now the bomb can be planted. There's no way for Crims to deny it. Cashlade's holding. He's found all these kills with the AWP on these mid players. I think he's got Crim's number, you feel. Easy enough. 27. What a way to bring that one back.
Yeah, that was really cool. You drop all of the lurk utility out B. You understand, especially after Madden gets the kill onto the short play, that there's going to be a crunch of some description. Fnatic are imagining that K27 are going to be a little bit scrambled, so they want to press and force the issue. The fact that Cashlade has the presence of mind to wait, look from Xbox to top mid to counteract Jacasmo. Fantastic awareness from K27, and it shows a really good example of this team being comfortable under pressure. It's almost like Fnatic felt very uncomfy, despite them were causing the chaos themselves. Like, it's actually ridiculous. They're the ones that are orchestrating all the chaos, and yet they're the ones that actually look a little bit flustered.
Right out long from X5, he just disengages. This is one hero M4 from Madden that's been brought down already to half from X5. An angle that definitely could find something, but as soon as he drops down, you feel like it's really hard to keep the fight going. There are a lot of bodies here. That's the one thing that's going to be an advantage, and the headshots are coming through from these pistols. Oh my goodness, it's on to Relaxi. He's managed to find Jacasmo. Crims, not quite present, has to come up through short late. Relaxi gets the bomb down. Disengage. He'd actually crossed the car. This gives him a huge advantage. No way for Crims to, unless he finds a smoke on a body, do anything about defusing this bomb. It was a risky move from Relaxi to scale so quickly, but knowing Crims, that B player, gambled that there would be some time, and it's already ticked down so far. Even if Crims gets this kill, and he's trained for it, well, it might not matter. And he might not get the kill either. Naxi playing with him, and I think the bomb will take down Crims in the end. In fact, they will all fall, but the round will go to K27, like it should have.
Good recovery. Yeah, good recovery from K27, but honestly, you're right. That shouldn't have been as scary as it was. I really like the idea for Fnatic just to stack, and then they themselves are playing these little pixel peaks just to ensure they can do as much damage as possible. I love the decision to immediately plant the bomb, go straight in towards long, and just understand that they're on an eco. They're not going to have a kit. I doubt there's going to be a smoke. And you're so instinctive about what you want to do. There's no hesitation. I think that's been the evolution watching Tier 2 Counter-Strike, especially over the last year. Normally in Tier 1, the conversation was always, oh, the speed of the reactions, knowing what you want to do, is almost instinctual. That has definitely evolved, especially over the last year. I think the help of the VRS circuit too, with more lands becoming more localized, I think that's really going to speed up the scene and get everyone to a similar playing field, because it always used to be the conversation in RMRs that anyone can beat anyone. Everyone's got the same individual skill. You're certainly going to see a lot more upsets moving forward, let me tell you. But this is just phenomenal out of K27 so far. Fnatic need a response. They need to find one quite quickly. Fear's juggling his utility, but the main hit is going to come through momentarily.
Yeah, still have a reasonable amount of denial. Of that counter smoke landing. 40 seconds, and they're actually taking contact in middle, but it's out through short. The play's coming. Jacasmo seems aware of it. Will he win the fight? Yes, he does. Both players fall. And a well-held sight from Jacasmo. Despite K27 trying to get tricky with it. We'll find one, but okay, X5, another. Time's the killer, and Fear might be one that ends this round all by himself. So, Flames flush him out. Is there really a way they recover this? Surely not. You can't believe it. Bomb. It is being planted in short, but the flank comes through. So Bomb goes down. The round, in the end, for Fnatic off the back of a great double up from Jacasmo.
Jacasmo's actually playing a lot more off middle and not floating towards B this game, and he's playing a lot more over towards A. Feels like this is a read for Fnatic, where they've mostly got 3 players or more always dedicated to this bomb site. It allows 2 things. It firstly allows Madden to be a little bit more flexible if he wants to push short, if he wants to push in towards middle. But also it enables this long flank. We've seen it now a couple of times at Fnatic, where in the mid to late round, they're understanding that they feel like they've got this timing and this opportunity, and they are just punishing K27. So really cool to see the adjustment. Finally, we might get something over towards B here. Again, Fnatic are reading and adjusting for it. Jacasmo this time is going to move over to B with Crims, and this block utility is going to send K27 potentially into this AWP.
Decent nade as they fall back from the boost. And Zito taking a whole lot of damage. Pull up in middle. Jambo's floating here with this AWP. Oh, and he'll catch Zito
nice.
on the jump up, just holding for that exact move. Does mean A's a little bit less defended right now.
I was going to say that, because you've now seen the AWP over towards middle, and he was on the left-hand side of mid. I might encourage you to go in towards short here. Another mid to B smoke. Quinky's just had a look to see if anyone's pushed up a tunnels. They haven't. They will move in towards this setup. Fnatic have got K27 right where they want them. Cashlid versus Jambo, and Cashlid hits the shot. That creates a little bit of space. Remember, there's still 2 more players on this B bomb site, and Jacasmo's getting tricky with it. First kill is his. Trying to bait and sell the idea that Crims isn't here, but Relaxi comes over the top and gets rid of both. Fnatic, have they overplayed their hand?
That's the perfect setup for Fnatic, and yet still, K27 get in there. And they get it done. It's being called off. It's got to be the save. Money is terrible. Relaxi just goes over the top. I'm not sure exactly where Crims was. I can kind of gauge from the X's on the map that he was behind the side boxes. And yeah, it just gets caught both of them. Well played from, I think it was Quinky, right? He's coming out through the doors and just doesn't overcommit from tunnels. Gets the contact and just slides back, making it so difficult, making these players stick to fighting and focusing on him so that Relaxi can come over the top. With the AWP in middle too, I guess it's just the angle that Cashlid has that slight advantage on the peak.
I think from actually watching it from his team's POV, I think Cashlid just hits a flick onto Jambo. I think that the real thing that breaks down here is that Crims sees the smoke that lands towards the window on B. Jacasmo's already used it to grab a kill and fall out. He's not expecting K27 to push that. 6 rounds each. And I think Fnatic are definitely going to be happy with the fact that it felt like they were down. They're certainly not out anymore. Big play in towards long. It's going to be a massive fight here with Relaxi and Cashlid both waiting patiently. The Fnatic don't immediately go out long. Cashlid now going to fall back. And Relaxi just takes all the contact instantaneously. Finds 2 kills. He wants even more. Relaxi has done it. A quad kill shutdown in towards A long. And Jambo is left all alone to pick up the pieces. And he can barely find Zido. He wants even more. Does Relaxi, and he'll get it. An ace to kickstart their CT side on Dust 2.
Yeah, they call him Relaxy, but he ain't no lazy boy. Working hard for those 5 frags. What a hold. He's meant to be, you know, getting 1 or 2 there, and then they kind of swing off each other, but no, he takes the full house. Easy for Relaxy. That pistol goes a whole lot better. And the first half. You have the hero scout for Jambo. Otherwise, Fnatic not working with anything.
I just can't believe there was no trade. No trade whatsoever. Relaxi, that is the freest quad kill he's ever going to get over at long on a pistol. Ashley's got an SMG, trying to make as much money as possible for the AWP. And Zido spotted a couple of players. They're going to walk straight into this SMG.
He wants to feast, wants that AWP. Oh, they're not going to give it to him. He falls back. You know, there is a chance to get into B. Especially now that he falls off. Why am I suddenly scared?
It's fine.
Okay, it's fine, actually. They turn around. I don't know, when Dita got brought low, he wasn't in the sight. Nice shot from Jambo. Now they're just going to overwhelm. They lose the FAM aspect. I think anyone is happy with that. No one likes the FAMAS.
Yeah, it kind of sucks. All right, then. Let's go Fnatic. 8-6 first gun round. No AWP. In fact, not a whole lot of AKs. At least they've got the utility. Amazon feels the brunt of K27's big nades to do some early damage onto him.
He's been the heavy hitter as well. Point man in many rounds. Gonna shy away from him trying to find some fights. He's continuing to be harassed. Lucky for him, he wasn't fully up on that box, so he would have been in trouble. Actually ready to drop this incendiary. He's hearing that contact. They don't really have a lot here, except for this one smoke grenade, but time is ticking.
I might just try and take a fight. Yeah, he spotted the player over towards ramp. That's not going to force the smoke out. And because that's not going to force the smoke out on towards short, K27 changed their mind and use it more as a big block. This is really sensible. Cashlid now goes through and finds Jambo. 5v4. 20 seconds left. And how do you find your way onto this site? Well, you just have to fight. Bomb. Trying to now be denied by X5, and he'll do it. And time's now starting to be a massive burden here for Fnatic. 10 seconds left. X5 still in this corner and can't be uprooted by Crims. Quinky walks in from CT and Madden gets dealt with by Relaxi at car. That one smoke provides enough chaos for K27 to deny everything for Fnatic.
That's beautiful. It's almost better than if he'd seen them short and got the smoke down, right? Cutting the time, because that forced Fnatic's hand. They felt they had the space and they were already progressed. Can't fall back, can't change route. Just have to fight forward and try and plant the bomb, but yeah, there's not too many safe places in that smoke. It's a very easy denial from X5. And at the same time, Relaxy pushed through long doors, saw that there was no flank, and was able to come back and support. Creating chaos for Fnatic, who thought they had an opportunity. Instead, they're going to be well on the back foot now. So most likely looking at double digits. Bit of armor on some of these players, so maybe a chance.
Maybe. It's so smart to use that smoke the way that they did. Again, players just go through the motions sometimes. They see the contact, they'll just drop the smoke at the choke point. K27, they completely changed their minds. They actually create a new choke point on that site, and it's suffocating. X5 now sees these players. Actually, a really good example of him just throwing the nades deeper. They've completely gone by it. 4v3. Eagles for Jambo and Jacasmo. Actually going to enable Fnatic to get this plant. K27 aren't going to stress about that. They just don't want to drop the ball here.
No one coming too short makes this a little awkward. Now they are just fighting forward with the better weapons. Yep, Glock, 1v3. It'll be tricky. And it is. Relaxy removes him. I'll look for an upgrade on his weapon. There it is, found. Nice bomb plant from Fnatic. From an unlikely round, they do manage to breach through short a lot more successfully this time around. Thanks to a good opener. Catching Jambo. Sorry, Jambo catches. It is still double digits. Speaking of Jambo, he will have that T-side AWP out. I'll try to catch one of these players on the cross or take a spawn. Getting up short quickly, and he just jumps out into the middle. Oh, Zito. That was dangerous, but both players get away. Zito seeing a lot and continues to stick around for far longer than he thinks is comfortable. Boost up doesn't find anything. K27 keep poking and prodding.
Yeah, they just want to fight. You can easily see the Crims is wary that there could be this push through upper tunnels. Instead, that doesn't come in. K27 will back off and cool down just for a moment. They'll start assessing the situation with some block utility. Well timed in towards mid doors. It immediately counters the mid to B smoke, and the nade lands true onto Fear. Just trading util right now. And I think this will work for Fnatic longer term, because K27 have only got, again, one smoke left. Great nade, or in fact it felt like it should have been, and instead it did like 2 damage.
Going to press out through short. Actually misses his opportunity. No one actually on ramp itself or site, so hunting for a kill here. There is this clambering up, but Zito gets spotted. At least Alec is dealt with, and Cashlid actually peeks out to get another. Keep your eyes on X5. Ascends through that smoke to get one and sneak away. Fear still low HP, but hitting headshots as his whole squad. X5 up and over, and he looks to do it again. Unreasonable. He knows who this final player is. Jacasmo, low HP. Feeling nervous as X5 takes his time. Calm with it, but the headshot angle, there's a chance there, and Jacasmo takes it. X5's heroics denied.
Oh my gosh. You mean to tell me that X5 is going to poke his head over the smoke, get a kill, fall back, and then Kelly's style, get another kill on towards this A bomb site, and it's still not enough. His teammates just didn't do anything. Crucial kill out of Fear. Holding on towards shore, understanding that there has to be someone pushing this issue. A really nervy end to the round for Fnatic, but where these rounds have been drawn out and so close, it's actually really hurting the bankroll right now at K27. Fnatic have got a prime opportunity to work their way back into this game. If they win this, suddenly it's a 1-round game overall.
The audacity from Cashley to peek around the edge of that smoke too to find one. K27, they are fun to watch, I'll give them that. Yeah, Fnatic finding footing. Madden, 19 kills. Top of the entire scoreboard. Oh, my goodness. Cashley does get legged there for his troubles.
Lucky boy. That shot is not through the doors. He's dead. Right, Jambo. This is scary. And it works out brilliantly for him. And then, oh, it's windy. It's so windy from Zedo. Spam back, felt good onto Madden, but Relaxy can't confirm the kill. Now Quinky is all that's left with an MP9. Favorable timing on Madden. That allows him out of the bomb site. He still wants to fight with the MP9. This is audacious. It's going to end up costing him 2v4. This is a round that you certainly imagine that K27 should not be going for.
No, despite the damage done. Yeah, got a little awkward in middle there. They knew that Jambo was peeking aggressively, but I love the way Fnatic played that. The double swing onto the AWP, knowing he'd already been legged as well. You feel like Zedo had a chance there. We've all missed those. It happens. Alright, we come within 2. Guns definitely need to be saved. Even still, this could be a one-round game. It's all past to get to work.
You know, the peaks he's taken as well. Hasn't gone long yet, but has gone middle, has gone short. Always looking to try and deny Fnatic on the front foot rather than maybe waiting for the opportunity to come to him. Has got spawn to peek long if he wants to. Looks for reassurance, almost. He'll take a more passive line this time, which I think is the right decision, especially because it is just him and Relaxy that have got the premium rifles.
Yeah, so going to tether one of these weapons on each bomb site. As far as Relaxy's playing back box. Give him a lot of rotate positions. Ashley will move about and might have a chance for an opening pick. There it is. Very fast. Barely picked it up on the stream. Grims also has been spammed by that M4.
No, you don't walk back in here, Cashlid. You don't walk back in here. Oh, yeah. You're going to get punished. Jambo, aware of the shenanigans. Actually, he has at least rotated, and he's out of this bomb site now, but I mean, how on earth do you get back into this? X5 would need a miracle with this USP.
I think he gets caught. We'll see. Oh, here's the miracle beginning to form. First kill comes his way, but yeah, there's Long in play, and Relaxy, your madman, actually takes another. Oh, this round's got some legs to it. Hold up. Galil picked up by Quinky. Ollie, that's going to be disruptive. Burning in it, and he just holds in it. Keeps his head ducked down. Jambo, what a round. Exceptional work. Especially on finding that short repeak. K27, get a fair bit done with little there.
It's nice to see Jambo stepping up in a big way. We've unfortunately DC'd, so we'll get back in as soon as possible. But it's really good to see Jambo stepping up, especially on the T side. I think he's done really well at just containing Cashlid. His call-in has been pretty superb. I think they've identified that they can just keep repeating the same execute over towards short, because K27 have yet to stop it. And sometimes that's actually the biggest challenge of an in-game leader, to figure out, oh, actually, this is working, we should just keep doing it. I like the fact that Fear is very committed in his call-in in that way. Madden slowed down a tad on this T side, which is hilarious to say, as he's got 105 ADR. It's good to see that different players are stepping up for Fnatic, and it isn't just the Madden show.
Yeah, maybe a fight out long. X5 playing close to dodge the flashbangs. Fall back. Making me nervous that he's got his back turned. They're just going to burst through off the back of that smoke, find the space for free. And this information hasn't come through for K27. They have no idea. They're scaling out towards long. Relaxy's about to get blindsided.
Yeah. Oh, brilliant. There you go. Job done. They were either common to set something up for a short play, or they just didn't hear it. Either way, they've been completely blindsided by Fnatic. The timing to go through that second long smoke immediately, knowing that K27 would back off, is a thing of beauty. Destination is still the same, but the way they get there is slightly different. And it's one in which K27 did not expect in the slightest, and has earned Fnatic the right to call this an even scoreline.
Yeah, it's going to be one better too. Look at the money. K27 have to eco, or at least half by here. Brilliant work from Fnatic to bring this game to where it is. What a call to contact through that smoke. And these 5-7s provide any sort of entertainment. Eagles too, up close. I feel like I prefer a 5-7 right here, but everyone has their preferences. There's Zito up too. Oh my god, the flashbang. Almost perfect.
The only way this gets weird is if the bomb goes long by itself, which I don't think it will. In fact, Jacasmo's given Jambo the bomb to make sure that doesn't happen. Here comes the swing out long. Nice shot. That is the bomb being dropped. Jacasmo on the line. X5 knows it. This gunfight might decide the entire outcome of the round. X5 sees Jacasmo in the corner, and Jacasmo hits a collab. There we go. Round decided, you feel. Quinky's now been heard. Madden's searching and will be securing Cashlid, you feel. There you go. And that is Fnatic going up to 11.
Yeah, there was a slight concern there, and K27 double swing out through long, but, oh well, Casmo just takes 2 kills. Great little collateral. Rarely see that with the rifle. Now Fnatic step into the lead. K27 tasted their own medicine here on Dust 2. Which now a few have gone double digits. Well, this one breaks that trend.
It could be the second time they lose it this calendar year. I didn't see X5, and I mean, X5's been no stranger to the fact that he's in towards short. We'll drop a molly in towards Xbox just to try and delay progression for a moment. There's no real proactivity here for K27, though. I don't think Relaxi will dare to push long again, especially after the success X5 just had on that pistol round. That's going to do a really good job with this utility. So it's going to fall to both Quinky and Zido to lock down B. Or maybe it's X5, who's just found another kill through this smoke. Madden now has to try and be this player to open up the B bomb site, because Jambo's got rid of X5, but suddenly all these players are losing their lives. Zido waits patiently. You still don't know about this second player in Quinky. Flashbang, brilliant. And that just allows Zido to get another kill. But Jambo yet again with the trade. And in fact, trades are just so favorable here for K27. Quinky, is his position known? It is now. And Relaxi comes over the top to help out proceedings. K27. Just from all of the pressure through middle, that is enough to let an extra player slip and wait in the wings at B just to ruin Fnatic's day.
Now's even with a second smoke down just to really prevent any sort of breaks or trying to get tricky in there. But X5, just the perfect timing to poke out and get that first kill. And yeah, just being a nuisance. In the chaos, K27 thrive. This is super direct. But also in middle, K27 have full control, so they can be fast on the flank. Can this bomb site be held? They just brawl their way out. Ashlid will get one, but can't quite find a second. Smoke does go down now, and look in Sui. This push. Fear's waiting for X5 to push up. Bomb will be planted. 3-on-4 retake into B.
You can go for this right now, as long as it's in the next 5 seconds. Because you've got to remember that Fear was in top middle. And I think they've realized that if they go in and lose, they won't have any money. So K27 are going to concede the bomb site and play Fnatic for overtime.
Baller moves to go for that multiplayer B. At the same time, K27 get full mid control. First time I've really seen them pushing aggressively there. But it's the exact wrong round to be doing it. I can't believe Fear is just waiting in Sui as X5 pushes all the way up. Fnatic find map point. That is not a position you would have anticipated at the start of this map. Hell, even 4 or 5 rounds ago.
Calling's been superb. Honestly, the calling out of Fear has been brilliant, all T-side long. He must have heard something in towards middle. It must have been an indication because they stopped going from a default, as you say, straight into that B bomb site. Crims lines up the utility to get Jambo and Avenue in towards middle, sees nothing on this boost. Yet again, K27, they start 2 players subjected towards this B bomb site, and I think that's exactly what Fnatic want.
A bit of a fight in here towards short, but I don't know if X5 is ready for it. Almost just back. Look at the damage done. 2 headshots, but not the kills. Here they start to come. This nade could be brutal. Does take down 1. Can't quite remove Fear. Pashlid under pressure, but he has support now coming through. He's still just dropping utility, keeping this difficult for Fnatic. Now he had to enter the smoke. Slight slowdown. That's going to hide in towards Gandalf, and the rest will leave.
Good Fear.
Oh,
so I think they... Oh, wow. Okay. That works out. Jambo's able to get rid of Kashid, and Fear can say, potentially we can go back here. Depends a lot on timing. Madden's stuck. Madden is completely stuck here. And they've dropped the bomb. They've dropped the bomb to go and look back for another kill. Zido's now starting to sweat a little bit about B. With 25 seconds, Fnatic are now going to make another move. Jambo's going to go all the way through long. Fear's scooped up an AWP. So it's this wombo combo of ramp and CT. The spam onto Relaxi isn't good enough, and that's the bomb dropped. Quinky will ascend over towards the boxes, and he knows if he just hides, there's no time to win this round now for Jambo. K27... they just hold on and on and on. They will force overtime here against Fnatic. And I honestly thought that play, with Jambo going through long, was going to be enough to get rid of Relaxi.
Yeah, Relaxi just survives long enough, but, I mean, Quinky just ascending up, removing both players, dropping that bomb, making it impossible for Jambo to close the round. All right, overtime. These rounds have been messy, but they've been fun. Actually getting aggressive in towards short. Oh, Rainer util early, and while he will find success off that angle, but well, I thought for a second like they're going to pop onto B, but they don't.
They just completely wasted all their utility. This is panic now setting in for Fnatic. Lost the opening kill. Wanted to commit to an idea at B, really hoping that if they get this opening kill, maybe onto Cashlid or just anyone in towards mid, that would just stump rotations. Instead, it's gone the other way, where you've used a lot of your net worth in this round to try and take map control that no longer exists. You've got Relaxi out long. You've also got X5 that can maybe even just take first contact here. This is savage. I don't see a way back in for Fnatic in this round.
At least X5 falls back. What can Relaxi get done? Oh, Pashlid's coming over. He goes towards Car. Relaxi got an ace here in the pistol. What can he offer in these rounds? And, well, he'll take down Krim, but that's far too costly to his health. So only the one, and now the reaggress. Madden starts to scale. Recognizing there's space here, but he's losing his teammates out towards long. Jambo holding on. X5 caught between 2. And he'll be skewered. That bomb still needs to come over, though. And Zido will remove the first. Jambo, nice kill on the edge. The no-scope almost connects. Rido close by, swapping to the AK. Oh, Jambo's read it like a book, you think. And the spam almost takes him down. The time is the big killer here. Jambo starts to stick it, and he'll actually get that bomb down, up and over comes Zito. So in the end, it's K27, the win out the round, but again, another one of these chaotic moments.
Actually so unlucky for Jambo because he heard the molly bounce off of Zito's head. That's why he was so ready for the CT fight. He spams, he actually does a little bit of damage onto Zito, but Zito plays it perfectly. I love the fact that he just waits just in case Jambo wasn't committing to this fight. But the way he positions himself means that Jambo would have to wide swing, which gives him the advantage anyway. Or if he plants, we go into the second world, which is exactly what happened, where he can just jump up on the box incredibly quickly. Jambo's going to have no idea that he scaled that fast up towards the ramp. Brilliant work out of Zito. K27, as you say, just by the skin of their teeth, hold on. Didn't expect it to be that close, though. Really didn't. Especially if you took a freeze frame. I know Falcons fans enjoy doing that. Of the mini-map, it always felt like K27 were destined to win that.
I'm just going to flash Zito, surely. Madden. Oh no, the flash doesn't come through, but Madden still wins the duel, so that is not.
Doing everything. 26 and 15 now for Madden. You got to remember as well that he was doing his best work on the CT side. So Fnatic give themselves just even one round breathing room here. You maybe shouldn't anticipate, but you could expect Madden to start really turning his nose up at K27 on the CT side. Opening kill found, really important here for Fnatic. K27 consistently keep leaving middle open because they realize that Fnatic just aren't using it.
One-time smoke. There's a chance here that Relaxy can drop the bomb. No, never mind. That chance is gone. Can X5 cause some trouble here?
No, Fear's going to try and drop and then not realize, or he is just going to drop and X5 isn't going to realize. Cashlid will find Fear, though. And now you've got this flank that I don't think they're going to be aware of. The issue is that these players are already out B, and X5 does not drop the bomb carrier of Jambo. 2v2, you still need to cross. That's going to be the danger point here for Jambo. How do you get this bomb over? It's going to rely on Crims coming round the corner, and that spray's good enough. Cashlid would even get rid of the bomb on the cross, but it's Crims, the veteran experience of Fnatic, just to push them further forward and equalize the scoreline once more.
That was really well played from Crims, right? Because he's crawled across, he hasn't been spotted, and he realizes he has a time. You can see he thinks about mollying door, but he doesn't want to reveal that he's deep sight, hoping that eyes will be focused on the door cross. He'll net success, closing it out. 13-13, cannot separate these two teams. That's Fnatic delivering off the opening kill offered up by Madden. Again, aggression, Zito for a different result this time, and he will find it, and, well, the trades come quick and fast.
Wow.
Slightly worse off for Fnatic as Fear gets brought down low, but Catchlick, what is he up to?
He's just not ready for a player just to be that far out in top middle. Relaxy's now got the shadow advantage. Fear, dead. Now Jambo's going to be trained on this angle. Question for Jacasmo is, where's the second player in Quinky? Quinky's always been the float. Drops down into CT, waits patiently. Got a long way to go here. If you're Fnatic, you can turn this into a short hit. You can also just turn this into a mid to B. But you can't be disjointed. The moment Fnatic split up, potentially could be the moment it all falls apart. Jambo still doesn't press the issue. He's still paranoid about long doors. Relaxy's now relocated. 45 seconds left. It's important to stress that Fnatic, again, can change their mind.
With Relaxy's angle here is surely Jambo is going to clear this when he comes around the corner. Oh!
Yep, he is. One dig onto Relaxy. And now Quinky. The smoke will go up, and they saw him. He's so close to this smoke, and Fnatic are so aware of it. And they're even going to break it and try and take the fight. That's so costly. Why would you give Quinky an opportunity? Another break on the smoke, and he's running around, not in the molly. And Jambo's able to get the kill. I don't understand the conclusion of that. But I tell you what, Fnatic will be counting their lucky stars that Jambo's still alive in the 2v2.
That's why I ran back into spawn there. That was chaotic. I can't believe Jambo, right? Like, I'm thinking, yeah. I mean, he'll just bring out the AWP and peek onto the car, but no, Deagle? One dig? Like, what? That is not how I thought that was going to play out. But hey, you take it, and, well, Fnatic will take 2. Themselves the advantage as we go into the second half of OT.
That's so absurd. Fear's got to be so careful here. This pure contact, Zito. Oh, potentially could have put himself on the line and Fear on the chopping block. But look at this from K27. A contact play out middle, and nobody is paying attention right now.
Well, Fear's about to com that some craziness is happening. Break, seeing if they can catch someone. Jacasmo will remove one. This is looking fantastic as the kills filled with blue on the feed. Just the one back from X5. Actually will find one of his own. He should be pounced upon, and yeah, Jacasmo comes up and over. What a resurgence from Jacasmo that he has had. And for Fnatic, that is map point.
A play by Fear. So Fear had, I think, 2 or 3 HEs in spawn, and he was just consistently throwing a nade on the smoke. So it was always breaking open. That gave a sightline for Jamba, but more importantly, it took all the distraction over towards CT. Chikazma comes over the top, backs off, and what's really clever here is then Crims takes the contact, pushes through the B doors. Last thing you expect a B defender to do in that situation is push B doors into mid. What a nade. K27 is a Hail Mary, straight out long, and this could be their undoing. 3 players for Fnatic, and they might only just need 1. Jacasmo and Fear chime in with potentially the final nail in the coffin here on Dust 2. Twinkie and Relaxy to recover what feels like an improbable situation. At least they've got the bomb, and at least they've got time, but they've got no space.
They might be allowed to get this bomb down. It's going to be a very difficult post plant in the 2v5. Fnatic, plenty of util, plenty of HP. You imagine they'll be fast on the flank through tunnels too shortly. 27 a little surprised that they've been able to find all this space freely. This would be a remarkable 2v5 if they can pull it off. Get that minimap ready. Planted, nade, ineffectual. Already 2 players mount up to come through the tunnels. Plenty of util as mentioned. This flashbang might catch these players off in tunnels. Maybe a chance to get some kills back. Needed a double. That was the only way in. Now Relaxy is left alone to deal with 4 players streaming at him. And the flashbang just come flying over. It is relentless. And Fnatic, what an incredible map. They end K27's incredible streak. And they'll be taking first blood in this series.
Really impressive from Fnatic. And let's be honest, I think Fnatic have even 3-4 months ago, I don't think they would have had the resilience to close out that game. They had to come back not once but twice in this map, and it was really impressive to see. This is a map that they've been really struggling on recently. They've been really trying to make things work for it. Jambo had an incredible resurgence, take nothing away from Madden. But it was Jacasmo in OT that pushed it over the line here for Fnatic. It's their map pick. It's one that this core of ex-Passion UA used to smurf on in Tier 2 in Mirage. Have they got what it takes to take down K27? Or will K27 have something up their sleeve here in the upper bracket of the IEM Atlanta closed qualifier? We'll find out just after this short break.
So come on, here's something you don't want to miss.
An exciting Dust 2 goes the way of Fnatic after K27 only dropped it once this year, once in 11. Well, make that twice now. Fnatic now go to their map pick, Mirage, which is much more comfortable territory for them, but still a map that K27 and no slouches on.
Certainly no slouch for Cashlid. I was just looking at the stats, and obviously Cashlid had a pretty good Dust 2. He has a 1.64 rating on the CT side of Mirage in the last 3 months. That's kind of absurd. This is quick. Really quick out of Fnatic. They've already got Jambo just up short. He's just going to try and take a fight. But the main hit is coming through Connector, and K27 are pretty well prepared for this. Oh, there you go. Really well prepared. Instantaneously. Cashlid's just killed everyone.
Yeah, that looked good for a second for Fnatic, and then it didn't, you know?
Yeah.
It was just... Their positioning was so good with the amount of space they managed to get without any contact. Like, you kind of feel like, you know, we've got too much space. Like, this is too good to be true. And it's because K27 have such fantastic lines to deal with that space they've conceded. Obviously, great double up from Cashlid, who's running around and causing distractions. Yeah, already all the way up short. They're in connector. Could have got anywhere. And go straight to their death.
Ow. It was almost targeted. But Jacasmo's got rid of X5. That's the bomb site. If you can plant here, this is a really good return. And Fear will do it. Absolutely just what you want out of Fnatic. Nice shots out of Quinky. Started off this game brilliantly with multi-kills in both pistol and the second round. But hey, Say that all day long if you're Fnatic. You invested nothing and you walk away with a kill and a bomb plant. In fact, 2 kills.
I think I'd head armor. That would have been actually a very dicey round. MB9. Getting a few bullets for the helmet. A good bomb plant for Fnatic. You see that bomb immediately dropped, so we will get catch lead on that orb. Wasn't as prolific with it on Dust 2 as I kind of anticipated after he started pretty strong on that map. But you've kind of hyped up the numbers, so we'll see if that's just bloated stats or if he really is a CT demon. Wow, triple nade in mid. $600 invested and 0 points of damage inflicted.
It'll be interesting watching Quinky and Cashlid just maneuver themselves about, because obviously Cashlid will go wherever he wants. Typically, you've got the short player in Quinky. So it'll be interesting to sort of see how they maneuver themselves. Currently, you've got Quinky boosted up and being the third B player here. Fnatic are taking mid. They're crouching down. They're making sure they don't get caught by this orb. Clearing towards ladder for Madden. It's a little bit scary, actually, that there's no window smoke. It's currently not being considered at all by K27. Now the smoke goes in. Another one in towards connector. And as they split towards B, this is the perfect setup for K27.
Actually committing through. The orb's fallen back, and while Zito just takes one freely through the spam, realizing that cross is coming through. Bomb needs to be picked back up, and Catch's orb strikes through. Madden caught out as well. Nothing is going right for Fnatic here. Maybe Crims has a chance to catch a player, but misses that opportunity. Just gonna try and run down Relaxy. You'll find him. There is still a player here, though. X5 never budged. Tucked in towards Sandwich. Cashlade starts to rotate around. You need to clear this. Or fight forward, but no, X5 will find that kill. Now Crims in an untenable position. E27 again. It's just like the pistol. They kind of set back and allow this space. But it's all by design.
Just took too long, Fnatic. Like, they had the idea that they wanted to sort of go towards short. And that one kill from Zito, the spam, was brilliant because it just protrudes the smoke away to the point where he can just see the player completely fine. And Fnatic, they lose one kill and they think, oh, damn. They had to spend 5-10 seconds getting the bomb safely. They were worried about another spam from Zito that never came in. And as soon as they've sort of faffed about getting the bomb, they think, oh, we'll just have to go through connector. Maybe we can actually utilize this window boost. And it was a clever play to drop the molly in towards jungle to allow the space for Madden. But outside of that, the damage is already done here for Fnatic. K27 looking really comfortable. They haven't really been tested all that much yet.
Won't be in this round, you imagine. Got timing here? He thinks he does, but can't connect the shots. Quinky spams him out. And Orb. Now just some dry fights. Nice shot from Crims. Anything more offered up? No. Not to be. That's just the one casualty. 27 zooming through the start of Mirage.
Any fairer look at the rest of the stats for the team. Quinky 9-0, 1.27 rating on CD. Zito 1.32. These are ridiculous numbers. 90 ADR on Zito, 87 ADR on Quinky, and 100 ADR on Cashlade, specifically on the CT side in the last 3 months. I mean, what could you ask for? They're playing all the star role positions as well.
Uh-oh. Madden. Holds down for one, and well, Quinky will cover the gap that was there, but Chikazmo is back into the 2-on-2. And full A space taken thanks to Crims. He's now just going to park up close to jungle. Local land. Spam. I could have ended Crims' life right there. He's going to step into Con, getting cheeky with it. Casper seems aware of this long flank, but the longer time goes, the less you see, the more concerned you get.
I'll just tuck in Jacasmo. But Crims finding that kill is really important. Jacasmo will be overwhelmed. You know that Crims was over in towards connector. Molly on towards the stairs is brilliant, because that gives Quinky the idea that he is here. Smoke back, a drop on the bomb. The Fate defuse is brilliant, and Quinky is immortal.
Alright, he's just on one, isn't he? Even when they find that kill, just, yeah, Jacasmo out in the open. Just feels like they've completely lost track of where this last play could be, even though there was that kind of idea that maybe that push was coming round. A difficult retake, but made easy by Quinky. One-man wrecking machine. Yeah, it's just one less kill than his entire team. Fnatic have to take a pause because they've had a few rounds that have felt like maybe there was something in it. They were in the right idea, but wrong execution.
Well, that round was the best of the lot, especially with Jacasmo coming through Palace, getting rid of the ramp player. They had the entire site. Even Crims wins out the fight, but Jacasmo, as you say, where the time had gone down so low, you're never expecting that ramp flank. Brilliantly timed out of Quinky, who's now trying to be even more of a menace in towards middle. Zido doesn't want to get caught, but is. We'll leave a dink on Jacasmo for good measure, but Quinky just can't be removed. X5's now playing within smoke, so he'll eventually be blown out the server, but Quinky found another. 187 ADR as he rotates in towards CT, and Relaxy cleans up the rest of Fnatic.
What are we watching? This guy is just on one. What was this on map 1? Remarkable. He's almost equaled his entire map 1 kills. He had 18 frags across Dust 2, which went OT. We're 6 rounds in. He's on 15. So powerful, it's broke the game.
His highest rating ever on HLTV was in May. He had a 2.59 rating on Anubis. After that, it was on Mirage for 2.26. If he keeps going this way, genuinely, he might be in contention for his best rating ever. And as if Fnatic don't put a stop to this quickly, I mean, this is just absurdity right now. Six 6-0, 7-0.
6-0, I believe.
6-0. Okay, so look, there's still hope in this first half. Like, there really is still hope in this first half here for Fnatic. The issue is that they just invested and they've got all the loss bonus, but they didn't plant the bomb. So it's probably gonna be a Tech 9 round.
It's been a rough start to Mirage for them, hasn't it? It feels like very pacey rounds. Like, none of these have been your kind of slower, defaulty, take map control, have lurkers in play. It's all very attempting to explode when they've got good positions. We've seen Jambo have the opportunity of an AWP. He might next round, as he's kept extra money for it.
Not expecting loads of things here out of Fnatic with the Tech 9s and the half investment. In fact, they just used their nades to try and take down a player in towards window. Didn't happen. So they'll boost up instead. No one currently watching this for K27. How much of a menace can Crims be?
I feel like it will be accounted for at some point, yeah. X5 is considering it. So many smokes everywhere. It's a little uncomfortable. They've managed to get even towards short and ladder room. Quinky lies on B. So it's going to be easy. X5 falls back. You'll be able to support, but keep your eyes on Crims. He's going to be that late lurk, and, well, Quinky has done it again. Brandon, what is actually going on?
I've never seen anything like this in my life. 18-0.
He didn't even get hit.
He's got 200 ADR. He has an infinite KD.
I don't know if I've ever seen such an insane
I haven't.
individual performance.
No,
Like,
I haven't either.
I mean, obviously Donk, but like, without a death is kind of crazy.
Oh. I've just realised that Fnatic have 13 kills as a team, and Quinky has 18.
Yeah, I mean, all the rest of K27 have 17 kills and he's got 18. Like, whatever way you measure it.
I love just how
Yeah, nothing
dynamic
much,
he
yeah.
is. He was over B, now he's here on A. Great nade onto Crims. I mean, what can you do? You're just scared. You're quaking in your boots if you're Fnatic. You do not want to go into Quinky's crosshair.
Got a couple of energy drinks between maps or something. This is that slower round that Fnatic haven't had. Moving back pieces towards A.
Oh.
We can see Quinky tucked in a pretty killer pause. X5 might beat him perfectly, but they are the only defenders over here.
Split out of Fnatic right now. X5 just going to keep his head down. And he's not able to get the first. All right, Quinky. Time to do more as this raid boss. Relaxing, that's a fantastic shot. And in goes Quinky. Finds the first. Relaxy's been able to get a second as well. And Quinky cannot be stopped. Finally, Jacasmo will end him on A and a follow-up headshot too. 19 HP, a fake out on the bomb. Time ticking. And not even a factor anymore as Zito will spam him through triple. The beast has been slain, but at what cost as K27 will still rack up rounds?
20 kills before he's put down. Actual absurdity.
I just don't think he's going to die. As soon as he gets the second kill, I'm like, he's just going to kill them all again.
Yeah, every kill looks so clean. And the swing looked good too. You almost want to see it. It's just fun to watch someone play like that. Like, it's just enjoyable.
And just, again, no bomb plant. So, again, limited reserves for Fnatic. And it gets even worse when the utility is now killing you rather than the guns. Fear's in a molly, but not for long. X5's his time to shine on Mirage as he grabs a double. Bomb finally planted. Crims can't find a kill with the Deagle, and they're just all swarming. Jambo gets rid of Relaxy, 2v4. And in fact, Jambo makes it a little bit better. That's going to send the CT scrambling in towards CT. Maybe Jambo's first entrance onto the score sheet could be enough for Fnatic. This would be an absurd 2 versus 5. K27 take their time.
That's going to be heard though. Jambo should be ready for this. And in fact, Relaxy's the one that takes him down. Oh, sorry, Zito. Crims. Eagle in hand, overwhelmed. Jambo's heroics put to rest. A slight pause, a reset, a regroup. K27 overcome. And they don't even need Quinky in that round. It's X5 that steps up with the triple. Fnatic being wiped right now. 9-0. What a remarkable map.
Do you remember that YouTube video that ESL uploaded? It would have been years ago where I think it was Mouse did a speed run. It was like 16-0 on Nuke. It was like a 19-minute game.
That's crazy.
Yeah, this might beat that. This has been so quick.
You know what's crazy? This year, right, 3 Mirages played by K27. They won the most recent one, 13-9. The 2 before that, they lost 1-3 and 2-3. And now they're 9-0 up.
Lost a foot and lost to Whitebird. Shout out Whitebird. That's the old Entropic boys. Back at it again in CS2. Ashlid. Searching. Not quite secured, but X5 would love to. Zito will trade at least, so it's a 4v4. Even Steadin. And Fnatic, they've always had mid control. Currently, it hasn't seemed to matter. Oh, maybe it might. Missed shot out of Cash Lid. He just goes back in for more. They're so confident. Right now, K27. Quinky's now on an angle. He's got a timing on Jambo. Gun barrel spotted. That's the bomb. And that's probably the round.
Look how locked in he was just to start spamming that player that he just saw the edge of as well. Crimson Palace. And Zito has his number, it would seem. They're not going to give you this fight. No need to overextend. Grims does have some time to work with. Maybe can catch Zito off. Pretty crazy angle that he's adopted on top of Firebox. Grims spotted. That angle does net dividends.
10-0. Well, Jambo's had the AWP, what, once? Had it in that round. Didn't feel like he did. He didn't even get to fire a shot. Just gets sidelined immediately. Game plan.
This could be one of the best ratings of all time if this ends up being 13-0.
No, genuinely, it could be. I was going to say, but the game plan for K27, have we even seen them fight mid once? Not really.
They don't need to. They just sit back.
Oh, okay, there you go. That's how you fight mid. One flashback from X5. Zito finds a triple. Madden will eventually trade, but yet again, he comes battered and bruised and now completely alone. Fight mid? No worries, we will. Double swing and Quinky keeps going. 22-1 Fnatic, losing 11-0.
Zito's starting to catch up as well. 15-5. Want some of the action? Triple right there. All right, well, pack it up. Overpass waiting. That's also incredibly scary. 91% win rate for K27. Fnatic played it twice. Both losses. Granted. Stralis and Passion UA. Hello? How do you not see him on the edge of that? No one gets a kill there?
They've got no util. You can't even flush this player in X5 out of sandwich. You have to do it with bullets. You cannot do it with utility. Fnatic now grouping in what feels like forever since we've seen an actual A exec. Crims needs to clear this corner, and he will. Madden follows through on Zito. Player advantage. First time, maybe in the half for Fnatic.
Might not be the 13-0. Break doesn't do anything. Oh, Madden spotted, descending. Quinky is on a crazy fast flank. He is going to be at ramp at a really good timing. One secured. He saw Jambo slipping towards Sandwich, and look how sharp he is right now. But Madden's still fighting forward, looking for more, and he's looking just as sharp into the one-on-one. Cash Lid can keep this run going. He can. The flawless streak from K27. Quinky, 24-2. K27 looking to make Mirage a quick bad memory for Fnatic. Potentially looking to make records.
12-0 for K27. It's hilarious on the scoreboard that it looks like Zido's got more damage than Quinky. I don't know how that works, to be completely honest. But this could be the quickest Mirage Fnatic have certainly faced as a roster. Can K27 put a perfect bow on it?
You kind of want it. You kind of want to spam refresh on HTTV to see what these numbers look like after. Hit in towards A, and it's going well so far. Quinky adds another tally, but Jambo goes overlooked and manages to get free. No one clears him, and he gets all of that space. Crims fires off a shot. Zido is the two players you don't want to be going up against. Crims fakes the drop down. He's going to stay present. Maybe Madden has a chance to catch someone. Can't quite do it. Now you know where Crims just was. So back towards A they move. Zido and Quinky can do no wrong, it would seem, and it is a 13-0. The dream complete. One of the most one-sided maps you will see, with two of the most incredible individual performances on display. Quinky ends, I think, what, 26, 27-2, something remarkable. Zido not that far behind.
Tell you what, unbelievable attempt from Jambo to let them all go by. He gets 3 kills, and unfortunately, it's just not enough. I mean, what can you say about that map, apart from, that could be, and don't worry, we will check, potentially the highest rated ever on HLTV. Like, surely it's up there. A 13-0 where you are 26-2. And remember, he was involved in all those clutches as well. He was 20-0. Remarkable. Absolutely remarkable from K27. That is one way to silence the doubts in this best of 3. They level up this series, and it all concludes here on Overpass just after this. Welcome back to the second map of this series. Just kidding. That was a speed run on Mirage for K27 as Quickie posts a 3.44 rating. Not the record, by the way, which is a shame because it really felt like he deserved it. But we now go to the deciding map of this series, Overpass, and Fnatic are just going to pretend like this really is the second map of the series.
Imagine pulling up to a map and putting a 2.12 rating on it and just getting rating mogged by your teammate, 3.44. Like, that's so crazy. Zito playing second fiddle to Quinky. And now Fnatic going to be feeling a little battered and bruised. Got to shake that one off, pretend it never happened. But as we kind of alluded to, Overpass, this has been pretty solid for K27 since they introduced it into their pool. For Fnatic, 2 outings, 2 losses, but against 2 good teams.
Very fast. In towards B. Relaxy. Not flashed off the angle and goes back in for more. They can't deal with him. Where on earth is he? He's still in the smoke. Jacasmo's trading out his teammates in the meanwhile. Zito comes up through short. Relaxy is still alive and kicking, but just for a moment. Cashlin and Zito trying to clear things, and this time it's Crims and his antics in the smoke. Jacasmo finds free, and Fnatic can breathe a sigh of relief as they remember what it's like to win a round.
Yeah, you know, that's important, Pistol, actually, for that, to be honest, because that 13-0 would have really broken you a little bit, but you kind of just ride off it at a point, and, you know, when you're in those maps, they just feel like they're unwinnable, and it's whatever. You just focus next. It's a completely new reset situation. Maxi trying to play hide and seek in the smoke. A force buy from K27. Haven't seen too many forces. X5 manages to get in towards short, and he wants to crawl through this smoke. Jacasmo on the other side, but Fear is holding for this, but the timing on this looks good for X5. Chance to catch 2 players. Backs turned, but no, Jacasmo tucks into the corner and punishes.
Important. He recognizes as well there could be another player here. Why would you be doing that solo? Jump out of Quinky, just trying to bait Relaxy in. Cashler's out Madden in the meanwhile. That's over towards long. Zito starts scaling. Trying to recover the rifle. Jambo's just not looking. Never ready for the scaling of Zito. Fear wants to try and trade. Flashbang, not good enough. And Zito certainly is. Oh, he just keeps going. A triple kill off the Scavenge Galil. Leaves it all onto Crims, even after Jacasmo found the opening pick.
Force buy ends up working quite well. Yeah, Cashley gets that kill deep, all the way back at the AC unit. Oh, Crims reveals himself. I think now it's about saving the Galil for the next round. But yeah, he gets that kill, but Zito is tucked in at the rock and never reveals himself. So just decides to walk through when there's no follow-up after that frag comes in. I know what Jambo is up to. Was he trying to juggle a gun away? I don't know.
He was looking at the bomb. And he was dead. I don't really think he really understood what was going on in that moment. He just definitely wasn't prepared. Got a fright. As Zito came around that corner. He says, hang on a second, Quinky. I'll do this on a consistent basis.
Yeah, Quinky's washed. 0-1.
He's washed.
Back it up. 17-year-old retiree. Grim's on a USP. So it gives Jambo the Galil. See what he can get up to with this Galil. Just walk through the smoke and disrespected, so he's got a fair bit of ground here. Gotta catch them off guard.
They're not going to know what's hit them. Yeah, Cashler's just realised, like, actually, these players are scaled quite quickly. Zito turns around and still finds a double. Caught off guard, but always prepared. One player walking through long. I mean, that's Crims with the USP. Good luck to you. Jacasmo will at least find one back, but it feels like Jacasmo's putting Fnatic on his back right now. As Crims will fall. as we all expected him to, with only a USP. Zido will just keep finding kills. That's a 4K and a 3K in back-to-back rounds.
He'll be in a much better position to farm up rating this map over towards 8. That forced by falls flat. Despite that good ground that Jambo managed to get. 27, well, Zito holds his lines. Singeing through the flames and charging forth. Zito will have an opportunity to get a whole lot more kills. As you'll hear them more in a second. Will 20 bullets be enough to deal with all these blocks? 1, 2, and sidearm comes out, and yeah, maybe a little bit too liberal with the use of bullets. Not expecting this to get out of hand though. Shouldn't. That was the M4. And some nice shots out long. So just that one player falling.
Probably the worst round to lose to your Fnatic, actually, that second round, because it means you got to force and you have to eco. Now you're already down after feeling the high of winning the pistol, thinking you can get Overpass off to a brilliant start. K27 put that feeling immediately to the back of their mind. No AWP for Jambo still. No full AKs for all of these players. Also, where on earth has Madden gone? He was so instrumental to Fnatic's success on Dust 2. He's a ghost currently on the server. Needs to find action. Fear's individual form's always something that the community has been questioning. So he now starts to warm up. He really needs to start warming up. Otherwise, this could be, again, a very rough day in the office for Fnatic.
That's that jump peak saw Zito. He felt like it should have, but Zito still wins out the fight. Actually chimes in with his AWP. Fear will remove him with some nice taps, but I don't think they're going to be ready for this extra player pushing. And it might not even matter. So many players over towards A.
Oh,
nice shot from Jacasmo. That didn't feel likely at all. Even if he finds Zito, again, you're not going to be expecting another player here. Relaxi is pushed all the way up. I think Zito should have Jacasmo's number with the low HP. It's good for it. Oh, wow. Okay. I don't know how that's gone that way.
It's the same recurring question, though. You still don't know about Relaxi. Jacasmo, yeah, will fall to him. Grim's going to come up through connector. Quinky is going to get timed in. Do you feel? No, he gets back on the angle just in the nick of time. So finally, Relaxi will activate, and it's at the perfect moment. Just to win K27 another round. That's 4 on the bounce.
Nice shots from Jacasmo. That was a pretty crazy one on Zito. I mean, both of them were just not kills that he was ever favored in. On to Tech 9s, maybe a bit of a pacey play towards B. Plenty of defenders to start here. Relaxi. Be ready for these players about to channel up through short, and while Quinky will step in, only gets the one. They do actually overwhelm X5 in towards heaven. They do too much to slow them down. But the customer is not feeling comfortable planting this bomb. I think just getting over is going to be a bit too tricky. They need another smoke on the site or something. AK doesn't quite get into Jambo's hands in time.
You can say that again. They killed 2 players, one over towards short, one over towards monster. The guns were in arm's reach, and they neglected to pick them up. Did Fnatic. As a consequence, I mean, all the rotates are here. You can't long-range fight Tech 9 in heaven against AWP and AK. Really puzzling that Fnatic, they were stuck in between 2 minds. Get the guns or get the space. They did neither.
No shame, because they got in so cleanly. Or at least treated effectively. But that was just the half bite. Rounds are starting to dwindle. A27 putting up a formidable defense. Dropped 1 round in 18.
It's a true stat, but that is just horrifying to think about if you're a Fnatic fan. No ult for Jambo again. I'm sure he can do it on the rifle, but you need him on his signature weapon. Jakazma's just been tagged. Spammed through the connector wall. It's a booster put as well in towards short. This is neat. On towards the sandbag. A very unexpected angle for Fnatic to deal with.
Fnatic instead going to take the space out towards long. They have forced Cashlid off that line. He's actually going to move in towards Banana.
Oh, that was really cool. So we saw it from the perspective of the boosty, I suppose, but they actually triple boosted to look on top of the short bag to look at Monster. They didn't see anyone. So as a result, they're all rotating up towards A. Cashlid, how's his timing? Oh my goodness me. Gets away from Fear. Fear's got no clue, and oh dear. This boost might have been all misinformation all along as Fnatic set their sights on B through Con.
Rotation might come in time. He's dropped the Incendiary. That's going to slow things down, allow more bodies to move over. 30 seconds. Support's on its way, and well, needs to be maybe a little bit more proactive than that. Here come the flashbangs. Utility being dropped to make this really uncomfortable for the T, scaling as they're being harassed. And can't find the kills. Finally, they break through. It comes at a heavy cost, but Bomb looks to go down. And Madden, critical kill onto Relaxi. Still such little HP, but it might not matter. Not an easy way into this. 3 players. Barely a lick of health between them. At the end of the day, it doesn't matter. Bomb's down. Rounds 1.
Yeah, it's all unconfirmed as well. Jambo at 1 HP. Their combined health totals of 31 between 3 players, and somehow X5 has not been able to find Jambo. It won't swing either. Good exits potentially could come forward, but I don't think they're ever going to extend in towards Playground here, Fnatic. They're going to run to the spawn. They're going to get a second round. And sure, look, Day27 have got off to a really good start, obviously by resetting Fnatic early. But this is Overpass, and this is definitely a CT-sided map. Fnatic has still got 4 or 5 chances to try and build rounds here. If they walk away with 4, even 5, that's a successful T-half.
A little mistiming, all the difference there. X5 being very proactive towards Con. You hear that smoke being thrown by Jakazmo, so he knows that he does have a fight coming his way. Flashbang misses the mark, but X5 doesn't.
Good opening. I like the fallback here. So he's falling back deliberately, being really loud to try and get someone to peek him, and then Cashlid's just there with the AWP. Cashlid's been really brave, standing in just the middle of the open on A more often than not. Feels like he might be challenged here in a moment, but remember what we said about Dust 2, about Fear likes to call the same rounds? He's going to go straight back through connectors. It's going to be another hit. This time 2 defenders lie in wait for Fnatic on B, both facing Monster.
Not a lot of util for the T's. There's not going to be that barrage of flashbangs. It's just pure contact that coming through. Rotation is slowly on its way. Spot out, Relaxi can't control, but X5 does, and that's the distraction that Quinky needs. X5 from heaven does the job, and Quinky finally gets that multi-kill. He's been missing since Mirage. Contact play could have worked out, but the rotation comes just in time.
Yeah, interesting variation here for Fnatic, because before they full executors and they had like a lot of utility when they got towards the B-bomb site in the previous. This time they think, right, we're doing the same setup, but the round is different because we'll build contact. Because of that, you don't have a Heaven Smoke. And X5 this time is able to flex his muscles. And as you're saying, the distraction was brilliant. They have no idea that Quinky's over there. They assumed he would have swung immediately. Doesn't happen this time around. Grims is just dropping hollow flashbangs in towards short to at least push the boost off.
You're just going to hear these players moving. You might be able to get a cheeky timing behind them. They're going to have no idea. When they found Cashley, they're definitely not going to be expecting Zito here, but he can't even get the one. Misses his timing completely. And that's the difference for the round. All lived and died on what he could find there. X5 gets flamed off just as he's about to maybe make a move. His teammates don't look like they're interested. I think he's been caught as well in the lurk. Fnatic gonna get a third. That one seems pretty simple, pretty straightforward. Not gonna get the third, aren't they? Yeah, X5.
Yeah.
Don't think he's got any chance of trying to steal this one away, and Fnatic really don't want to let him, so they're staying present anyway, so any chance it get that bomb defuse off isn't gonna happen.
Relaxy could die. That'd be a nice collection. But no. Not going to go all the way deep into the corner, into Crim's lair. So 2 survivors. X5's got 9 grand. So you can drop comfortably. Cashley can get an AWP. Fnatic don't mind it. And that was an important round to win as well, because if they lost that, they would have no money. Back to the Tech 9s. K27, it felt like they would definitely be running away with this half. Instead, it's another conversation point. One in which we can say, sure, K27 have got money now. But that potentially could be short-lived. Fnatic still can end this half with a number of rounds. Smoke off the molly, they nade further forward, and that's a great counter nade to break open the smoke, to have a little look for Relaxy. Crims takes a lot of damage, and the nade doesn't quite finish the job. He is so tantalizingly low.
And nade just not quite deep enough to get the job done. Crim's even worried about a boost now. He'll just post up here, and they'll go searching elsewhere. Play late. As the rest of Fnatic do start to make moves towards A. Zito deep long. Only 2 players over here towards the A bomb site. 27 very heavily committed to B, including the AWP.
I like conditioning. What time Molly? This has potentially been heard, or at least spotted now. Grims needs to clear this corner, can't do it. X5 somehow gets the kill, and Zito doesn't. Fnatic trying to overwhelm the site. There's that X5 trade that Jacasmo was looking for. And they understand that someone is out towards long, but they can't uproot Zito. Needs a trade. It comes yet again through Jacasmo. Trying to be that point man for Fnatic, and he sees the boost and deletes Relaxy. A 3K for Jacasmo. Quinky with the follow through. That's the bomb drops. No, that's an absolute nightmare. There's no time. Jambo scoops it up. Will just about get it through. And Cashley will now need to try and clutch up. Wasn't even initially interested. And Jambo will miss the shot. This is still a disaster for Cashley trying to clutch up. Adam will swing. In fact, they both will. And Fnatic recover. They can breathe a big sigh of relief, because as soon as that bomb gets dropped, your heart's in your mouth.
Oh, and that was fine margins, a second in it to get that bomb down. What a round from Jacasmo, dealing with the awkwardness that X5 created alongside Zito, just being a nuisance out towards long, even dropping that bomb, slowing things down significantly. Fnatic's fight is, I think, paid off. 4 rounds on the T side, and no signs of slowing now they've got this collection in a row. They win this one, they could walk away with a tight half. They'll have the AWP in play. They've found really good timings to hit both these bomb sites when it's kind of the 2-3 situation. They've always seemed to find the timing to go for the 2.
I'm in. But Jacasmo potentially found. Oh, Zido moves off the angle. Jacasmo takes the space. It feels like Fnatic are going to pop B momentarily. They might just hold for the control for a moment, see if there's any aggression, but all signs point to this B bomb site.
Who's ahead of the smoke? We have the timing. Yeah, he does. Winky will at least find that follow-up kill. He's feeling the pressure, needs support. So much raining in on him. How is he alive? In fact, Zero goes down before him. They do still have to commit into here. Ashid's got the line in towards heaven. Oh, didn't have his gun out. It might have had a kill right there. Still an opportunity. That is a fast scope onto Jambo. And X5 finds one as well on his flank. Being a nuisance. Finally, Winky is removed by himself. 2-on-2. Fear and Madden. Don't really have anywhere to go. It has to be this bomb site.
You know where both of them are. You know one's in short. You know one's in heaven. They just walked through the monster pipe to see if there was a big flank on, and there wasn't. I like this out of Cashlid. He's holding for CT sure, but he's also just dropped an incendiary on the plant. X5 doesn't move a muscle. They're just really trying to search. They're so paranoid. And Fear isn't ready for X5 to be on the angle close to the left. Cash has even swapped to a rifle. Madden has to try and put these angles into bite-sized pieces. And it's his decision to move that is absolutely fantastic. Cash should never be ready for this. And time starts to potentially become an issue. Smoke not on the bomb. Madden finds an angle and takes the opportunity. And that's just between him and Cashlid. Understands that there's an M4 and he's just going to play time. Madden has worked this out perfectly. Smoke on the bomb. And there is a kit in Cashlid's hands, but he's so low. Surely Madden can just grab the kill. And he does. What a cerebral 1v2 from the newest addition to Fnatic.
Yeah, brilliantly played from Madden to work out that reposition. I feel like K27 give him way too much respect there. Feels like Asher just doesn't want to swing there. He forces Madden back. He's just walking across the site. That smoke causing some problems for them for sure. Madden divides and conquers. And that's that breakthrough round that, look what it does for the final one, K27.
Oh. Oh, Jacasmo's got no idea. This should be a Zido kill. Every day of the week, he's right behind him, stalking his prey. Actually, doesn't strike just yet. It's Jambo that gets the opening kill in the feed. Zido's hoping for a little bit more than just the one, and he will. Insane shot onto Fear as he juggles the weaponry. And Crims can't really pounce in towards Connector at the same time. Player advantage here for K27. And the mismatch of weaponry. Fnatic have now got to recover this with 1 minute left.
Already Madden is taking space in towards bathrooms, pushing through. It's a scout here, and well, he has seen a little bit of something and a little bit of something else. Madden spotted twice. Not going to change the setup. The scout feels a little uncomfortable here, but that UMP is being baited in on the side. Trying to see if they can catch him out before they progress. Now the utility comes forward. Quinky reveals himself. More damage being done. They are peppering them, but still losing bodies are the CTs. Madden holds his spray as Quinky peeks into it. Fnatic are looking. Oh, almost the bomb. With Crims getting knives, it's all on Zido, who started this with that double. Needs the ace now. Pushing is low. Maybe there is a chance, but he's really struggling to get out of here, and he's just being peppered through the wall. Taste of his own medicine, and he'll go down to Jambo's headshot. So Fnatic, what a recovery, considering they got reset immediately. It was a 5-1 lead for K27, and Fnatic tie us up 6 apiece.
super resurgence from Fnatic, not only on map 3, but also in that first half. 6-6. They're all tied up after a very decent haul on that T side. And now go to the favoured CT. And this all is without fear, really contributing all that much. He does need to step up, though. Otherwise, some of these individuals, a K27 can overwhelm. And there's the man of the hour, Quinky, finding Madden and a free B bomb site.
Yeah, interesting setup. Heavy towards A, and then sort of, I guess there's the smoke that's thrown. So Madden feels maybe if they try and burst through, we can have a multi-kill. He just gets his head taken clean off. And yeah, now what do? No kit, and not really a chance. You're kind of saving armor for the force by next round. Quite literally. In fact, you probably want to get really far away so your armor doesn't take damage, and you can buy head armor for cheap.
Yeah, off you go.
Run, run, run. Don't want to take any damage at all. 1 point ruins it all. That'll be fine. Well, it's anticlimactic.
Oh, Crims.
No, he didn't have armor.
Oh, that's fine then. Yay, Crims.
He was actually being selfless in Monster a
Oh,
bit
yeah.
there, just making sure that no one would progress and damage anyone.
It's like in those films, he was like basically just holding the line. He had his arms stretched out wide, protecting all the shrapnel from hitting any of his teammates from the bomb explosion. There you go, not bad. I mean, yeah, you get an MP9, a FAMAS, an MP7. It really isn't that bad actually for Fnatic.
Yeah, just lacking util for the most part. That's the big thing. Ouchie. That's bad for Crims. Double nade, so a little bit of info at least. So there was 2 players hanging out here. Madden's going to hear Relaxi jump back. Just going to go gamble A now.
Potentially. Molly. Really good Molly, but Jambo will find Quinky. Yet again, Jambo lives on 1 HP for the second time in Overpass. And goes that commitment through A in the meanwhile. Jambo is just searching and finding Cashlid. His impact is fantastic. He's even ready for Relaxi, but of course, Relaxi will win out that fight. Scale on towards A. Remember, bomb not planted yet, and essentially, it's a 2v3. Madden with the 5-7, but Zito's just removed all of his teammates. This now gets a little bit tricky. Jacasmo, though, with the MP7 fights back. And they know Relaxi is a late responder to this. 40 seconds left. Elevated angle for Jacasmo, but he falls back. He doesn't want to give anything away.
They realize
Do
the
they
bomb's
think
here?
it's B? Surely they do. Yeah, they reset through bank together. Jacasmo is now making noise. That should get Madden baited in perfectly, and it does. Brilliant from Jacasmo. Not only the kills, but also the audio bait. And Fnatic's force, after saving all of the Kevlar on the pistol, pays off.
Yeah, how does that taste? They do to K27 what was done to them. Remember that was the second round force that K27 won after Fnatic won the pistol. That set them on the back foot for that entire first half. Wouldn't that be sweet? After getting 13-0'd and then reset in the first half like that, like your morale's at a low, to resurge, do it to them, and then win the series. It's a nice story. Gotta make it happen. Big fight in towards short. Madden wins that out, and well, the name might even get the multi. Perfect. That really arced off that board. He's set for more. Feed the beast. Said he was a little absent on, well, obviously Mirage, but even Overpass, slow start. Well, he's now stepping up to join Jacasmo.
All eyes on Fear now. Genuinely, it staggers me sometimes how consistently non-existent Fear is at an individual level. It's quite worrying. Actually, only been since he's really joined Fnatic, actually. Perfectly fine on Passion UA. Matters not. I suppose his teammates are rallying around him. 8-7. Force Wars, 1 out by Fnatic. Their reward, now an eco.
I know that, Ollie. That's what I do.
I was going to say, poor Jacasma, right? We've highlighted him for all the good he's done, and then we spectate him when he misses this one bit of util.
It's like the easiest molly ever. There's no lineup for it. We all do it. We all do it.
Right, come on, Fear. Here we go. Ecos, they've run right by him.
Come on, Fear. Now's your chance.
Unlucky. You're not going to get any.
No, he's not even looking the right way for the final one. He's like, come on, guys, please.
Oh my god.
I'm begging you. He has 10 assists. All right, cut him some slack. But
It's
it's 30
30
assists
ADR.
on the line, so it's, you know, it's hard to gauge.
How does he have 10 assists with 30 ADR? How?
It's called shooting toes.
Same story, though, for K27, right? Zido's doing everything. No one else has really arrived. I mean, there's only one other player on double digits, and that's X5, only just. Jambo Zorp will find Zido, and that's a big problem for K27.
Yeah, big hitter taken early. Does he want to play through this? Madden's just going to eat him alive. This one's the freeze kill. Consider getting a little bit more. The freak out there from Relaxy.
Guys, you've
Madden
forgotten
has
the bomb.
Found another. He just spammed out the player that was in towards Con. No bomb. And that flick took more out of the pillar next to him. Try and pop through this. More players than you anticipate here. Fear. Multi-kill?
Nearly.
Nearly. Maybe
Might have another chance in a moment. Yeah, the issue you've got here is that the bomb is still in spawn. This is true. There's a lot of issues going on here.
1v5 to begin with. 35 seconds. No bomb.
Jambo's on your angle. Yeah. Can't do a lot. So outside of this pistol round, K27 have found nothing on their T side. And they're entering actually a really similar position to what Fnatic were on the T side Mirage, where they're not planting the bomb at all. So you're constantly in this limbo of, here's a gun round, here's Tech 9s, here's a gun round, here's Tech 9s. And Fnatic are happy to do that dance, because they only need 3 more rounds and they win the series. And they can brush off the embarrassment of being 13-0'd.
Doesn't happen very often that you get 13-0'd and you win a series. It just makes it all the sweeter. Yeah, out towards long. Jambo's here, and Crim's going to come out to support. So even though the Tech 9's about to get close, I don't think they'll be able to do too much here. Although, a missed shot, and oh, Fear with the multi, let's go. Triple kill spray down alongside Crims, keeps things in check.
Oh, how did Jambo not get killed there? It felt like Crosshair was dead on between the wickets of 2 players, but it's okay. His in-game leader bails him out. Fear overtakes Relaxy. And the clash of trash, and Fnatic are slowly coming out on top here in the upper bracket quarterfinal. Impressive resilience of day one for Fnatic, right? 2-0 against OG. If they're able to close things out here against K27 after obviously how Mirage went. Impressive. Relaxy. This is bold. This is brave. And Jacasmo is full blind. It doesn't matter. Between him and Madden, they quickly shut down this B attack. There's more where that came from, though. And Jacasmo isn't ready for Cashlid. With Crim's dealing with the short play, it should be a matter of moments before Cashlid is dealt with. 1v4 now turned into 1v2, but another supporting flashbang helps out Fear. Fnatic have got 5 chances to close this series.
Every player on 6 digits. Fnatic in cruise control to lock this in. Whole squad stepping up on the CT side to close it. After Jacasmo's brilliance in the first half to get them into that even 6-6. A27, that 13-0 Mirage, a distant memory. Funky having that sugar crush after that map, I guess. Just gonna try this again. Good luck. Stranger Chasmo ahead of the flashbangs, or not ahead of the spray. Relaxy takes 2. And well, maybe on the second time asking, they will find success.
Sure.
Relaxy, what entries? How is he delivering? Gorgeous stuff. Crims will get 1 back. So much money. No reason not to throw your bodies at this. See what you can deliver. Ambo spotted, and Crims finding a kill. Uh-oh. Suddenly this gets a whole lot scarier. A lot of utility still. Flashbangs aplenty. Smoke kit.
Pretty ridiculous as well, because the CT's head-butted the heaven smokes. Now it's just gone out on the floor. That's what enabled them to find a kill back. I think they're just looking for damage. And they realize that they can't truly win this round. There's damage, just not in the way that Fnatic were hoping for. Crims is still trying to be a little bit of a nuisance, but finally he'll move away. Surely will get removed by the bomb momentarily. Oh, lives on 2 HP. Can he get the AWP? Yes, he can. Brilliant find.
Yeah, well, that makes... Oh, no, yeah, AK much better choice, I think, in that situation. Not like they're lacking funds for an AWP. A little turn at the end, try and lower the damage taken, might have been the difference. A long road for K27. Oh, Fox 5 come for some pops to get quickly into Con. A chunk of damage for his trouble, but so does Madden, who is once again trying to be hyper-aggressive in towards short. X5 has slid out and removed his teammate. Madden, good spam back to get that kill. Risky to go for it rather than wait until he had contact, but he does find the kill, and Fear on the off angle removes Zito's leg.
Oh, flash and smoke. Relaxy just doesn't know which way to look. So we'll be pressured out. K27 will ignore the fact that they lost a player out towards Divider, and they'll head back in towards Long anyway. Here we'll drop a flashbang, but leave Jambo completely alone, at least for now. And Jambo's going to have no idea this is happening. What's the internal timer looking like for this AWPer? Swinging back on the long angle. Because if he doesn't move in the next 10 seconds, he's going to be denied the opportunity to have any further say in this round. Relaxy throws a flashbang forward. Jambo now creeps further forward in towards toilets. Important fight brewing here. Relaxy just tucks. Fnatic still aren't convinced that this is going to be long. And K27 think, we have all this space. Jambo's angle. Relaxy just doesn't look at him. And suddenly Jambo gets all the information. They are here and they planted for bank.
I can't believe Jambo gets that. He didn't even think about that flick either. Didn't take the time to line it up. No, just a straight to the back. Aggression from the T's, looking to find some space. They have planted for bank, so I'm going to catch a CT on the rotate. Fnatic are patient, and their approach, they just walk through bank. They know what Quinky is. He just got that kill on the Jambo, and he's still fighting for Quinky. Can he do it? No, it's Fear on the close. There's enough time. And Fnatic, they will bounce back. After that Mirage defeat, they were wiped on map 2, but they dominate Overpass, find their first win on the map, and book a spot into the upper semis of the close qualies.
As mentioned previously, just incredible resilience from Fnatic, and I think a really good day at Counter-Strike overall from them. Obviously this map, but the previous series as well. 2-0 against OG. That's typically been a stumbling blocker opponent for Fnatic, so I think, especially after going through these 2 tests, that they're primed to go on a little bit of a deeper run here in the closed qualifier. It looks like at the moment they'll probably play BetM as they've taken the first map over Inner Circle. Tricked has also got the best of Eyeballers in the lower bracket, and OG have gone 1-0 up against Team Nemesis. Great day at Counter-Strike all around to conclude the first day of action here at the IEM Atlanta closed qualifier. We'll be back on your screens tomorrow to continue the journey of this bracket to find out which 2 teams are going to make IEM Atlanta. But for now, we can see this is what the bracket currently looks like, with BetBoom versus Sinners in the first upper bracket semi-final. and then one of Inner Circle and Bet M33 to take on Fnatic. We can have a look at the lower bracket as well, just before we round things off for today. Because you're going to see games ongoing. You're going to see Johnny Speeds of 2-0 Nuclear Tigers, Cybershock 2-0 Basement Boys as well. So there's plenty more action coming on here over the next couple of days. But that's it for now. Thank you for watching and tuning in. And until tomorrow, we'll see you soon.
And I won't stop, no. I just can't waste time talking. Gotta save my soul. Gotta get out of here. Yeah, that's the last thing I do. Got to get through to you. Got to get out. Come on, got to get out. Gotta get out of here. Got to see what's out there for me. I'm just a nomad. Come on. And where I go's where I be. Come on. I can't help but follow my own beat. Yeah. Come on. And all just I know gotta be out of here. I just keep wanting more. There's gotta be a better place. I gotta get out of here. So you can't hold me back no more. Got to get out. 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 Got to get out of here. I gotta get out. Yeah. Come on, got to get out of here. You can't hold me back no longer. No. Got to get out. Come on, got to get out. Got to get out. Gotta get out of here. Have to see what's out there for me. Tired of doing what we're told and getting bored of what we used to. Just give me something, please show me something alright. 'Cause I'm scared of getting old, and I'm more tired than I'm used to. Just give me something, please show me something alright. I forget that I'm down with you guys around. 'Cause everyone knows life's better with love than being alone. Consider yourself the motive for finding a way to right my wrongs. Catch a locomotive or hit the highway and just move on. 'Cause it's so fun and no one's upset. We sit on my trunk and watch the sunset. Consider yourself the motive for living my life the way I want. We're creating memories, and we drive our parents crazy. We're chasing sunsets, living each day like the last day of our life. And I know this is what we want, 'cause this is just what we do. Free to tell our lies while discovering our truth. I forget that I'm down with you guys around. 'Cause everyone knows life's better with love